The color of money. Black banks and the racial wealth gap. Mehrsa Baradaran. Table of contents. Introduction. 40 acres or a savings bank. The New Deal for White America. Civil rights dreams, economic nightmares. The decoy of black capitalism. The free market confronts black poverty. The color of money matters. Epilogue. The color of money. Introduction. All too often when there is mass unemployment in the black community, it's referred to as a social problem, and when there is mass unemployment in the white community, it's referred to as a depression, said Martin Luther King in 1968. But there is no basic difference. The fact is, that the Negro faces a literal depression all over the U.S. Today, across every socio-economic level, blacks have significantly less wealth than whites. 2 Over a third of black families have either negative wealth or no assets at all. 3 The 2008 financial crisis devoured more than half the wealth of the black community, proving once again the adage that when Wall Street catches a cold, Harlem gets pneumonia. To the extent that media and politicians focus on the racial divide, it is through its most urgent and salient features such as police shootings, burning cities, white supremacists, crime, and violence. Underneath it all is a deep and growing financial fault line between black and white. Though hard to detect, it is nonetheless the defining feature of America's racial divide because it is intimately linked to so many other problems. The wealth gap is where historic injustice breeds present suffering. This book tells the story of how the wealth gap was created, maintained, and perpetuated. To tell the story, this book lifts the hood on the engines that the black community has used to fight this gap for generations. Black banks. Banks are the drivers of wealth creation for any society, and banking policy is integrally tied up with politics and power, and yet scholars have all but ignored the black banking industry's unique role in black wealth development. What this history reveals is that black and white Americans have had a separate and unequal system of banking and credit. However, for over a century, black communities have been urged by black and white leaders to rely on these segregated black banks in order to reach individual and community prosperity. What comes into stark focus as we study these banks over time is the tangible barrier to prosperity presented by segregation, racism, and government credit policy. The effects of these forces on black banks demonstrate that successful banking and wealth accumulation would remain perpetually elusive in a segregated economy. Housing segregation, racism, and Jim Crow credit policies create an inescapable economic trap for black communities and their banks. Black banking has been an anemic response to racial inequality that has yielded virtually nothing in closing the wealth gap. Despite these grim economic realities, each of the following leaders has championed black banking: Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington, President Lincoln, W.E.B. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey, Carter Woodson, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Jesse Jackson, the Black Panthers, President Johnson, President Nixon, Alan Greenspan, President Carter, President Reagan, President Clinton, and President Obama, among others. On issues of race, there is likely little else that these leaders would have agreed on. Black-owned banks represented something different to each of them, but to all they held the promise that a successful black bank would lead to prosperity for blacks regardless of external circumstances. Pushed outside the main arteries of American commerce, the black community turned inward and created its own institutions. The first black banks were formed less than a decade after slavery ended, in the hostile climate of racism and Jim Crow segregation. Most blacks could not save or borrow at white-owned banks, so they established their own. The creation of the black ghettos led to a surge in black banks in northern cities. As black bankers rose to the challenges of banking in a segregated economy, the community celebrated each hard-won success. These banks were created to respond to racial hostility, but in spite of and because of this, they came to signify racial pride, black unity, and protest. For Booker T. Washington, black banking was salvation itself. He said it was by owning a home and bank account that the black man would eventually find his way to the enjoyment of all his rights. For to Washington, money had no color and it was the only path toward racial equality. Likewise, black banks galvanized the black community during the civil rights struggle. In 1968, Martin Luther King exhorted the black community to take your money out of the banks downtown and deposit your money in a black-owned bank. We want a bank-in movement. 5 To black nationalists, black banking was a necessary step toward asserting independence from white society. Why should white people be running the banks of our community? Asked Malcolm X. Black banking became a symbol of resistance, black power, defiant self-determination, and active resistance to white racism. 6. Black economic power and autonomy had a natural appeal in the face of segregation and racism, but also constitute a political diversion and a proxy for more meaningful reform. President Nixon threw his weight behind black banking so that he could oppose controversial desegregation programs and woo white moderates and conservatives unwilling to push any further on racial reforms. Presidential candidate Nixon's civil rights platform was centered on black capitalism. He urged more black ownership, black pride, and yes, black power. 7. The deceptively vague formula of black capitalism was a neutralizing racial détente amid an unprecedented and violent black insurgency and a hostile white backlash. Nixon co-opted the rhetoric of the radical black power movement to create a path through a political quagmire that would disarm black radicals and the white base on which his Southern strategy relied. But what he meant by black capitalism was a cheap knockoff of white capitalism. So politically successful was the promise of black capitalism that every administration since President Nixon has adopted it in one form or another. Presidents Carter, Reagan, Clinton, Bush, and Obama disagreed about many things, but they each sought to promote black banks and businesses through programs called community capitalism, enterprise zones, or minority enterprise. President Reagan called black business and black banking the key to black economic progress. 8. Bill Clinton even created robust legislation to promote community empowerment through banking and infrastructure that Presidents Bush and Obama bolstered and maintained. President Trump has made promises along similar lines. Instead of meaningful financial support, the urban ghetto would get bankers. The idea of community self-help, valuable as it was when there was no other choice, has been deployed cynically at several pivotal historical moments to thwart other, more direct answers to the racial wealth gap. The Freedmen's Bureau, for example, initially proposed to give freed slaves an allotment of the land their labor had enriched. Instead, they got a bank. Northern industrialists came out in support of Booker T. Washington's plan for a segregated black economy even as other black leaders were pushing for full integration. The New Deal programs that would have sent aid to build housing in the urban ghetto were instead used to create white suburbs that reinforced and perpetuated racial segregation for the rest of the century. And as soon as the Civil Rights Coalition began to demand some form of wealth redistribution or poverty aid, President Nixon embraced black capitalism. Support for black banking and black capitalism have been consistent policy band-aid solutions, a decoy response to the fundamental challenge of overcoming America's legacy of slavery. The theory of black banking is rooted in a foundational tenet of American banking policy. Thomas Jefferson believed that banks should be small and local as opposed to Alexander Hamilton's vision of large and national banks. Jefferson's ideal was a locally controlled economy, agrarian in nature, with decentralized monetary policy, but he was on the wrong side of history. It is Hamilton's centralized, national, and large banking sector that became essential to a vibrant American economy. Yet, when it comes to banking policy for poor and marginalized communities, it is Jefferson's outdated vision that is still dominant. Small community banking has always held a special appeal when applied to poor and marginalized pockets of the economy. The promise is that a beleaguered community, having been left out of the dominant banking industry, could pool its resources and collectively lift itself out of poverty. Black banks promised to control the black dollar and grow it. If the color of the ghetto was black, so too would be the money flowing within. Blacks must control the economy of our community, said Malcolm X. President Reagan believed that black enterprises are especially important in neighborhood economies where the dollars spent have a beneficial multiplier effect. 9. But could a ghetto, born from racism and segregation, overcome those forces through banking? Or was James Baldwin right when he wrote that a ghetto can be improved in one way only, out of existence 10? Despite consistent bipartisan support and a few publicized success stories, there was never any evidence that the design would work. The very circumstances that created the need for these banks' discrimination and segregation permanently limited their effectiveness and would ultimately cause their demise. The catch-22 of black banking is that the very institutions needed to help communities escape deep poverty inevitably become victims of that same poverty. Blacks were poor and, due to segregated housing, their homes were worth less. What this meant for black banks was that their deposits were costlier and their loans were less stable, which created a combustible situation over time. Housing segregation prevented the growth of black wealth and presented black bankers with an industry-crushing challenge. Not only were these banks more vulnerable to failure, but even in flush times, they were unable to perform the money-multiplying alchemy of banking. Pushed out of the mainstream, blacks needed to create their own economic engines, but their marginalization and exclusion from practically all aspects of American economic life made their engines weak and incapable of the economic growth bank financing is typically able to produce. The truth was that segregated communities could not segregate their money. In fact, black banks, which were created to control the black dollar, became the very mechanism through which black money flowed out of the black community and into the mainstream white economy. The ghetto economy was weak, extractive, and costly. And the color of capital, commerce, property, trade, and money was white. White, too, was the color of government credit. In America, each rung on the ladder toward prosperity consisted of bank credit, even more so in the 20th century when homeownership became synonymous with both mortgage credit and prosperity. For blacks, the path toward wealth was closed by segregation, government policies, and economic reality. As the overall American economy grew by leaps and bounds, the urban black economy became locked in a state of perpetual depression. The ghettos that initially trapped America's other immigrant groups did eventually improve themselves out of existence, once they were no longer segregated from the mainstream economy. In fact, the dilemma faced by black banks is highlighted when contrasted with the viable banks created by Italian, Jewish, German, Irish, and Asian immigrants. Each of these immigrant groups faced discrimination and exclusion like the black population, but the key difference was that none of them was systematically, uniformly, and legally segregated to the extent and for the length of time the black community was. Many immigrants eventually left their overcrowded ghettos and settled in suburbs where, through violence, zoning restrictions, and racial covenants, blacks were barred. This divergent path is illustrated by the fates of the home loans and banks established by these various immigrant groups. One instructive example is the Bank of Italy, which formed in San Francisco to serve Italian immigrants who could not get loans from the mainstream banks. Eventually, the Bank of Italy grew and merged into the mainstream U.S. banking system just as Italian immigrants assimilated into American society. What was formerly the Bank of Italy is now the Bank of America, the largest and one of the most profitable banks in the country. 11. The success of immigrant banks should not be misinterpreted. It was not self-help and community support that allowed them to finance themselves out of the ghetto. They left the ghetto first. And they did so only after being accepted as white, not through segregating their money. The bootstraps they were given were government-guaranteed mortgage loans, from which black people were excluded. Doubtless, many immigrants worked hard to achieve the American dream of homeownership, but so too did blacks. The black ghetto and the white suburb were created by heavy state intervention. A government credit infrastructure propelled the growth of the American economy and relegated the ghetto economy to a permanently inferior position. The government-created credit apparatus did not cross the red lines that policymakers drew around the ghetto, and within the color line a separate and unequal economy took root. If free market capitalism is understood as allowing the laws of supply and demand to operate without state intervention, then the black ghetto was certainly engaged in capitalism, but at a time when white America was not. Black capitalism, as it turned out, meant capitalism only for blacks. There has always been an attempt at justifying and explaining wealth inequality in the United States. The economic oppression of slavery was justified in the 18th century by a corrupted version of Christian dogma that held that the white race had a divine right to subject the black one. Then science was conscripted to do the dirty work of white supremacy, as social Darwinism held that race hierarchy was nature's will. Evolutionary theory and a sham science of eugenics and phrenology justified the wealth gap in the 19th century. In the 20th century, economic theory was used to justify the wealth gap. Market fundamentalists such as Barry Goldwater, Milton Friedman, and Alan Greenspan held that the wealth gap was a natural result of market forces and that any government remedy was an inefficient market intervention. Black capitalism and its subsequent iterations became the modern era's justification for wealth inequality. The theory held that the invisible hand had set the price of black credit, the value of black homes, and the cost of black labor. This book is a challenge to that premise, and it lays bare the fact that the hand that drives black poverty is not a natural and invisible one, but rather the coercive hand of the state that has consistently excluded blacks from full participation in American capitalism. This is not just a story about the harsh realities of American racism, the violence and the repeated injustices, though these forces are an essential background to the narrative. This story peers inside the black community and studies its counterattack. But it is not a story celebrating the heroic struggles of individual black bankers who were triumphant despite the odds. There are certainly stories of inspiration to be found, but the overemphasis on Horatio Alger tales of success can lead to distraction. This is not a simple tale of bad guys or good guys, the exploiters and exploited. In fact, sometimes the exploited are the exploiters too. The story is larger than the players within. This is a story of economics, politics, and laws that sowed the seeds of injustice into the soil of the American economy. The weeds that grew from it did not need to be fed with racism. It used the materials available: commerce, credit, money, and segregation to regenerate inequality. It is too simplistic to blame the racists or the loan sharks for the wealth gap. We need to identify the subterranean forces that barely make a visible ripple on the surface as they perpetuate injustice over time. To examine the history and function of black banks is to shine a spotlight directly onto the fault line of economic inequality. In 2016, in conjunction with the Black Lives Matter movement, activists renewed a focus on black banking. Yet, the industry is in distress. In June 2015, Mechanics and Farmers Bank of Durham, North Carolina, announced that it was shifting focus from specifically serving the black community to being just a standard community bank. It hired its first non-black director, changed its name to the more modern M&F, and announced that it would start going after a broader customer base. 12 To most banking industry observers, this change was not newsworthy. In fact, hardly anyone noticed. But the move might reflect the last gasp of a dying industry. Mechanics and Farmers Bank was the oldest and strongest black-owned bank in the country. Since 1907, it has been financing black churches, black homes, and black businesses. It survived the Great Depression, saving several other black-owned banks in the process. And for almost a century, its insurance affiliate, the North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company, was the largest black-controlled business institution in the world. 13. While the demise of black banks across the country may have been a foregone conclusion, their loss is significant because these institutions represented something more than their vulnerable balance sheets. These are the institutions the black community has repeatedly relied on to achieve prosperity amid forceful economic headwinds. Their loss is a tragedy not because it is surprising, but because no other institution is in a better position to illuminate the complex and persistent obstacles to creating black wealth. Black banks are the engines of promised prosperity in the black community, and it is by inspecting them that we can know most about the self-reinforcing nature of black poverty. In fact, poverty is the sand destroying these engines. Noting the striking trend of black bank failures, a recent study linked the epidemic to the deep poverty of the black community. 14 In other words, the very poverty that these banks have been trying to fight for generations is the main obstacle to their survival. but the poverty rut is perpetuated when communities lose access to banks. As a group, blacks are more unbanked than any other race. 60% of the black population is unbanked or underbanked, while only 20% of whites are in the same category. 15 What this means is that blacks disproportionately rely on fringe banks, leading to a debt trap. Blacks pay higher interest on mortgages and small loans. They pay more fees on basic services than similarly situated whites, and they are taken to court disproportionately by creditors for very small debts. 16. All of this is both due to and contributes to the wealth gap. Without a cushion of wealth, black families pay more for credit and financial services and fall harder when they hit a bump. Wealth provides a layer of financial security, and this shock absorber is missing for many black families. Especially for families on the bottom rung, owning a home provides a substantial buffer against the harshest edges of poverty, a stable foundation that can be passed down to the next generation. It can determine whether your neighborhood has decent or failing schools, whether you will be able to go to college, whether you will face eviction, or whether you can meet unexpected costs without having to resort to a payday loan. A store of wealth is self-reinforcing, as is its absence. As Billie Holiday sang, "Them that's got shall get. Them that's not shall lose." 17. Historian Manning Marable has lamented that the most striking fact about American economic history and politics is the brutal and systemic underdevelopment of black people. 18. When the Emancipation Proclamation was signed in 1863, the black community owned a total of 0.5% of the total wealth in the United States. This number is not surprising. Slaves were forbidden to own anything, and the few freed blacks living in the North had few opportunities to accumulate wealth. What is staggering is that more than 150 years later, that number has barely budged. Blacks still own only about 1% of the wealth in the United States. 19 When Martin Luther King stood on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial in 1963, he said that America has given the Negro people a bad check, a check which has come back marked insufficient funds. 20. This bad check was, in large part, the consistent faith in and promotion of segregated black banking. The promise of black banking is that the color of money does not matter and that black banks can control and multiply black money in the same way that white banks multiply white wealth. Yet despite a century of honest toil, the check has continued to be marked insufficient funds. Whether the next century yields a different result will depend, in part, on understanding the nature of the failures of the last. 40 acres or a savings bank. Slavery, America's original sin, according to James Madison, created the foundation of modern American capitalism. 1. It was slavery and the blood drawn with the lash that opened the arteries of capital and commerce that led to U.S. economic dominance worldwide. 2. The effects of the institution of slavery on American commerce were monumental. 3.2 million slaves were worth $1.3 billion in market value, almost equal to the entire gross national product. 3. Slaves were also a valuable store of capital because they were liquid assets that could be exchanged on markets more easily than other forms of property. Slavery's unparalleled bounty is what caused many Americans to tolerate such a barbarous institution. Growing international demand for cotton fueled the growth of slavery, and the legal and political arms of the state maintained and protected it. More cotton led to more profits, which led to more demand for slaves, which led to more legislation supporting slavery, and then even crueler methods of oppression to extract more work from slaves. The institution of slavery was so at odds with the liberal notions of equality avowed in America's founding documents that a theory of racial hierarchy was used to explain away the dissonance. Blacks had to be seen as subhuman so that they could be treated as chattel. In the antebellum era, Christian religious principles were exploited to provide the rationale for racial subjugation. 4. Not only were slavery and white supremacy condoned by God, but it was seen as God's will that white men exploit the labor of the black race. In the Christian doctrine of slavery, a Presbyterian minister concluded, "It may be that Christian slavery is God's solution of the problem of labor about which the wisest statesmen of Europe confess themselves at fault." 5. The stark wealth distortion caused by slavery and the longevity of its effects cannot be underestimated. Blacks were articles of commerce, as illustrated by the Constitution's 3/5 rule. Slave bodies were assets, credit, debt, currency forms of capital and wealth. Between 1820 and the Civil War, banks across the South issued notes with images of slaves printed on the money. 6 The currency of the South was the slave. Slaves were not just the labor in the cotton production process, they were the collateral used to finance the operations. Slavery modernized credit markets, creating complex new forms of financial instruments and trade networks through which slaves could be mortgaged, exchanged, and used as leverage to purchase more slaves. In highly profitable, speculation-based markets, many white men built fortunes trading in slave-backed securities. 7 As is true of property ownership in any era, those who held slaves had the ability to grow exponentially richer because they could use their property to create more wealth. For all the economic gains created by slavery, the slaves themselves could never profit. During the 246 years of institutionalized slavery in America, enslaved individuals could not participate in the economy as buyers and sellers. In order for slavery to function, the slaves needed to serve as cogs in the machine and not its drivers. They were therefore not permitted to own assets or offer their labor for pay in any form. These prohibitions, which included ownership of land and trade of any kind, were often cemented in law and enforced through violence. 8. And since slavery was premised on white supremacy in a racial hierarchy, an ideology avowed across the country and not just in the slave-holding South, even freed blacks were restricted from full participation in commerce. Small numbers of blacks in the North and small populations of free Southern blacks did manage to participate in the economy, but they were tightly constrained. In virtually every aspect of Northern life, blacks were segregated from whites. Jim Crow laws mandating segregation in practically all spheres of life began in the North and West well before the Civil War. 9 Alexis de Tocqueville, who came to marvel at America's democracy, was shocked at the level of racial prejudice he observed in the North. The prejudice of race, he wrote, appears to be stronger in the states that have abolished slavery than in those where it still exists, and nowhere is it so intolerant as in those states where servitude has never been known. 10. Many states legally prohibited free blacks from owning property, testifying in courts, or practicing professions or trades above menial labor. 11 Black businessmen typically could not sue white debtors in courts and were often restricted from engaging in finance. 12 Similarly, an 1852 Maryland statute excluded blacks from membership in thrift or building and loan institutions. 13 Where there were no legal barriers, there were social forces that blocked blacks from organizing banks and businesses. A mere legal grant of a thing, explained a black businessman, does not mean that it will be immediately enjoyed. Public opinion is often more binding than law. 14. And public opinion relegated blacks to the lowest economic stratum. During this era of exclusion, free black businessmen relied on their own race for capital and credit. Black banking began as a private affair. 15 There were several black men of means who lent their own money to other blacks, but the group was so small that their names could be recounted by historians writing about them half a century later. 16 To the extent that there were any formal banking structures, they operated through philanthropic societies and churches. The center of the free black community in the North was the city of Philadelphia, and as early as 1788, prominent black clergy and business owners had organized mutual aid societies. 17. Mutual aid societies usually orbited the black church, the central pillar of the black community. The most prominent and long-lasting of these was the African Methodist Episcopal Church, AME Church, in Philadelphia, founded by Richard Allen and Rev. Absalom Jones in 1787 with the governing slogan "To seek for ourselves." It did just that. Between 1847 and 1904, the church gave over $1 million to educational programs for blacks, and by 1907 it had supported 22 schools. The collective power the black community harnessed through church membership also made black churches a target for racial hostility and social control. After Nat Turner's slave revolt in 1831, Southern legislators passed laws forbidding blacks from preaching or congregating in their own churches. South Carolina even prohibited groups of black individuals from meeting together for the purpose of mental instruction or religious worship. 18. By the mid to late 1800s, free blacks began to press against trade restrictions by forming a financial sphere of their own. In 1851, leading black businessmen and ministers gathered in New York City for the purpose of making plans for improving the Negro's economic status. They decided that blacks needed their own banks if they were going to succeed in business. 19 The group resolved that a mutual savings bank be established by Negroes in order to encourage savings and thrift and assist Negroes who wished to enter business. 20. A constant preoccupation among free Northern blacks trying to operate businesses or buy property was their inability to secure any type of credit. Abram Harris, a prominent black economist in the 1930s, listed the barriers to black enterprise before the Civil War in the following order: 1. The difficulty of obtaining capital and credit; 2. Low wages, competition for jobs, and immigration; 3. Mob violence; 4. Occupational restrictions; 5. Prohibitions against owning certain types of property; 6. Denial of the right to sue; 7. Restrictions against settlement in the West; and 8. Civic and educational handicaps. Harris emphasized that the greatest handicap was, without a doubt, the difficulty of obtaining capital and credit. 21. Thus, on the eve of the Civil War, there was a vibrant ongoing discussion among free blacks in the North on how they might establish credit and banking associations. The bank envisioned by this group of business leaders would be organized as a cooperative society and would rely on black investors in New York who, it was hoped, would invest their total accumulated wealth in the bank to be used as starting capital. It was crucial that the bank have access to the entire black community's resources. It was said that Northern blacks held between $40,000 and $50,000 in Wall Street banks so that it could lend to black entrepreneurs and would-be property owners. This was the first of many attempts by black leaders and businessmen to convince blacks to harness the collective power of black capital in support of black banking. The bank ultimately failed to attract enough capital and was never formed. 22. The black community knew that it needed banks if blacks were ever going to advance economically. Alexander Hamilton, the first Treasury Secretary and the father of American banking system, explained that it was banks that could create the augmentation of the active or productive capital of a country. Gold and silver, he said, acquire life and only through the operation of a bank. Banks in good credit can circulate a far greater sum than the actual quantum of their capital in gold and silver. Explaining bank lending and the money multiplying magic of banking, Hamilton explained that bank credit keeps circulating, performing in every stage the office of money. 23. In other words, it was through banking that American wealth would be created. Bank credit creates wealth, which is why the isolated free black community kept trying to create its own segregated banking system. Bank credit was needed to augment capital, but could a bank be created without capital? Could bank lending lead to wealth creation, or did banking only work to multiply already accumulated wealth? In a circular economic rut that would be repeated throughout history, there was too little available capital to create a bank that could extend credit so that more capital could be produced. And blacks' access to capital was limited because they did not have any political power. Hamilton had emphasized that successful banking required a strong partnership with the federal government. He told Congress in 1790 that a bank is not a mere matter of private property, but a political machine of the greatest importance to the state. 24. A healthy government needed a bank to survive, and strong banks relied on government support. In order to thrive, banks needed government charters, free and open access to enforcement of contract laws, and the orderly maintenance of capital and credit markets. Though government intervention in the economy was limited in the antebellum era, government's hand was most apparent in banking and currency markets, and it kept blacks out of both. If Hamilton was right in saying that only successful banking could multiply wealth and that strong central government support was needed for a healthy banking system, could a people on the margins of the economy ever create wealth through banking? Black banks would try to answer this question for 2 centuries. Black leaders continued to discuss the bank even as the slavery question was being hotly contested on the national stage. 25 These were interdependent questions, for freedom would be severely restricted without the ability to fully participate in the economy. Black leaders stressed that emancipation would have to be followed by the accumulation of wealth if the black community was ever to achieve meaningful political equality. Frederick Douglass remarked that the history of civilization shows that no people can well rise to a high degree of mental or even moral excellence without wealth. A people uniformly poor and compelled to struggle for barely a physical existence will be dependent and despised by their neighbors and will finally despise themselves. 26 The debate over a black bank became moot, however, when free blacks lost their political status as a result of the 1857 Dred Scott case, which held that no black individual, free or enslaved, could claim American citizenship. The case was the last gasp of the South, which was increasingly under pressure to release its grip on its profitable and abusive institution of slavery. The Industrial Revolution significantly changed the nature of the economy and unleashed forces that would eventually lead to Southern secession, the Civil War, and ultimately emancipation. 27. Even though the Civil War decimated the South, the ill-gotten spoils of slavery remained and grew in the former cotton empires in America and Europe for generations. The theories of racial superiority spun to justify centuries of enslavement stuck around too. These theories, so infused in American culture, could not be shed easily, and their long-lasting effects would lead to economic distortions that constantly impeded those formerly enslaved from participating in the white-dominated economy. The freed slaves had to make the transition from being capital to becoming capitalists, from being chattel to owning it. They had to do this having neither money, property, nor friends, as Frederick Douglass explained. 28 The road to wealth presented severe obstacles during the terrible confusion and upheaval in the Reconstruction-era Southern economy. The victorious Union Army granted the slaves their emancipation, and for a transitory moment the Union came close to giving them a share of the land. After his famous march from Atlanta to the sea, General William T. Sherman remained in Savannah as the war wound down. There, he consulted with several black leaders who told him that the ex-slaves, worried about lingering racial animosity, preferred to take care of themselves on their own land. 29 Black Minister Garrison Frazier explained that the way we can best take care of ourselves is to have land and turn it and till it by our own labor. 30. Blacks had already begun to establish self-governing communities in several places in the South. 31 After emancipation, black communities formed hundreds of mutual aid societies to work toward economic self-sufficiency. They set up charities to take care of the poor and sick and to educate each other. We have progressed a century in a year, said one freedman. 32 During the first year of freedom in 1866, a Negro convention held in Greene County, North Carolina, suggested that blacks could raise their economic status by creating joint stock companies and patronizing black businesses. 33. The black community's main objective, which it sought through political means, was acquiring land. Emancipated slaves and their Northern Republican supporters believed that land ownership was the only way to achieve a free market in the South. Without land, they would be at the mercy of their previous owners. 34 Sherman signed Field Order 15 in March 1865, which set aside 400,000 acres of confiscated land for freed slaves. 35 Sherman's plan was to create a territory exclusively for ex-slaves where they could live free of white control and manage their own economic and political affairs. 36 In justifying this action, Sherman borrowed from Thomas Jefferson's populist view of land as usufruct. The basic idea was that landholders owned property only due to the benevolence of the federal government, in which all land rights resided. The Southern Confederates' traitorous act of secession forfeited their land rights. 37. 2 months after the Sherman Order, Congress created the Freedmen's Bureau and tasked it with transitioning former slaves to their new lives. Part of the plan was to dole out the seized land. The Freedmen's Bureau Act of 1865 formalized Sherman's Field Order into a law providing that each Negro might have 40 acres at a low price on long credit. 38. The order came directly from President Lincoln, who wished to give freed slaves an interest in the soil. 39. The price of land was to be fixed at $1.25 per acre, 40% of which was due up front. The land was to be protected by the military until Congress could act to formalize land titles. Some families even received leftover army mules. 40. It seemed that the government was about to create a black landowning class. In fact, during the Reconstruction era, racial equality was even contemplated. Black lawmakers and radical Republican allies like Thaddeus Stevens, Charles Sumner actively pursued full integration and equality. Confiscating and breaking up the land meant destroying the slaveholder oligarchies that had controlled the Confederacy. The backlash was extreme and ruinous. Having contemplated a complete reordering of the South, and perhaps exactly because the stakes were so high, the Reconstruction Revolution was violently overthrown. Ex-Confederates won back through violence, fraud, and coercion what they could not achieve through military victory or political process. 41. The Ku Klux Klan became a paramilitary force in the South whose purpose was the overthrow of Republican government, black politicians, and any other activists not fully in line with the established antebellum order. According to Reconstruction historian Eric Foner, the largest number of violent acts stemmed from disputes arising from black efforts to assert their freedom from control by their former masters. Especially vulnerable were blacks who tried to purchase land. 42. Reformists were assassinated, and black voters were harassed. As W.E.B. Du Bois explained, guerrilla raiding, the ever-present flickering after flame of war, was spending its forces against the Negroes, and all the southern land was awakening as from some wild dream to poverty and social revolution. 43. A post-war struggle was being waged over economic control of the South. The Freedmen's Bureau could not survive the violence and chaos that followed Appomattox, and thus promises of land and equality vanished. 44. As Du Bois said of Reconstruction, the slave went free, stood a brief moment in the sun, then moved back again towards slavery. 45. President Andrew Johnson, the accidental president who assumed office after Lincoln's assassination, joined the white Southern backlash and rolled back Lincoln's promises. He thoroughly undermined the Freedmen's Bureau bill, including the land grant, and fought the black rights movements, asserting that America would remain a white man's government. 46. Though the Southern rebels had expected to be hanged for their treason, Johnson welcomed them back into the fold, pardoned them, and restored their confiscated land. The land General Sherman had given to freed slaves in Georgia was returned to the original owners before a full harvest season had elapsed. 47. The effects were devastating for blacks. Had whites made good on this promise to blacks, claimed Du Bois, it would have made a basis of real democracy in the United States. 48. Instead, the agents of the Freedmen's Bureau went south to tell the weeping freedmen, after their years of toil, that their land was not theirs, that there was a mistake somewhere. 49. Union General Oliver Otis Howard, who had the unpleasant task of taking the land back from the freedmen after he had helped administer the order, nevertheless reasoned that the freedmen should have land, but they must pay for their land. 50. President Johnson said that the Freedmen's Bill was advantaging blacks over whites and that it was time for blacks to fend for themselves. It is earnestly hoped that instead of wasting away, they will, by their own efforts, establish for themselves a condition of respectability and prosperity. Johnson claimed that the laws of capitalism and free trade would allow the freedmen to accumulate land without any special help from the state. He was confident that freed slaves would be able to choose their own employment and their own places of abode and insist on and receive proper remuneration for their work, and further that the laws that regulate supply and demand will maintain their force, and the wages of the laborer will be regulated thereby. 51. It is important to pause and note that during this time the government was in the process of confiscating and distributing millions of acres of land for railroad expansion, a heavy government subsidy to a private enterprise. Banks were also being supported by public taxes in order to induce them to extend credit to the South. 52. The Homestead Acts gave out millions of acres of government land to white settlers for years. The sheer scale of the land redistribution and its exclusion of blacks from the bounty was not the laissez-faire free market Johnson was describing. 53. Blacks were denied land, not because the government was beholden to market rules, but because the government was controlled by political factions favoring the southern white elite, and giving blacks land was politically unpopular. The myth that free market principles were guiding political choices was further exposed as hypocrisy because blacks could not even pay market prices for land. White Southerners simply refused to sell land to blacks. Land was sometimes sold at half the price to white buyers compared to what black buyers were offering just to avoid selling their land to blacks. Even when white landowners did not have sufficient resources to cultivate the land themselves, they still spurned black buyers. 54 Southern states even passed laws that forbade white sellers to sell land to blacks. 55 The abstract laws of supply and demand could not work when actual state laws excluded blacks from free markets. The Southern economy was anything but a free market. Prominent Southern lawyers, legislators, and judges drafted laws that governed all aspects of black life and spurred racial bias across the South. These black codes prohibited blacks from property ownership, trade, testifying in courts, and voting. Blacks could not engage in commercial trades other than what they were conscripted to do. An 1865 South Carolina law declared that no person of color shall pursue or practice the art, trade, or business of an artisan, mechanic, or shopkeeper, or any other trade, employment, or business, on his own account and for his own benefit until he shall have obtained a license which shall be good for 1 year only. 56. One black veteran remarked of these laws, "If you call this freedom, what do you call slavery?" 57. By the end of the Reconstruction era, most freedmen were left landless, voteless, and with practically every profession blocked to them. Their only choice was to grow cotton. Of course, that was the point. The world cotton market, headquartered in Great Britain, was heavily dependent on cheap and abundant cotton from the United States. The global web of cotton merchants that connected capital and trade through Liverpool, New York, Chicago, Paris, and Georgia had been closely following the turmoil of the Civil War. The moment the war ended, nervous cotton interests worked in local, state, and national courthouses and legislatures to restore a cotton-growing system as quickly as possible and as close to slavery as permissible. Across the globe, cotton traders and capitalists agreed that blacks needed to grow cotton. As Union General Frank C. Barlow put it in 1865 about his purchase of a southern plantation, "Making money there is a simple question of being able to make the darkies work." 58. Some Northerners had opposed the land redistribution efforts for the same reason. New York Democrat John W. Chandler argued that the land bill leaves the culture of cotton, which is one of the main sources of national wealth, without security and without any certain prospect of improvement. 59. For blacks, freedom had meant that they would be in control of their own economic destiny. For white capitalists, black freedom meant that blacks would be paid wages for growing cotton. These two interests and definitions of freedom were directly at odds. In order to make blacks continue to work at growing cotton, it was crucial that the freed slaves not be permitted to engage in subsistence farming. In other words, America could not go the way of Haiti. After Haitians led a successful slave revolt against the French, the former slaves refused to grow sugar and output halted. 60 They grew crops they could eat instead. Subsistence farming meant that a family would grow what they could live on, diversifying their crops, with some portion going for sale and some going for consumption. There was every reason to believe that American blacks would also go this route. After the war, in the fleeting moment of freedom, freed slaves had created societies of communal land ownership and grew subsistence crops. In Edisto, South Carolina, for example, an independent society of freedmen consisting of 5,440 people cultivating 3,230 acres of land grew 33% cotton, 54% corn, and the rest in garden vegetables. The land was owned cooperatively and the profits from the harvest were shared. 61 One South Carolina bureau agent called the freed people's land use contrary to the laws of nature and civilization as I understand them. He was appalled that they would be planting vegetables in the most productive cotton soil in the world. 62 Some blacks rejected growing cotton because it was a slave crop, permanently associated with the overseer, the driver, and the lash. 63. The Southern plantation economy could not function without cotton, and the cotton machine could not hum as it had before the war without exploiting black labor. A South Carolina planter said the Negro is the proper, legitimate, and divinely ordained laborer of the South, who has become wild in the exuberance of his freedom, and will be trained to work as a free man. He cannot be permitted to become what he is in St. Domingo, Haiti. 64. Denying blacks land ownership took care of the threat of subsistence farming, but black labor also had to be induced back to the cotton plantations. The South worked quickly to turn freedom into a legal technicality as opposed to an experienced economic reality. The black codes and compulsory work contracts took care of that by mandating constant and unrelenting work and punishing resistors through vagrancy laws. 65 Work contracts forced blacks to stay on the plantation, and a contract breach, usually enforced through monetary damages, was punishable by violence, imprisonment, and loss of life. 66 So coercive was the system of enforced labor that freedmen were prohibited in many states from hunting or fishing, which prevented them even from exploiting natural resources for survival. 67 The criminal and legal system of the South was used to prevent the free movement of blacks in the market. Besides unrelenting cotton production, there were other forms of exploitation. The South's burgeoning mining economy needed cheap labor, and Southern entrepreneurs used the criminal justice system to re-enslave thousands of black men and work them, usually to death, in abhorrent labor camps. 68 Having relied on unpaid black labor for so long, Southern entrepreneurs designed a new system of convict leasing and continued to extract it. Blacks would be arrested under vagrancy violations, which could be used to arrest any free black man in the course of doing any activity at all except working for a white landlord. Once arrested, these men would have a speedy trial, and within an average of 72 hours after arrest, be sold to a Southern industrial mill to work in deplorable conditions for 12 hours a day mining coal or iron. Half of all labor prisoners died within the year they were arrested. Often, good laborers nearing the end of their term in the mines would be re-arrested while still convicts, found guilty of taking too much food or clothing that belonged to a mine owner, and re-enslaved in the mine. 69 Ostensibly, labor contracts were built on consent and free labor. But in reality, the black workers had no choice and could not, as Johnson had promised, determine their own employment and wages. Laws prohibited other employers from reaching out to blacks under contract and punished contract breach with physical violence. Wages were capped by law and by cabal between the employers. They were never much above subsistence, which further bound blacks to their employer. 70 Black economic freedom was simply anathema to the profitable maintenance of the cotton market. Freedmen wanted to control capital and have economic independence, but their former masters required them to work the fields. They could not be plantation labor if they had capital, which meant that they were prevented from accruing capital. Had they had land, they could not have been so easily conscripted back into cotton labor. Thus it was that in a few short years, most former slaves lived on the same plantations where they had been enslaved and went back to work, often with the same overseers, toiling the same hours on the same fields. James Baldwin called Reconstruction a bargain between the North and South to this effect: "We've liberated them from the land and delivered them to the bosses." 71. The only difference was that now blacks too were entangled in the cotton debt empire just as the plantation owners had been. The economic order had remained virtually unchanged, and so too the lives of the freedmen. 72. Moderate Northern Republicans began to pivot away from the fight for racial equality and began to see equal citizenship as an end goal to be attained by blacks gradually over time through increased education, work, and the accumulation of property. Republicans began losing elections because of their support for black rights. They shed the liability and shifted toward pushing for sound money, lower taxes, and free market capitalism. As they backed away from specific economic aid and land grants for blacks, Reconstruction collapsed. But even as reformers abandoned land and economic reform, they fought for civil rights for blacks in form if not in function. According to Du Bois, the Freedmen's Bureau died, and its child was the 15th Amendment. 73. However, because freedom was contained only in constitutional law and not experienced in the Southern economy, these rights were hollow and vulnerable. The legal right to participate in democracy could not overcome the legal prohibition against engaging in the free market or the gaping gap in wealth. 74. As Martin Luther King Jr. echoed a century later, the Emancipation Proclamation freed the slave, a legal entity, but it failed to free the Negro, a person. 75. This pattern would be repeated. This was just the first of several pivotal points in U.S. history when government reformers would choose to grant political rights instead of achieving real justice by addressing economic inequality. Indeed, it would happen to Dr. King's own movement a century later. Instead of land, freed slaves got rights that they could not use due to their economic and political status at the bottom rung of society. They also got a savings bank, which was another form of diversion that would be repeated in the next century. In fact, the most tangible and long-lasting, but historically overlooked aspects of the Freedmen's Bureau was the bank it created. Even President Johnson, who voted to repeal the Freedmen's Bureau and opposed every aid measure directed at blacks, including schools and job training, left the bank alone and never uttered a word of protest over it. 76. The Freedmen's Savings and Trust Company, also known as the Freedmen's Savings Bank, was the first and only savings bank created by the federal government. Blacks had not asked for the bank, but land grants having been foreclosed by violence and Southern retrenchment, the bank was a stand-in. The reformers promised the black community that the bank was the preferred and proper means by which they would achieve land ownership on their own. 77. The bank's founder, John Alvord, said that the freedmen have a passion for land, and the bank would provide the way. Their notion of having land given to them by government is passing away, and we hear them saying, "We will work and save and buy for ourselves." 78. Saving their wages in the bank was offered not only as the only way to buy land, but as the respectable and proper way of doing so. Frederick Douglass celebrated the bank, stating that the mission of the Freedmen's Bank is to show our people the road to a share of the wealth and well-being of the world. 79. What the bank eventually did, according to Du Bois, was not only ruin thousands of colored men, but taught to thousands more a lesson of distrust which it will take them years to unlearn. 80. The genesis of the bank was in small military banks created during the Civil War to hold black soldiers' wages. In Massachusetts, state authorities developed an allotment system already in use for white soldiers to place black soldiers' funds into an account to be distributed to family members. In 1864, General N.P. Banks established the first bank for black soldiers in New Orleans, called the Free Labor Bank. One regiment, called the Rost Host Colony, deposited around $20,000 into the bank. Soon after, other military banks for blacks opened. These banks, located in New Orleans, South Carolina, and Virginia, were among the first banks organized for blacks, and were immediately trusted by their depositors because of their alliance with the military. 81. After the war, there was about $200,000 of unclaimed funds in these banks, deposits from black soldiers who had died during the war. John W. Alvord, an abolitionist minister and army chaplain, encouraged Congress to use these funds to incorporate a bank for freed blacks in conjunction with the Freedmen's Bureau. 82. The Freedmen's Savings Bank and Trust Company was approved by Congress and signed into law by President Lincoln on March 3, 1865, the same day the Freedmen's Bureau was created. The bill passed without opposition and was championed by reformers like Sumner and Alvord, neither of whom had any experience with finance or banking. With the exception of the First and Second Banks of the United States, which were no longer in operation by 1865, the Freedmen's Bank was the only bank ever to have been chartered by Congress. "This bank is just what the freedmen need," said President Lincoln when he signed the Act. 83 pamphlets promoted the bank as Abraham Lincoln's gift to the colored people. He gave emancipation, and then the savings bank. 84. The bank was based on a popular new philanthropic banking model, savings banks for the poor, that had recently proliferated in the Northeast. These banks differed from commercial banks of the time because commercial banks made loans and speculative investments. The purpose of a savings bank was to hold money instead of growing it through lending. The charter of the Freedmen's Bank was almost a copy of New York City's savings bank charter. These banks were usually charitable institutions meant to teach working men the lessons of thrift, industry, and care for the future. Congress described it as a teaching institution to instruct freed slaves about American values, or to instill into the minds of the untutored Africans lessons of sobriety, wisdom, and economy, values that were integral to the economic and industrial development of a people. 85. Though a savings bank was useful in that it would ostensibly keep money secure until the freedmen had saved enough to buy property, the bank would do nothing to grow the wealth in the community. The Freedmen's Bank was not a lending institution. The deposits were to be invested in safe government securities. The bank was a magnificently constructed, highly regarded, and heavily advertised piggy bank. The bank appeared to be backed by the full faith and credit of the federal government, and indeed, many freed slaves were induced to believe that the bank was a government institution or that at least the government was responsible for their funds. 86. Massachusetts Senator Henry Wilson bragged that the depositors' money was just as safe there as if it were in the Treasury of the United States. 87. Having been created the same day as the Freedmen's Bureau, it seemed obvious that the bank would be backed by the government. A U.S. Senate hearing described the federal imprimatur as follows: the passbook issued to the depositors in the Freedmen's Bank bore on its cover the likeness of President Lincoln, General Grant, also General Howard, and others whom the freedmen had learned to revere as the special benefactors of their race. The flag of the United States was draped over the buildings, and designed to assure them that the United States would protect their interest. 88. How else could a bank run by whites convince newly freed blacks to trust them with their hard-earned savings? The bank was also seen as trustworthy because of its prominent white leaders. John W. Alvord, the superintendent of the Freedmen's Bureau Department of Education, was the driving force behind the bank's creation and became an original trustee. Alvord convinced Congress to create a board of trustees with 50 prominent citizens, including William A. Booth, Peter Cooper, John Murray Forbes, George Whipple, Thomas Webster, and John Jay. Many of these trustees lent their reputation to the bank, but were never involved in managing the bank. 89. The charter of the bank also made clear that its purpose was to safeguard deposits and invest them in low-risk treasury notes and other U.S. securities. 90. The bank's charter stated that the general business and object of the corporation hereby created shall be to receive on deposit such sums of money as may from time to time be offered, therefore by or on behalf of persons heretofore held in slavery in the United States or their descendants, and to invest the same in stocks, bonds, treasury notes, and other securities of the United States. 91. However, Section 6 of the Charter provided a small opening for future changes by stating that a third of the deposits, called available funds, could be invested anywhere. The section was vague and open to abuse, and perhaps because of its benevolent mission, the trustees were vested with broad discretionary powers with little oversight. 92. The response to the bank was remarkable. Within 10 years, it handled more than $75 million of deposits made by more than 75,000 depositors, an amount that would be approximately $1.5 billion today. 93. This number is even more impressive considering the poverty that pervaded the black community. It was immediately apparent that blacks not only trusted the institution, but also had faith in the promise that small savings would lead to land ownership. 94. Most of these deposits were being saved to buy land and other productive goods such as tools or agricultural supplies. In the South, bank deposits were usually made by young men trying to save for land. 95. Freedmen were using the savings bank in the way that they had been told to use it to climb up the economic ladder, turning wages into land ownership. Bank managers declared that the deposits were irrefutable evidence of the colored man's ability and intention not only to care for himself, but also to provide for the necessities of the future. 96. The average account was less than $50, and parents opened accounts for their children of just a few pennies. 97. Recently freed slaves, entire regiments of Army veterans, black mutual aid societies, black churches, and some black entrepreneurs all opened accounts. Because the bank appeared to be a benevolent gift from President Lincoln, was connected to the federal government, and was run by the country's most prominent citizens, but also because the bank promised safekeeping and growing wealth, the freed slaves trusted the bank and deposited their money. 98 It was a fagade. Most of the philanthropists who accepted their nominations immediately distanced themselves from the bank's management, leaving a small minority of the acting trustees in control. 99 The bank started its operations as a simple savings bank, and in 1865, the first year of operation, the bank opened 11 branches across the southeast. The headquarters were on Wall Street, but from 1865 to 1867, the deposits sat idle in the bank and paid very little interest. 100 The trustees decided to move its headquarters from New York City to an affluent neighborhood in Washington, D.C., in 1867. The personnel turned over with the move. Alvord asked Henry Cook to become the new finance chairman because of the prestige of his brother, J. Cook's investment bank, the first national bank in Washington. Henry did not have Jay's business talent, but knew more about banking than Alvord and the other reformers. J. Cook was a friend of Treasury Secretary Salmon Chase and had made a fortune selling war bonds, but Henry was a careless spendthrift. The change from safe banking to speculation was slow and imperceptible, and most of the depositors and trustees were never aware that the bank had changed. But slowly and surely, the piggy bank was raided. Flush with depositor funds, the bank quickly became a large private investment bank. Henry began to hold meetings at First National Bank, and the Freedmen's Bank deposits were used to finance First National Bank's speculation. 101 The whole point of banking is to collect money and to put it into productive use through lending. Yet the Freedmen's Bank was purposefully set up as a savings bank, a teaching institution, rooted in a paternalistic and condescending mission of instructing blacks in the ways of thrift and capitalism. But the bank left out the most important part of capitalism, the part where capital is able to grow and multiply through credit. By not lending to depositors, the Freedmen's Bank was counterfeit capitalism from its inception. It created a stagnant pool of money instead of a turbine like the one Alexander Hamilton had described. So much capital sitting idle was too much of a temptation for any banker to resist, especially one with loose morals and a speculative venture in need of funds like Henry Cook. The bank changed from a savings bank into a highly leveraged investment bank. In fact, Henry Cook was using the funds to invest in the riskiest of all investments, railroad finance. As war bonds were no longer profitable, J. Cook turned toward financing the railroad, and in 1869 the Cooks used the Freedmen's Bank's deposits to bet on the railroad's westward expansion. Without their knowledge or consent, the Freedmen's deposits were being used to finance what was essentially the first post-war asset bubble. Meanwhile, the well-meaning Freedmen's Bureau and bank officials were providing financial education to freedmen on the importance of thrift and of avoiding all gambling and speculation. Indeed, John Alvord, who was by all accounts clueless about Cook's speculation, chided freedmen for wasting money on lottery tickets and warned them of the terrible habit of gambling with their money. 102 So successful were the returns on speculation after 1867 that the bank initiated a propaganda campaign to draw out more deposits. In 1868 the bank published its own monthly newspaper called the National Savings Bank, which it circulated to the freedmen. The advertisements were all about land. The man who saved would buy his piece of land and become a thriving farmer. Let every man strive to become the owner of land, ever so small, attract even. The bank promised that land would mean being your own master and providing for your family. 103 The advertisements also promised that there is no speculation and no risk in this bank. 104 By 1871, the bank was operating 35 branches, spanning the entire Southeast. 105 32 of the branches were in southern states, though the biggest branches and the bank's management were in New York and Washington. 106 Henry Cook used reserve funds to purchase the extravagant Washington, D.C., building, which cost the bank $260,000, about $4.5 million today. 107 The magnificence of the newly constructed headquarters was enough to convince even the most cautious depositors of the banks. Stability and its manager's acumen. The building sat on the corner of Pennsylvania Avenue and Madison Place, and its graceful adornments were meant to reflect the future prosperity of the race. 108. Though there was no federal oversight of banks during this time, with such supervision left to state banking regulators, this bank was chartered by Congress, and was officially under its auspices. But Congress was not a bank regulator, so it left the bank alone. The bank's managers lobbied Congress to amend and deregulate its charter, which it did on May 6, 1870. Alvord, still believing that the bank was being run in the interests of freedmen, joined Henry Cook in asking Congress to deregulate the bank so that they could use the money to buy more railroad bonds. Sumner, also unaware of what this meant, backed the charter revision, and Congress granted the change without much protest. There was one voice of dissent: Lincoln's former Secretary of War Simon Cameron. Though he was an especially corrupt politician in an era of stiff competition, according to Jonathan Levy, he had a significant background in banking and knew what Cook was up to. He objected to the charter amendment on the grounds that it was immoral to speculate with the savings of freedmen. 109 The charter revision passed and the Freedmen's Bank turned into an investment bank. This amendment lifted the original restrictions on permissible investments and authorized the trustees to invest deposits to the extent of 1/2 in bonds or notes, secured by mortgages on real estate in double the value of the loan. 110. Even with the expanded charter, there was no enforcement of this rule, and bank cashiers did a notoriously poor job organizing and maintaining the bank's books. 111 The bank managers began speculating in real estate, and then, quite simply, a close ring of managers with unfettered discretion plundered the savings of the freedmen. 112 There were no black managers in this inner circle, even though virtually all of the bank's depositors were black, though the bank's management did use black tellers as a front in certain speculations. For example, a black cashier named Daddy Wilson was used often by the white management as a figurehead and a buffer in some of their speculative lending schemes. 113. Soon the self-dealing and fraud became endemic. 114 Bank managers formed a Washington cabal, later dubbed the Freedmen's Bureau Ring, who used their connection to the bank to extract favorable loans. 115 By 1871, there was hardly an officer who was not connected with some outside interest that borrowed from the bank. 116 As one white observer explained, the white managers, entrusted with guarding the meager savings of the freed slaves, looted the bank. 117. First National Bank even moved the worst of its liabilities onto the Freedmen's Bank's books and used the bank's deposits to purchase worthless paper. J. Cook was using the Freedmen's Bank's deposits to finance a losing venture. As the railroad's losses mounted, Cook & Co. bled the freedmen for more deposits through increased advertisements. Again, they used land as bait. 118. These vulnerabilities evaded detection by bank trustees, either because they were ignorant of the bank's actual condition or because they did not care about its fate. 119 The scheme began to unravel following the Panic of 1873, when railroad investments failed. The bank experienced several runs at the height of the panic. The panic would not have affected the bank if it had been a savings bank. But by 1866, the business of the bank had become, according to one observer, reckless speculation, overcapitalization, stock manipulation, intrigue, and bribery, and downright plundering. 120 Cook's speculation on his brother's venture led to a loss of $2 million in deposits in 18 months. 121. In a last-ditch effort to save the bank, the trustees appointed Frederick Douglass as bank president in March of 1874. Douglass did not ask to be nominated, and the bank board knew that Douglass had no experience in banking, but they felt that his reputation and popularity would restore confidence to fleeing depositors. 122 Once in office, Douglass set out to determine the bank's viability. 123 Based solely on the bank's books and representations from managers, the bank appeared to be well situated to survive the panic. This perceived stability motivated Douglass to lend the bank $10,000 of his own money to cover the bank's illiquid assets. 124 Rather than validating his confidence, however, this loan tipped Douglass off that something was awry. Douglas quickly discovered that the bank was full of dead men's bones, rottenness, and corruption. 125. As soon as Douglas realized that the bank was headed towards certain failure, he imposed drastic spending cuts to limit depositors' losses. He then relayed this information to Congress, underscoring the bank's insolvency and declaring that he could no longer ask his people to deposit their money in it. 126. Despite the other trustees' attempts to convince Congress otherwise, Congress sided with Douglas, and on June 20, 1874, Congress amended the charter to authorize the trustees to end operations. Within a few weeks' time, the bank's doors were shut for good on June 29, 1874, leaving 61,131 depositors without access to nearly $3 million in deposits. 127 More than half of accumulated black wealth disappeared through the mismanagement of the Freedmen's Savings Bank. 128. And what is most lamentable, noted prominent banker Arnett Lindsay decades later, is the fact that only a few of those who embezzled and defrauded the one-time liquid assets of this bank were ever prosecuted. 129. It proved difficult to secure any convictions for wrongdoing in court. Congress did appoint a commission, led by John A. J. Cresswell, to look into the failure and to attempt to recover as much of the deposits as possible. In 1880, Henry Cook testified about the bank's failure and said that the bank's depositors were victims of a widespread, universal, sweeping financial disaster. 130. In other words, it was the market's fault, not his. The misdeeds of the bank's management never came to light. Perhaps because the bank was identified with the endeavors of the newly freed Negro, wrote historians Kinzer and Sagarin. Anyone who dared to raise a cry against the mismanagement was charged with being anti-Negro, inasmuch as the enemies of the Negro were not interested in the bank, and the friends were effectively silenced with the anti-Negro charge. There was no exposure of the condition of the bank. 131. The belief that the failures of black institutions could not be accurately studied because of the sensitivity of the race issue, whether accurate or not, would be a recurring theme through history. Because the bank had represented much more than just a place to store money, its failure cost the black population more than just their deposits. It cost them trust in the federal government, which ultimately bore responsibility for the bank's misdeeds. 132 Many blacks were convinced that they had been deliberately swindled by the United States government. 133. Not only did blacks lose confidence in the United States government, they lost faith in banks in general. A prominent black banker in the 1920s said of the Freedmen's Bank, "This attempt at a bank had been so monstrous and so widespread that few, if any, private groups attempted an organization from 1864 to 1874. More than a decade passed after the closing of this bank before confidence was even partly restored. 134. For many black leaders, the trauma lasted much longer. The bank caused financial ruin for many blacks who had been diligently saving their money to purchase a home, and those that were not ruined internalized a warning about banking. In summarizing a report on the state of black banking in the United States 50 years after the failure, Arnett Lindsay wrote that one conclusion he drew from the history of black efforts at banking was that the so-called governmental aid which was given in establishing the Freedmen's Bank proved to be an almost insurmountable obstacle for the Negroes who later attempted to organize banks of their own. 135. This is because a solid banking system is built on trust and the rule of law, and the Freedmen's Bank violated both of those pillars. In fact, even into the 1970s, commenters acknowledged that the black banking industry had yet to shake the unfortunate image created by this colossal failure. 136. W.E.B. Du Bois went so far as to claim that not even 10 additional years of slavery could have done so much to throttle the thrift of the freedmen as the mismanagement and bankruptcy of the series of savings banks chartered by the nation for their special aid. 137. If the government and the philanthropists' purpose was to teach the freed slaves thrift and responsibility, the lesson they actually learned was to distrust the government and philanthropists. Though the bank's failure sowed distrust of banking, some black leaders also claimed that the bank planted the seeds for a century of obsession with establishing successful black banking. Although few blacks were part of the management of the bank, many had become employed as clerks, tellers, and bookkeepers in the bank's many branches. Economist Abram Harris claims that this training built up a nucleus of business talent which in less than a decade and a half after the failure of the Freedmen's Bank asserted its leadership in the organization of fraternal insurance societies and banks owned and managed by Negroes. 138. Dubois noted a different reason the bank led blacks into private banking. Of all disgraceful swindles perpetrated on a struggling people, the Freedmen's Bank was among the worst, and the Negro did well not to wait for justice, but went to banking himself as soon as his ignorance and poverty allowed. 139. That the bank was the only tangible outcome of the Freedmen's Bureau made banking a focal point of black progress, or, as E. Franklin Frazier put it, it implanted bourgeois ideals in the freed slaves. Frazier claimed that the Freedmen's Bank's heavy propaganda campaign sparked the black community's obsession with banking. Pamphlets and booklets containing pictures, poems, and stories taught blacks that thrift would lead to wealth. 140. This was not all. The bank offered the freed slaves a feeling of racial pride and dignity. Years later, Frederick Douglass recounted his overwhelming wonder upon seeing the black bank employees at the Washington office. In passing it on the street, I often peeped into its spacious windows, and looked down the row of its gentlemanly and elegantly dressed colored clerks, with their pens behind their ears and buttonhole bouquets in their coat fronts, and felt my very eyes enriched. It was a sight I had never expected to see. I was amazed with the facility with which they counted the money. They threw off the thousands with the dexterity, if not the accuracy of old-fashioned clerks. The whole thing was beautiful. I had read of this bank when I lived in Rochester, and had indeed been solicited to become one of its trustees, and had reluctantly consented to do so, but when I came to Washington and saw its magnificent brownstone front, its towering height, its perfect appointments and the fine display it made in the transaction of its business, I felt like the Queen of Sheba when she saw the riches of Solomon, that the half had not been told me. 141. Indeed, it was a sight that Douglass, born into slavery, must have viewed as a miracle of progress. Douglass remembered one morning when he found himself seated in a comfortable armchair, with gold spectacles on his nose, and heard himself referred to as president of the Freedmen's Bank. It made him reflect on the contrast between Frederick the slave boy, running about at his master's home with only a tow linen shirt to cover him, and Frederick president of a bank counting its assets by the millions. 142. For the new bank president and the depositors, the bank held a promise of the independence, respect, and power that was not yet within their grasp. Such was the allure of counterfeit capitalism. It had such a convincing semblance to the real thing that it was able to conceal the fact that blacks were still being consumed by capitalism as opposed to fully participating in capital production. The reality of Reconstruction was that the Southern plantation economy still exploited black labor, and through the Freedmen's Bank, the Northern capitalist economy also exploited black capital. The bank was an effective decoy, but blacks were not in control of their economic destiny. The credit arrangements of the South also had the veneer of self-determination and freedom, but this turned out to be yet another form of bondage. Without wealth or land, the majority of black Southerners turned toward sharecropping arrangement to make a living. 143 Legally, the sharecroppers were freedmen and the white plantation owners were their landlords. In reality, the arrangement was fraught with many of the tensions and inequalities of their former relationship. The strong economic chain between master and slave had not been broken by the stroke of Lincoln's pen, said an observer at the turn of the century. 144 Physical bondage was replaced by debt bondage. Sharecroppers paid for the land, supplies, and tools using credit, and they paid back their debts with their crop yields, typically with nothing left to spare. Usually the landlord did the calculations himself, and the illiterate debtor would have to trust that he had made no surplus year after year. 145 Each plantation became its own system of banking and debt collection as blacks lost access to the democratically accountable justice systems of the state. Moses Burge, whose father was a sharecropper in Georgia, explained, "We went barefooted. My feet been frostbitten lots of times. My dad couldn't afford to buy no shoes. He'd get in debt and he'd figure every year he going to get out. Then they'd tell you, you bought so and so. They get through figuring it up, you lacking $100 of coming clear. What the hell could you do? You living on his place, you couldn't walk off 146. Nor could he dispute the debt for fear of violence or worse. W.E.B. Du Bois, who conducted extensive interviews and data collection on sharecropping arrangements, called it a system of peonage that kept blacks in debt virtually from cradle to grave. 147. Sharecroppers paid exorbitant interest for their supplies, and all wages or payments were in the form of store credit to be redeemed at the local store, where money rarely changed hands and account keeping was loose. These merchants were a curious institution, part banker, part landlord, or part banker, and part despot. 148. Even black landowners were at the mercy of their creditors, on whom they relied for their supplies. Any unwelcomed behavior, like voting Republican or speaking out in any way, could imperil one's access to a loan. 149. High debt made sharecroppers plant more cotton, which was the only crop they could sell for money to pay down their debt, which meant that they had less land and resources to grow crops that could feed their families. The cotton traders could not have been happier with the outcome. 150. Not only did the United States retain its position as the world's top cotton exporter, but the new system produced even more cotton than before the war. 151. But for sharecroppers, the credit cycle ensured both perpetual debt and perpetual poverty and a singular focus on cotton production. 152. To be sure, white yeoman farmers were also sucked into the cotton/debt cycle. The hardships caused by cotton and debt almost erupted into a revolution during the Depression of the 1880s and 1890s. The downturn stirred the simmering angst relentless debt had created and almost upset the hard-won economic and social ordering of the South once again. Indeed, for a moment, a window opened where it seemed possible that poor whites and blacks would join together to overthrow the cotton oligarchy. Southern historian William Garrett Brown called the upheaval a revolution, explaining, "I would use a stronger term if there were one, for no other political movement, not that of 1776, nor that of 1860-1861, ever altered Southern life so profoundly." 153. The Southern populists led the political revolution. They railed against credit shortages, debt peonage, and powerful Northern bankers and industrialists whose tight monetary policies they blamed for the South's poverty. They demanded looser credit through expansion of the money supply. Specifically, they rejected the gold standard, which they believed favored Northeast bankers and constricted credit flow to the farmers of the South and West. Williams Jennings Bryan most famously articulated their cause in 1896, telling bankers that they could not crucify humanity, or Southern farmers, on their cross of gold. 154. A variety of populist coalitions including the Grangers, the Farmers' Alliance, the Knights of Labor, the Free Silverites, and Greenbackers demanded silver currency, labor reform, breaking up of banking monopolies, in short, an end to their debt trap. 155. On a smaller scale, these groups joined together to form small cooperative banks like credit unions and building and loans. These people's banks sought to counter the power of big Wall Street and London banks with local control by small farmers. In the American South and West, populism was about credit, or the lack thereof. 156. Poor black and white farmers were natural allies in this fight, and the Populist Party in the South attempted to forge this alliance. "They are in the ditch just like we are," said a Texas populist leader. 157. Thomas Watson, leader of the Southern Populist Party, explained that white supremacy was a deception that blinded the poor and pitted them against each other in order to perpetuate a monetary system which beggars you both. The populists urged colored tenants to stand with white tenants and promised that the People's Party would wipe out the color line and put every man on his citizenship irrespective of color. 158. The populists went further than all the other parties, including the Republican Party, with respect to racial equality. "I am in favor of giving the colored man full representation," said the president of the Populist Convention in Texas. "He is a citizen just as much as we are, and the party that acts on that fact will gain the colored vote of the South." 159. In the 1890s, the Knights of Labor attempted to build the first biracial populist organization, claiming that 15% of their 600,000 members were black. 160 Frederick Douglass had suggested just such an alliance between yeomen and freedmen in 1866, a party among the poor. 161. Just as the Reconstruction reformers had failed to break the cotton oligarchy and achieve black equality, so too did the populists. They failed because the established political parties of the North and South had already understood that sowing animosity between poor whites and poor blacks was the easiest way to maintain the status quo and to reject the costly and disruptive demands of a coalition of the poor. In the end, a racial hierarchy was preferable to class revolt. Once again, the revolution was stifled by violence. Public lynching, cross burnings, and the Klan vented rage and resentment at the black underclass. The war-ravaged and economically depressed South created a breeding ground ripe for racial hostility. If aggression is the result of frustration, said historian C. Van Woodward, then the South toward the end of the 1890s was the perfect cultural seedbed for aggression against the minority race. Economic, political, and social frustrations had pyramided to a climax of social tensions. 162. Southern planters and Northern industrialists joined forces in maintaining a racial hierarchy that benefited both by preserving the status quo. Northern liberals left the divisive Negro issue alone and even enabled the South's racial hierarchy for the sake of peace and unity. The most powerful and effective formula for redeeming the South was the magical formula of white supremacy, which the South used unapologetically. 163 Judges, politicians, and newspapers all obliged preferring to save the Union that survived the Civil War by sacrificing the rights of blacks. It became common during the 1890s to hear Northern liberals profess the strength of the Union and accept the South's need to keep black labor under the fist of the state. 164. In order to maintain absolute control of the levers of state power and enforce a permanent racial hierarchy, Southerners worked tirelessly to keep blacks from the polls. Having to contend with the 15th Amendment, innovative Southern politicians created literacy tests, property ownership requirements, and poll taxes, making sure to create loopholes for poor whites through grandfathering clauses. 165 Disenfranchisement was swift and total. Slowly and then suddenly, all the rights written into the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments were nullified by Southern legislatures, courts, and the paramilitary-style violence of the Klan. 166. Economic and political necessity required the continued exploitation and disenfranchisement of blacks. Although white supremacy accrued justifications based on religious texts, or on moral and ethical grounds, its true intent was economic subjugation. 167 As Hannah Arendt observed, the tremendous power of persuasion inherent in the ideology of race thinking is not accidental. Persuasion is not possible without appeal to either experiences or desires, in other words to immediate political needs. She called race thinking a political weapon, and so it was in the South. 168. The inhuman institution of slavery required the dehumanization of black slaves, and so too did the South's post-Reconstruction economy. U.S. Congressman David A. Dearmond of Missouri described blacks as almost too ignorant to eat, scarcely wise enough to breathe, mere existing human machines. 169. Senator James K. Vardaman of Mississippi, justifying the disenfranchisement of the black vote, explained, "I am just as much opposed to Booker Washington as a voter, with all his Anglo-Saxon reinforcements, as I am to the coconut-headed, chocolate-colored, typical little coon, Andy Dotson, who blacks my shoes every morning. Neither is fit to exercise the supreme function of citizenship." 170. Senator Benjamin Tillman of South Carolina bragged in a public lecture that he did not know how many black men he had killed himself, and even advocated the extermination of the 30,000 blacks in his state. 171. The South was not alone in enforcing the racial and economic order. The U.S. Supreme Court also fell in line, though instead of inflammatory language, they used sophisticated constitutional interpretation to deprive blacks of their rights. In 1883, the Supreme Court declared the Civil Rights Act of 1875 a law that would have fined businesses for racial discrimination unconstitutional. The court held that the law was an infringement on freedom and was unnecessary since slavery had already been over for 20 years. It was time for blacks to stand on their own 2 feet without the help of the state. Justice Joseph Bradley wrote in the majority opinion, "When a man has emerged from slavery, and, by the aid of beneficent legislation, has shaken off the inseparable concomitants of that state, there must be some stage in the progress of his elevation when he takes the rank of a mere citizen and ceases to be the special favorite of the laws, and when his rights as a citizen or a man are to be protected in the ordinary modes by which other men's rights are protected." 172. Since 2,000 blacks would be lynched over the next several years for alleged crimes without any due process, it was premature to declare that their rights were being protected by ordinary modes of justice. 173. In a series of decisions between 1873 and 1898, including the slaughterhouse cases, United States v. Reese, and United States v. Cruikshank, the Supreme Court weakened the rights of black citizens and their ability to contest racism. The Supreme Court was not just reconciling the North and the South, but navigating federal and state tensions that had simmered to a boiling point during the Civil War. Each of these cases gave states power over the treatment of their citizens and weakened federal oversight. In 1,890 cases, Louisville, New Orleans, and Texas Railroad v. Mississippi, the court ruled that states were permitted to segregate their carriers. 174. In Williams v. Mississippi, the court cleared the way for southern states to disenfranchise black voters. And then in 1896, Plessy v. Ferguson dealt the most devastating and long-lasting blow by blessing the doctrine of separate but equal, which legitimatized Jim Crow laws and segregation for half a century. 175. By the time the Supreme Court was finished, the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment was deprived of all meaning. In fact, for the next century, it came up more to defend corporations against state overreach than it did black men and women against the hostile arm of the state. These cases moved the law toward protection of property as the primary objective as opposed to protection of blacks from violence. 176. According to one historian, by 1900, the slave law of the South may have been dead, but it ruled us from its grave. 177. Jim Crow laws, virtually absent during Reconstruction, now proliferated and governed all social interaction between the races. Doors and walls were painted with white-only signs and different entrances were created at public venues, work sites, and common spaces. A typical code was the South Carolina law that prohibited textile workers from working in the same room or using the same entrances, exits, pay windows, doorways, stairways, or windows at the same time as black workers. White bathrooms, drinking fountains, glasses, and buckets were not to be used by blacks at any time. 178. These laws, both written and unwritten, effectively cut blacks out of public life. Jim Crow was the dead and heavy hand of slavery pushing down a new generation of blacks born free. It was the defining feature of Southern life after Reconstruction, and each citizen was implicated in its enforcement. 179. Once the Supreme Court deprived blacks of their rights to due process, Southern courts and police became tools of oppression and the maintenance of the new social and economic order. The legislatures made Jim Crow the rule of law, police enforced it, and courts punished violators. Blacks lived in a police state in the South with the tacit approval of the Supreme Court. 180. Added to that were the constant, random, and vicious acts of terrorism, the Southern trees that began to bear strange fruit, blood on the leaves and blood at the root. 181. All of which was condoned, enforced, and perpetuated by state power. Capitalism without capital. Most were not so lucky. The Great Depression brog. Civil rights dreams, economic nightmares. Nixon asks Secretary of Commerce Maurice Stans, A. The free market confronts black poverty. The color of money matters. Epilogue. Chapter 3. The Rise of Black Banking. 49. The Presidential Nominating Conventions, Congr. 99. Ibid. Wealth, of Black versus White Families, 1, 249, 34. Capitalism without capital. Because race was used as a political weapon to marginalize and exploit blacks, race also created a vibrant community. As modern writer Ta-Nehisi Coates put it, they made us into a race. We made ourselves into a people one. Blocked from the political process by law and violence, black communities formed their own institutions. There were charities to care for the poor and insurance funds to protect against risk. There were fraternal societies for social and cultural events and travel agencies that facilitated excursions to celebrate a variety of black holidays and celebrations such as Juneteenth and Freedom Day. All of these institutions were created because Jim Crow pushed blacks out of white society, but they all became focal points of racial pride and solidarity. Point 2. Post-Reconstruction, the first wave of black institutions were mutual aid societies or fraternal societies, which provided a variety of essential services. Churches were usually the central pillars that hosted an array of ancillary social and economic institutions. Point 3. By the turn of the century, practically every black church was linked with at least one or more benevolent societies. In the 1880s, churches began creating insurance-like funds, but their administration was unsophisticated. They were not based on actuarial models that took account of risk probabilities. They often took on people who were sick and elderly and did not charge enough in premiums to stay solvent. These early insurance funds looked more like charities than businesses, and most quickly ran out of funds. Point 4. By the turn of the century, however, these funds separated from the church and became more sophisticated and profitable. Point 5. The early black banks grew to support these insurance funds and the other functions of the mutual aid society. They were usually structured as savings banks, used primarily to safeguard the church's or the society's accounts. However, there were a few that were more ambitious and began to engage in fairly limited commercial lending. The most advanced black financial organizations after the Civil War were in the former capital of the Confederacy, Richmond, Virginia. The Grand United Order of True Reformers was the first organization to offer a formal insurance policy. In 1888, the True Reformers Bank became the first of the fraternal banks to obtain a formal state banking charter. Point 6. The founding of the True Reformers Bank exemplifies the climate in which these institutions were founded and the problems they were created to address. The bank founders explained that before their bank, when the mutual aid society had a large sum of money collected from new members, it was usually deposited with a white store owner. But this shopkeeper could not be trusted and was reportedly envious, bitter, and jealous of the progress made by the Negroes of this town. When a white mob lynched a black man, this shopkeeper informed the white people of the large amount of money entrusted to his care and of the danger of allowing Negroes to organize in that community. The order decided they needed to create their own bank, stating, "If we had a bank of our own, the white people would not have any information about our activities." 7. All of the order's funds were deposited in its bank, and it operated conservatively. 5 years after its founding, it was among only a few banks in Richmond able to pay out each of its depositors during the Panic of 1893, a feat that was celebrated across the black community as a source of pride. A black commentator wrote of the bank's survival, "Amid the crash of banks, the hush of manufacturers' hammers, their wheels, cogs, and belts, your savings bank moves gloriously on, while none dare molest her or make her afraid. She has paid every check presented to her, while others have dropped their heads, drooped their wings and failed, having their very life choked out of them." The Richmond Times confirmed the bank's success through the Panic. The savings bank, grand fountain of true reformers, the only colored banking institution in the city, has made a record during the recent financial difficulties. It is the only bank which honored all checks and did not stop paying full value in the currency. For this and its longevity, the bank was dubbed the Gibraltar of Negro business. 8. Still, not even the Gibraltar could survive an expansion into full-scale commercial lending. After the 1893 Panic, the bank began offering loans to community leaders and to finance the order's own ventures, which included real estate, a home for the elderly, a chain of grocery stores, and other commercial ventures. After several of these businesses suffered heavy losses, the bank folded in 1910.9. There were certain advantages to these affiliated banks, or banks that worked in support of a church or fraternal society. These banks had a steady and reliable source of deposits coming from the monthly fees members paid to the societies. This relationship and the conservative use of these deposits made these banks the most durable of the black banks during a turbulent era for banking. However, these banks also faced specific challenges. When they began to offer loans, there was often a dangerous conflict of interest. Successful banking relies on good underwriting, or the ability to choose between a profitable loan and a losing loan, or a credit-worthy borrower and one who is likely to default. This is not an exact science, and banks are often famously wrong, but this sorting of borrowers is a bedrock of sound banking. Because these affiliated banks were created to serve the needs of a society, church, or community, they often made loan decisions based on factors having less to do with good underwriting and more to do with community need or pressure from well-intentioned leaders or clergy, who were often unaware of bank operations. Because these banks were usually part of a religious organization, their operations were also infused with religious meaning, which complicated their lending decisions. Customers of these banks expected to receive services and terms, according to one black banker, on the basis of friendship rather than according to strict up-to-date business methods. In describing the failure of the Wage Earners Savings Bank, established in 1900 in Savannah, Georgia, black banker Arnett Lindsay observed that the bank's failure was quickened by the inability of the bank to collect many of the commercial loans which were not made on the sound financial condition of businesses requesting credit but on friendship. Lindsay added that a large number of Negro business enterprises have been developed because they have had the support of churches and lodges, so that patrons of these organizations would often expect special treatment because of their long connections with fraternal and religious establishments. And banks that did not provide favorable treatment to members of an affiliated group would lose their support and invite their antagonism. 10. The affiliation between the black bank and the black church was therefore a double-edged sword, bolstering support for the banks but raising expectations that these institutions would treat clients as friends and not as customers, or, even more unsettlingly, as debtors. This conflict was not limited to affiliated banks. Black bankers often complained that black customers expected black banks to give them more favorable deposit rates or lending terms than white institutions offered. 11 The touchy relationship between these banks and the communities they served was inevitable given the paradoxical pursuit of these banks. These banks represented uplift and progress, but they were businesses, which meant that there would always be a conflict between the black bankers' dual roles as lender and community leader. The other noteworthy fraternal society bank was Maggie Walker's Bank. Walker was the first black woman to own a bank and the second woman of any race to do so in the United States. 12 She was born in 1864 in Richmond, Virginia. Her mother was a former slave and her biological father was an Irish Confederate soldier. Maggie and her mother lived in abject poverty after Maggie's stepfather was murdered when she was young. Her mother made a living by washing laundry for the area's wealthy whites. Maggie was a brilliant student, and after she finished high school at age 19, she became a teacher, but was forced to quit when she married. It was illegal for married women to teach. 13. Maggie Walker was a member of the Order of St. Luke's Mutual Aid Society, which was in jeopardy due to a dwindling membership. She quickly got to work and turned the dying organization into a thriving one. Based on the needs she observed in her community, she established a newspaper, a printing press, an insurance company, and a college education fund. In 1903, she started St. Luke Penny Savings Bank with $9,400 collected from small deposits of the group MEM Bears. 14 She organized the bank as a cooperative and sold shares to the order's members, who became joint owners. She convinced the order's members that a savings bank could take their hard-earned nickels and turn them into dollars. She created little cardboard banks for the kids who came into her bank with their mothers and taught them how to save their money. Walker believed that these savings accounts would help her kin achieve self-sufficiency and equality. By running a safe bank, Walker was working for her community, race, and gender. God knows I love this race of mine, especially the women. She dedicated the bank to helping black women achieve financial independence. 15 The great all-absorbing interest, the thing which has driven sleep from my eyes and fatigue from my body, is the love I bear women, our Negro women, hemmed in, circumscribed with every imaginable obstacle in our way, blocked and held down by the fears and prejudices of the whites, ridiculed and sneered at by the intelligent blacks. 16. But Walker was not just an idealist, she was one of the most successful black bankers of her time. Her notoriety as a female bank executive only grew when she became the first black banker to be extended membership in the Virginia Bankers Association. She accepted the invitation and remarked, "I shall hope to conduct myself so as to reflect credit upon my race and people." 17. The governor of Virginia said of Walker in 1924, "If the state of Virginia had done no more, in 50 years, with the funds spent on the education of the Negroes than to educate Mrs. Walker, the state would have been amply repaid for its outlays and efforts." 18. By 1920, the bank had reportedly helped its customers buy 600 homes, a remarkable feat during a time when mortgage loans were rare. 19 During the Great Depression, Walker managed a merger that consolidated her bank with two other black-owned banks, saving all the banks in the process. Walker was appointed chairman of the board in 1931, but she died a few years later in 1934 at the age of 70 of diabetic gangrene. Maggie Walker's bank endured the Great Depression and 2 world wars, but it could not survive the 2008 financial crisis. 20. There was another cohort of black-owned banks formed between 1888 and 1900 that were not directly linked to fraternal societies or churches. Some of these pioneering private black banks, about 30 in total, attempted full-scale commercial lending, but most were short-lived and unsuccessful. "Pioneers under such conditions often become martyrs," said one black businessman. Many of these banks fell, just like their white counterparts, under the stress of the Panic of 1893. The first private black-owned bank was the Capital Savings Bank, which was organized in October 17, 1888, by a group of prominent black community members in Washington, D.C. 21 The former headquarters of the Freedmen's Bank, dubbed the Mecca of Negro finance and education, was a fitting home to the first black commercial bank. The bank survived the 1893 panic, but failed quickly after severe loan losses in 1904.22. This period marked the most turbulent time for the nation's banks, both white and black. Many banks lived short and rocky lives, and bank failure was the norm, with almost yearly bank panics between 1880 and the culminating banking catastrophe of the Great Depression. The average lifespan of a bank during this era was about 5 years. 23. In 1890, the Alabama Penny Savings and Loan Company was organized in Birmingham, Alabama. 24 The bank was founded by a schoolteacher and a Baptist clergyman with the help of 10,000 community members who deposited over $200,000 into the bank. The bank thrived in Birmingham as a commercial bank. Booker T. Washington visited the bank in 1900 and congratulated it for the excellent and far-reaching work that has been done in Birmingham and vicinity. 25 To Washington, this bank was an exemplar for the entire race. Few organizations of any description in this country among our people have helped us more, not only in cultivating the habit of saving, but in bringing to us the confidence and respect of the white race. 26 Washington believed wholeheartedly in black banking and said that it was black savers who would be the ones who are going to control the destinies of the country. 27 The bank lent money to Birmingham's black churches and professionals. In 1913, the bank helped construct a 6-story church building called the Pythian Temple, using the black-owned company Wyndham Construction. But in 1915, the overextended Penny Savings Bank failed due to a run. If their affiliations within the black community were a source of weakness for these banks, so was their lack of association with any of the white banks in the area. To survive a run, a bank can either find liquidity from another bank or sell off its loans to another bank in a fire sale so that it can meet depositor demands and live to open its doors another day. Both of these solutions proved very difficult in a Jim Crow economy, as seen in the case of the penny bank's failure. The bank first sought liquidity help through a short-term loan from a local bank, the Steiner brothers, but that larger bank chose instead to help another struggling white bank, the First National Bank. 28 This could have been due to racism or to the penny bank's weaker loan portfolio, possibly both. Safe banking would have required affiliations across racial lines, which proved difficult in the Jim Crow South. The segregated economy also prevented the other route to survival, selling off bank assets. Because their assets were long-term loans to black churches and based on black real estate, they were considered risky, and other banks were not willing to buy them. These loans were essentially frozen on their balance sheets and could not be sold in an emergency. This would be a recurring theme for black banking before the Great Depression and was a direct result of Jim Crow banking. When the bank closed, one of the bank's founders, N.B. Young Sr., observed, "It was an honest effort to establish a bank in the very heart of the South." 29. All its depositors lost their savings when the bank failed. One such depositor was A.G. Gaston, who would go on to open his own savings and loan in Alabama in 1957, the only black-owned bank in Birmingham after the penny bank's failure. 30 The shock and devastation of the 1915 failure was still alive in the community half a century later, and Gaston had to assure the community that their deposits were safe in his bank. For black communities living on so little, the loss of their savings was surely a devastating financial setback. To lose your money at the hands of a black institution that was an integral part of your core community created a stark dilemma for depositors and the bankers responsible for safeguarding their life savings. Hemmed in by the walls of Jim Crow, black communities had to create their own financial institutions, but the injustice of segregation that created these banks also made them weak. In other words, the same forces of racism and segregation that created black banks would continually work against their success. James Baldwin explained the dilemma with regard to black leadership, which he defined as a nicely refined torture of having been created and defeated by the same circumstances. Baldwin explained that black leaders were created by the American scene, which thereafter works against them at every point, and the best that they can hope for is ultimately to work themselves out of their jobs. 31. Yet several leaders emerged with national influence and far-reaching visions about how blacks would overcome their circumstance. The prominent black leaders of the early 20th century, Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois, urged contrasting paths toward progress, with Washington focusing on building a segregated black community and Du Bois demanding full integration and equal rights. Washington and Du Bois, however, were surprisingly in sync in their support for black banking as a critical feature of the economic roadmap through and out of a milieu of adverse conditions. Washington, a conservative Southerner who had been born into slavery, was labeled the Great Accommodator because he accepted segregation and black political disenfranchisement and stressed the significance of industrial education. 32 Washington gained national prominence after his 1895 Atlanta speech, later dubbed the Atlanta Compromise, in which he seemingly endorsed segregation, telling a majority white audience that in all things that are purely social we can be as separate as the fingers, yet one as the hand in all things essential to mutual progress. 33. Though Washington's most controversial stances were his political capitulation, or perhaps capture by the white elite, his forceful advocacy of black business has been less controversial. Black nationalists and radicals during the civil rights era adopted his stance toward a segregated economy even while denouncing him as an Uncle Tom. 34 Washington believed black business was a means of achieving prosperity from the ground up. 35 He promised that if they cultivated industry, thrift, intelligence, and property, blacks would eventually be accepted by white society. 36 Washington's program of building a segregated black business economy was exactly the agenda favored by the white Republican political establishment and Northern industrialists. Washington's critics even accused him of being a leader created by white industrialists because he delivered them a subdued population of industrious laborers whom they could continue to exploit for profit. 37 All Washington asked of whites was philanthropic support of his nonprofit educational institutions, and they delivered. Andrew Carnegie contributed $2,700 yearly to finance Washington's institutions and organizations, calling him the combined Moses and Jehovah of his people because he promoted good moral character and industrial efficiency, resulting in ownership of property. He also liked the fact that Washington was pursuing the wise policy of not pushing for the free and unrestricted vote immediately. 38. One white booster admitted as much, praising Washington's conciliatory agenda because he believed Washington shall not threaten the Anglo-American supremacy. 39. It wasn't just his submissive stance that appealed to wealthy capitalists like Carnegie and Rockefeller, but also his complete faith in their gospel of prosperity, which held that free market capitalism, property ownership, and bootstrap entrepreneurship was the one and only path toward equality, prosperity, and personal virtue. Washington believed that this gospel espoused by white capitalists would apply equally to black entrepreneurs, that despite segregation, discrimination, and trade restrictions, blacks had equal access to the free market and could build wealth through hard work. He also believed, along with his white capitalist boosters, that once blacks accrued enough wealth through hard work, the wealth itself would eventually defeat Jim Crow. A bank account and ownership of property became articles of faith for black progress. 40. Washington believed that wealth would bring self-respect. A man never begins to have self-respect until he owns a home. 41. Respect from whites, whether he will or not. A white man respects a Negro who owns a two-story house. Power. A black man can get a mortgage on a white man's house that he can foreclose at will, and even the restoration of the vote, because a white man on whose house the mortgage rests will not try to prevent that Negro from voting when he goes to the polls. 42. Washington believed that if a black man had enough wealth, even Jim Crow would not apply to him. Do you suppose that, when a wealthy black man takes his family aboard the train, they are going to put him in a Jim Crow car and run the risk of losing that $10,000 a year? No, they will put on a Pullman Palace car for him. 43. This hope was tragically naive. Washington did not consider that instead of respect, a white man would resent the black man's $10,000 and the two-story house. And did he suppose that a white man would willingly submit to any black man who threatened foreclosure on his home rather than opt for violence? Southern white supremacist Thomas Dixon was enraged that Washington would even suggest that blacks should become financially independent. Dixon was angry that Washington was not training servants, but instead was training them all to be masters of men, to be independent, to own and operate their own industries, plant their own fields, buy and sell their own goods. This was unacceptable since, to Dixon and the Southern ideology he represented, the Negro remains on this continent for one reason only, and that reason was that the Southern white man has needed his labor. 44. So it was likely dubious for Washington to claim that blacks with economic power would gain respect, because it was unlikely that Dixon and his clan would allow any uppity black men to gain that power in the first place. Washington was also overly optimistic when he wrote in Up from Slavery, 1901, of the great change that has taken place since the days of the Ku Klux in the South. He predicted that the Klan had died and that public sentiment in the South was solidly against it. 45. In fact, the Klan was headed toward a violent resurgence. The peak in Klan membership and activity was yet to come. Washington was, however, very realistic in his assessment of the South's mood. It is unlikely a more radical or demanding leader would have succeeded, let alone survived, in the South for as long as Washington did. And history has redeemed Washington's dim prospects for full integration. It has yet to happen. However, Washington's unflinching faith in black capitalism may have stood in the way of or diverted other avenues toward reform because it occupied such a central position in the black community. As the black community's most prominent post-Reconstruction leader, Washington set the tone and the agenda for generations of black and white leaders and businessmen. Although Washington's faith-inspiring advocacy for black business may have set a misguided course, more meaningful avenues for reform would have required help from the white power structure, and that help was not forthcoming. W.E.B. Du Bois, a Harvard Ph.D. born free in the North, had no patience for Washington's moderation, He wanted blacks to fight for integration and full legal rights, without which equality would never be achieved. Du Bois co-founded the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, in 1909 to dismantle Jim Crow and to confront the South's racial violence. Du Bois urged blacks to mobilize and act against their continued oppression, rejecting the idea that Southern whites would ever grant blacks equal rights without continued political and legal pressure. 46. Though Du Bois is remembered as a critic of capitalism, he was an enthusiastic supporter of black business enterprise. He was clear, however, that black business and black wealth were not the panacea against racial inequality that Washington believed them to be. He denounced the black community's belief in wealth as a remedy for every social ill, advocating instead for black cooperative enterprise with a focus on community building as opposed to profit maximizing. 47 Nevertheless, with no apparent hesitation, Du Bois promoted black enterprise. He was the first black scholar to conduct a comprehensive study of black business. In his seminal 1899 study The Negro in Business, Du Bois remarked, "It is hardly possible to place too great stress on the deep significance of business ventures among American Negroes." He remarked that economic emancipation had yet to be achieved for a Negro, then to go into business means a great deal. It is, indeed, a step in social progress worth measuring. 48. When two black businesses, a bank and a life insurance company, went bankrupt, Du Bois urged readers of the crisis not to lose confidence but to continue to support them. In fact, he urged blacks to patronize only black businesses. He also proposed the idea of a National Negro Business League, which was formally founded by Washington. Du Bois suggested in an Atlanta conference of black leaders in 1899 the organization in every town and hamlet where colored people dwell, of Negro businessmen's leagues. 49. One could hardly be a leader of the black community and not endorse the only avenue the community had toward self-determination. To do otherwise would be to admit defeat or to ask the black population to suffer until more adequate reforms, such as integration or land grants or a new economic order, made them equal participants in the economy. John Hope, president of Atlanta University, made this point forcefully, stating, "The policy of avoiding entrance in the world's business would be suicide to the Negro." 50. Living in a land of wealth and capitalism, is it not obvious that we cannot escape its most powerful motive and survive? 51. The black community had to live their lives, find credit, invest their wages, and make a living. And in the segregated society blacks inhabited, they could not receive credit from a white bank, insurance from a white broker, or purchase a home from a white realtor. 52 Economic theorist Max Weber, in The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, pointed out that when groups face national oppression, they react by organizing entrepreneurial ventures. 53 Blacks certainly did, and their leaders threw their full support behind them. Black leaders hoped that successful black enterprise would move blacks upward from the lowest rung of the economic ladder. Blacks had thus far only provided labor, which turned into someone else's capital. According to Hope, black business was an attempt to take in some, if not all, of the wages, turn it into capital, hold it, increase it. 54 But to obtain meaningful capital creation, black businesses had to expand beyond their current state, which Hope described as pebbles on the shore of business enterprise. 55 The black community needed large and powerful black enterprises to grow viable banks. For without these factories, railroads, and banks, blacks would never be able to fully participate in capitalism. 56 Hope was right. Without large businesses, the black community would not have access to large enough stores of capital to serve as a basis for an economy. And indeed it did not. The absence of factories, railroads, and black enterprise on a large scale hindered black banks. Black business would remain pebbles on the shore, but there would be many pebbles. Between 1867 and 1917, 4,000 black-owned businesses grew to 50,000. 57 By 1930, the number of black businesses had grown to 70,000. 58 Many businesses arose as a direct response to segregation, producing goods and services for blacks in the self-help economy. Dubois' survey of almost 2,000 businesses with over $500 in capital found that most had evolved from occupations dictated by slavery. 59 House servants became barbers, restaurant keepers, and caterers, field hands became gardeners, grocers, florists, and mill owners. Those who had been plantation craftsmen used their talents to become builders and contractors, brick masons, painters, and blacksmiths. 60 These businesses were almost always individually owned, few had corporate charters, and they often died with their founder. This was a weak infrastructure in the black community for the accumulation and generation of capital. At the turn of the century, black leaders converged on a plan to grow black enterprise that included urging young people in churches and black societies to go into business, creating black business leagues, and harnessing all of the resources of the black community in support of black business. 61 Booker T. Washington founded the National Negro Business League, NNBL, in 1900 to help promote and develop black business. 62 In his inaugural address at the conference, Washington repeated his unverifiable and likely untrue promise that wherever he had seen a black man who was succeeding in business, that individual was treated with the highest respect by members of the white race. 63. Washington continually urged blacks to create more banks to provide financing for black businesses. He celebrated each bank opening and dreamed of a day when the South could support more than 40 black banks. 64 The NNBL even proposed its own financing corporation to provide credit to black business, but it was never able to get enough capital together. 65. The NNBL gained membership over the next 5 years, with 300 local business leagues organized. In 1907 Washington wrote The Negro in Business, as a follow-up to Dubois' Negro in Business written in 1899. Unlike Dubois' statistically heavy treatise, Washington's book contained a series of inspirational success stories aimed at highlighting the undoubted business awakening among the Negro people of the United States. One story was of a minister who started a bank, which to Washington demonstrated how closely the moral and spiritual interests of our people are interwoven with their material and economic welfare. 66. Not only was black business infused with religious meaning, but religious meetings were also infused with the spirit of black business. Respected black pastors often urged their congregants to support a black bank, support that instilled the institution with the community trust that it needed to operate. Of the Citizens Trust Bank, founded in Atlanta in 1921, a local reverend remarked, "The preachers made Citizens Trust Bank. They put in deposits that Monday morning. Around 11 o'clock the lobby would be full of nothing but preachers. And the people, seeing their preacher deposit God's money from the churches in Citizens Trust, put their money into it and helped to put it over, in a great way." 67. Washington saw black business itself as a Christian principle. During his 1910 annual address at the NNBL convention, he delivered a business sermon, in which he used the biblical precept "to him that hath shall be given" as an analogy to black business, explaining, "These lines spoken by the master strike the keynote for individual success and equally for racial success." He wanted the attendees to go out and proselytize the message of the business gospel, claiming that each individual shall be a missionary in his community, a missionary in teaching the masses to get property, to be more thrifty, more economical, and resolve to establish an industrial enterprise wherever a possibility presents itself. 68. Created out of economic necessity, black businesses became steeped in religious meaning. According to E. Franklin Frazier, faith in business enterprise was mingled with the Negro's religious faith. 69. Though Washington painted a rosy picture of black business success, many black businessmen and leaders spoke of the tremendous challenges they faced. The main financial challenge was that black businesses relied exclusively on black clientele. Jim Crow segregation prevented black businesses from branching out to white customers. In The Negro as a Businessman, a report compiled in 1929, black historians and business leaders lamented that German and Irish immigration into this country drove the Negroes even out of menial services in many northern cities. 70. White riots led by immigrant groups, who saw black businesses as competition, often broke up Negro businesses which had been prosperous for years. 71. This was not the respect Washington had promised would greet successful black business establishments. 72. Black businesses had to find customers for whatever they were selling from within their own race, but the prohibitions did not work in reverse. White businesses often sold goods to blacks, which meant that black businesses had to compete not only with other black businesses but with any white businesses serving black customers as well. Prominent insurance executive Mehrsa Stewart explained the bind of black businesses in these terms: the American Negro has been driven into an awkward, selfish corner, attempting to operate racial business to rear a stepchild economy. Stewart explained that this was an economic detour that no other immigrant group had to pass through, as these groups were allowed passage to the economic Broadway of America. By contrast, blacks, despite centuries of unrequited toil, must turn to a detour that leads he knows not where. 73. The economic detour made it difficult for black businesses to grow and expand or to take advantage of economies of scale, which usually meant that their operation was usually more costly. 74. This presented black customers with a conundrum. 75. Black leaders had each exhorted the black community to patronize only black business because black business survival depended on patronage from the black community. "We must cooperate or we are lost," said John Hope. "The mass of the Negroes must learn to patronize business enterprises conducted by their own race, even at some slight disadvantage." 76. But black customers were indeed suffering a disadvantage by buying black. They were usually paying more for an inferior product because of the inherent weakness of black businesses operating in the distorted Jim Crow economy. This was the surcharge of collective self-help and racial pride piling another unfair disadvantage on the heap. In this stepchild economy or economic detour, it is no wonder that the few black businesses that experienced sustained and profitable growth were providing services for which there was large demand that white businesses were unwilling or incapable of meeting. 77. The first black entrepreneur in the United States to become a self-made millionaire was Madam C.K. Walker, born Sarah Breedlove in 1867. Walker made her fortune in 1910 selling hair products to black women. Many black women were suffering from severe hair loss because of malnutrition and constant labor. Walker herself suffered from the scalp condition, which led her to create an elixir from sulfur and capsicum that ameliorated the effect. She later labeled the formula Wonderful Hair Grower and enlisted a sales force of black women, called Walker Agents, to sell the product to friends and acquaintances in their communities. She expanded her market even further by adding a hot comb and other hair straightening products, calling the entire process the Walker system. She would sell millions of products to black women who wanted symmetrical, deep, and lasting waves in their hair. 78. It is telling that one of the few African Americans who could achieve financial success in the early 20th century did so by selling a product that gained its value directly from the hardship and racism experienced by blacks. This was not yet a market that white businesses were interested in pursuing. And because segregation facilitated marketing and distribution by making her customer base more geographically concentrated, Madam Walker could grow her business greatly. Another open marketplace for blacks was for undertakers and funeral homes, a thriving niche created because whites either refused to handle black bodies or treated them differently than white ones. 79. A.G. Gaston, one of the wealthiest black entrepreneurs in the country, made his fortune in the death business. 80. If Booker T. Washington's vision could have lived in human form, it would have been through Gaston. In fact, Gaston said that up from slavery was his primary source of inspiration, especially the wisdom that acquiring wealth would lead to equality. Gaston began his business career while working in the Alabama coal mines of the Tennessee Coal and Iron Company with convict laborers. He knew that he would die quickly if he remained a miner, so he decided instead to become a small entrepreneur. First, he sold the miners' lunches cooked by his mother, and with that small pool of profits, he became a lender. He lent small sums of money to the miners at 25% interest. In another financing venture, Gaston bought the state-issued script that black teachers were being paid their salaries with in exchange for cash. He bought the script at a 50% discount and sold it at full value, taking half the teacher's salary for the service. 81. With practices like these, it is no wonder that critics would blame black businessmen for exploiting their own race. Gaston saw an opportunity in ensuring the burial costs of the miners, a high-demand service because the miners lived short lives and because funeral costs ranked among the biggest financial burdens of black families. 82 Gaston first created the Booker T. Washington Burial Society and then the Booker T. Washington Insurance Company, and he went door to door collecting premiums. Gaston's insurance company would soon be the basis of a large business empire, which included a bank, funeral homes, and a motel in Birmingham, Alabama, that would be central to the civil rights struggle. The largest industry to fill a market void was black insurance companies. These companies were first created to provide a cushion against the risks of life on the margins, but the industry thrived because of the racist practices of white insurers. Insurance was an interpersonal exchange at the time, requiring trust between the salesperson and the customer. A customer needed to believe that insurance contracts would be enforced when payouts were due after years of paying premiums. A relationship of trust and respect between an insurance salesman and his customer was a business imperative. Reports indicate that white agents visiting black clients not only failed to show common courtesy, but they frequently abused the property of their clients. 83. One scholar of the period noted that nothing has more greatly aided Negro agents in meeting the competition of their more experienced competitors than the abundance of examples of insults to and abuses of Negro policy holders at the hands of white agents, which could nearly always be pointed out in every community. 84. After a white insurance agent participated in the lynching of a black man in Mississippi in the late 1800s, black customers flocked to black insurers. In a market based on mutual trust, white insurers for the most part failed to attract black customers. Many proactive white insurers refused to insure blacks altogether based on their actuarial models and scientific data. Frederick L. Hoffman's 1896 book Race Traits and Tendencies of the American Negro convinced insurers that black lives should not be insured, because blacks were destined for extinction. Hoffman claimed that the rampant disease and premature death in the black community was a feature of their race and had nothing to do with their circumstances. It is not the conditions of life but in the race traits and tendencies that we find the causes of the excessive mortality. 85. He concluded that a combination of these traits and tendencies must in the end cause the extinction of the race. 86. Hoffman based his conclusion on scientific data collected from chest measurements said to show that blacks had a deteriorated physique, which he attributed not to overwork or malnutrition but to racial inferiority. 87 Hoffman was a statistician for the Prudential Insurance Company of America, and his argument was that the company should not insure blacks. Based on his widely read study, insurance providers concluded that it would be unwise to insure Negroes. Black insurance companies stepped into the breach, and a few of them eventually grew to become the most profitable of all black-owned businesses. 88. The most successful was the North Carolina Mutual and Provident Association, later called the North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company. It was affiliated with the Mechanics and Farmers Bank. From the 1920s until the 1970s, the North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company was the largest black-controlled business institution in the world. 89. Charles Spaulding, the founder of the insurance company and its affiliated bank, grew both organizations in Durham. If black leaders envisioned a self-sustaining black economy, it came close in only two places, Durham, North Carolina, and Tulsa, Oklahoma. The fate of these two black business sectors reveals the environment in which black business operated. Durham held the most successful enclave of black business, banking, and insurance. It was called the Negro Wall Street. The black district in Durham was called Haiti and was created as an independent black community just after the Civil War. Businesses grew immediately to support the black population, and they named the Black Business Corps after Haiti, the first independent black republic. At the center of Durham's Haiti stood two prominent black churches, St. Joseph's Aim and the White Rock Baptist Church, a black college, the North Carolina Central University, and the Mechanics and Farmers Bank and Insurance Company. 90. In 1928, a Richmond newspaper writer urged black businessmen in need of inspiration to skip Europe and to go to Durham instead. Go to Durham and see the industrious Negro at his best. Go to Durham and see the cooperative spirit among Negroes at its best. Go to Durham and see Negro business with an aggregate capital of millions. Go to Durham and see 22 Negro men whose honesty and business sagacity are making modern history. When Booker T. Washington, on a tour of North Carolina, expressed enthusiasm for business development, the black leaders escorting him reportedly responded, "You haven't seen anything yet. Wait till you get to Durham." Du Bois noted enthusiastically, "Alter visiting the city, there is in this city a group of 5,000 or more colored people whose social and economic development is perhaps more striking than that of any similar group in the nation." The city had less of the creative life or flair of Harlem or South Chicago, but its business leaders were presented as men who have mastered the technique of modern business and acquired the spirit of modern enterprise. 91. Founded in 1907, the Mechanics and Farmers Bank was a pillar institution in Durham. Its founders were 9 prominent businessmen who intended to start a small building and loan with $10,000 of capital, but ultimately created a bank that would operate for a century as one of the most successful black banks in the country. 92 The bank served as the only source of financing for more than 500 black farmers and small borrowers during the 1920s, providing $200,000 in loans. The bank's policy stated its conservative lending philosophy: no large loans to a few profiteers, but rather conservative sums to needy farmers and laborers. 93 The Mechanics and Farmers Bank even had a second branch in Raleigh, North Carolina, making it the only black bank to have 2 branches. Only 119 banks nationwide, or less than 1% of all banks at the time, had a branch operation. 94 Having a second branch likely contributed to the bank's stability over time. In 1929, robbers held up the Raleigh branch of the bank and stole a considerable amount of the bank's money. 95 The bank's president, Charles Spaulding, immediately transferred thousands of dollars in cash from the Durham branch to ward off a run induced by the crime. After Franklin Roosevelt's mandated bank holiday in 1933, Mechanics and Farmers opened without any restrictions and met all of its obligations. Black business success in Durham owed much to the general prosperity of the city. Durham became known as the Bright Tobacco Belt, and flourished due to its thriving tobacco enterprises. There were 12 companies manufacturing tobacco there by 1872, and these businesses, such as the Duke Factory, began to hire black workers at the turn of the century. Textile factories also developed in Durham, and they too hired black workers. In short, widespread prosperity engendered a culture of inclusion. After all, there was plenty of work for all capable citizens of the town. The 1930 census revealed that 10,000 blacks had gainful employment in Durham, 18,000 blacks lived in the city, a remarkable number given the large-scale devastation that spread across the South during the Great Depression. 96 Historian William K. Boyd noted that in Durham, "Live and let live" has characterized the attitude of the leading white men toward the colored race. 97. A Durham newspaper, the Morning Herald, spoke of the city's hands-off policy in criticizing the governor's hostility to black businesses in the state. "If the Negro is going down, for God's sake let it be because of his own fault, and not because of our pushing him." 98. From the headquarters of the Mechanics and Farmers Bank, the mayor of Durham addressed a group of black bankers, saying, "You visitors go back home and tell your people that the whites and the blacks here are working shoulder to shoulder." 99. The well-being of a community and the economic health of its banks are usually correlated, and Durham's black financial sector reflected general business health. Indeed, Du Bois noted that Durham differed from other black enclaves in that blacks had developed 5 manufacturing establishments which turned out mattresses, hosiery, brick, iron articles, and dressed lumber. Beyond this, the colored people have a building and loan association, a real estate company, a bank, and 3 industrial insurance companies. 100. These industries were successful in large part because they could and did attract a white clientele. Thus, black businesses in Durham did not have to take an economic detour, but could compete in a larger market. A black hosiery mill, the Durham Textile Mill, even hired white agents. This firm became the first large-scale black enterprise to hire whites, and the first firm owned by Afro-Americans where whites earned most of their income. As one commentator said of the firm's products, "So far as I have heard, there has been no man to raise the color question when he put on a pair of socks made by Negroes." 101. Local black businesses continued to flourish alongside the insurance company and the bank, lending support to a growing black middle class. Though certainly some of these accounts of racial harmony are exaggerated, there was widespread agreement that relations between white and black businesses in Durham were much better than anywhere else in the country, especially considering how strong the black business sector was allowed to get. Durham continued to be a vibrant business center until 1958, when the state of North Carolina built a freeway through the heart of Haiti, bifurcating the area. If the successful parallel black economy in Durham stood as a beacon for the black community, what happened in Tulsa sounded an ominous warning. After the land that now makes up Tulsa was acquired through the Louisiana Purchase of 1803, Tulsa's first black settlers arrived as slaves of white and Native American homesteaders. More free blacks migrated there after the Civil War. By 1900, there were 18,719 black residents in the state of Oklahoma, and Tulsa with its post office and railroad became the business hub of the state. Business did not take off in Tulsa until oil was discovered nearby in 1905, but then it boomed. By 1910, blacks made up 10% of the population in Tulsa, and in the face of racial hostility, they developed their own financial district in the Greenwood section of the city. Soon black businesses were flourishing and black Tulsans began to accumulate wealth. When one of Booker T. Washington's National Negro Business League agents visited Tulsa, he called it a regular Monte Carlo. Others in the state dubbed it another Negro Wall Street. 102. By 1921, there were some 860 stores and homes in Greenwood. The black community included a number of men who had acquired considerable wealth due to oil speculation. It may have been this wealth in the hands of prominent black citizens that precipitated the calamitous events of May 1921, or as historian Scott Ellsworth put it, "Death in a Promised Land." 103. It has been a difficult endeavor to piece together the events and circumstances that led to the riotous destruction of the Greenwood district because of a paucity of press coverage at the time and the likely desire of some participants to cover up the details. Though racial hostility was on a low simmer in the town due to perceived inequalities of oil windfalls, the spark that lit the violence was the claim by a young woman that a black man had attacked her in an elevator. The man denied any culpability, but he was arrested and held in a town prison to await trial. 104. After a white lynch mob gathered outside of the prison, the black community in Tulsa responded with a show of force. The black citizens of Tulsa, having aligned with Du Bois and established an NAACP branch in 1917, were not passive with respect to race relations. A group of 30 armed black men came to defend the prisoner, which caused the white mob to swell to more than 2,000. Apparently, a white man tried to disarm a black war veteran who would not let go of his weapon and fired a shot into the air around 9:30 p.m. Then a few more shots rang out, and the blacks retreated into the Greenwood district. Throughout the night, whites began to loot the stores in Greenwood. The police were called and a race riot erupted. According to a leading account, the white mob began to invade Greenwood in order to burn the nigger out. The white mob set the city ablaze. By the time the destruction was over, 18,000 homes had been burned, 304 homes had been looted, 300 people mostly black had died with many more injured, and $2 to $3 million in property damage had occurred, including the lavishly built Mount Zion Church, the heart of black Greenwood. 105. The National Guard arrived the next day and set up temporary camps to house the more than 6,000 displaced black residents. 2 days after the riot, martial law was declared and the troops marched the displaced blacks through town with their hands above their heads. At the camps, they were given identification tags that they were forced to display prominently while moving through the city. The tags had a place where their white employers had to sign so that the blacks could return to work. Many black Tulsans fled to other parts of the country as a result of the riot. An NAACP office in New York explained that refugees have come to this office in New York City, possessing little or nothing except the clothes they were wearing. 106. Upon reviewing the available evidence, the Tulsa grand jury blamed the riot on the unfortunate elevator encounter, although they also noted that there existed indirect causes more vital to the public interest than the direct cause. Among them were agitation among the Negroes of social equality and the laxity of law enforcement. 107. Historians place the blame on white resentment at the success of black businesses in Tulsa. When blacks in Tulsa explained the riot, they did not focus on the elevator incident or the alleged assault. Instead, they claimed that they had been warned through printed cards placed in their homes months earlier to leave the state, a warning that many blacks interpreted as being linked to their economic success. A white newspaper in a neighboring town even published a similar warning. In a 1921 editorial, entitled Blood and Oil, the writer linked the violence directly to economic pressures faced by whites and their use of black success as a scapegoat. Every increase in the price of oil made the strife more bitter. With the depression of the labor market, white employers of labor at last thought they had the whip hand and ordered Negro employees to sell out or quit. Even housewives refused to continue to keep colored women in their employ. Petty persecutions, the refugees say, were common, though there had been no physical violence during the last few years. 108. By the time of the alleged elevator incident, racial tensions had reached the boiling point as blacks refused to heed threats that they should leave. Sometimes the hostility was directly apparent, as explained by one account from Tulsa in 1921. The Negro in Oklahoma has shared in the sudden prosperity that has come to many of his white brothers, and there are some colored men there who are wealthy. This fact has caused a bitter resentment on the part of the lower order of whites, who feel that these colored men, members of an inferior race, are exceedingly presumptuous in achieving greater economic prosperity than they who are members of a divinely ordered superior race. In one case where a colored man owned and operated a printing plant with $25,000 worth of printing machinery in it, the leader of the mob that set fire to and destroyed the plant was a linotype operator employed for years by the colored owner at $48 per week. 109. Throughout American history, there have been several examples of majority groups reacting violently when their economic power has been threatened. A theory of host group dominance that holds that the host group, or majority group, should benefit most if any money is to be made. Those groups that are not dominant host groups must occupy positions that the dominant group neglects so as not to compete with them for major business profits. Lower status groups can compete for scraps or for middle positions, but must not occupy the most profitable rungs of the business sector. For example, the state of California passed laws against Japanese businessmen after they became economically successful. Land rights held by blacks during Reconstruction were another example. Native Americans were likewise expelled from their land when oil was discovered on it. What happened in Tulsa was a vivid example of the theory of host group dominance. The black business district was simply too successful to survive. 110. Tulsa was not the only black district targeted by organized violence. In Wilmington, North Carolina, according to Leon Prather, white business classes came to resent the black entrepreneurs, located conspicuously downtown, that deprived white businessmen of legitimate sources of income to which they thought they were entitled. Wilmington was also destroyed by a riot, and immediately after the massacres, white businesses moved in and filled the economic gaps left by the flight of the blacks. The violence permanently derailed black business efforts and hard-won racial progress. According to Prather, when the turbulence receded, the integrated neighborhoods had disappeared. 111. The violence in Tulsa also had a lasting effect, including the end of the Greenwood Business District, the Black Wall Street. 112. It is unclear why Durham escaped the fate of Tulsa, Wilmington, and other cities that became targets of white resentment. 113. Most likely, it was because of the overall prosperity of the city and the complacency of the host race, whose members did not feel threatened by black advancement. The black leaders of Durham were also careful to mute their wealth. For example, The North Carolina Mutual Company, when constructing its high-rise building, made sure it was not as tall as any building in the white community. 114 The black community in Tulsa did not show such caution. In Tulsa, blacks took the center of town for their enterprise, owned guns, and built large, ornate churches and mansions. Coupled with inequalities caused by a fluctuating oil market, the result was a violent backlash that destroyed a thriving black community and likely sent a message to other such aspirants. 115. At the turn of the century, it was increasingly clear that blacks would have to rely on their own communities to advance economically. It was also clear that racial hostility would meet their efforts at self-determination every step of the way. On the national stage, even Republicans had stepped away from pursuing racial equality or fighting segregation for fear that they would not be re-elected with such a platform because of the South's adamant opposition. President Theodore Roosevelt learned firsthand the racial animosity of the South when he invited Booker T. Washington to dine at the White House in 1901. The Southern reaction was severe, immediate, and ugly. Senator Tillman of South Carolina quipped, "Now that Roosevelt has eaten with that nigger Washington, we shall have to kill 1,000 niggers to get them back to their places." A Memphis newspaper called the dinner invitation the most damnable outrage which has been perpetrated by any citizen of the United States. Governor M.C. Sweeney of South Carolina revealed the fear at the root of the South's problem with the visit: "It is simply a question of whether those who are invited to dine are fit to marry the sisters and daughters of their hosts." Southern lawmakers quipped that the inevitable next step was that Washington's daughter would marry Roosevelt's son. Mississippi politician James K. Vardaman said that the White House was so saturated with the odor of nigger that the rats have taken refuge in the stable. 116. In 1903, President Roosevelt addressed a crowd of former black Union soldiers at the Lincoln Memorial and exclaimed, "A man who is good enough to shed his blood for his country is good enough to be given a square deal afterward." 117 His words and his vague promise of a square deal created such an intense backlash that the president never followed up on his promise. Roosevelt could not have been more wrong when he declared in 1901, "I am confident the South is changing." 118. What was changing in the South was their appraisal of the past. The Civil War was no longer an embarrassing defeat over slavery, but an honorable and patriotic war fought by the South for their right to autonomy and freedom. General Robert E. Lee was canonized and the Southern rebel became a national hero. The institution of slavery was whitewashed, as the slave plantation took on a romantic hue as an idyllic place where master and slave lived together in harmony. Slavery's cruel history was muted in the name of national unity, and the victims, the black population, had to be recast in the national psyche in order to achieve peace about the past. For Northern and Southern whites to reunite, they had to suppress the race issue that had previously divided them. Race hierarchy was still necessary as a political weapon to justify economic subjugation. This time, instead of the Bible, white supremacists turned to Darwin. Social Darwinist theories of survival of the fittest created a more virulent and hostile strand of racism than had existed under slavery. Evolution-based theories cast the racial hierarchy as an inevitable byproduct of natural selection. Once it infected the academy, national policy, and popular thought, it would take generations to cure. In The Evolution of the Race Problem, Du Bois lamented that Darwin's splendid scientific work was being misused in America as a justification of disfranchisement, the personal humiliation of Jim Crowism, a curtailed and purposely limited system of education, and a virtual acknowledgement of the inevitable and universal inferiority of black men. He called this perversion of science to prop up oppression the most cowardly dilemma that a strong people ever thrust upon the weak. 119. Phrenology, the sham science of skull measurement, attempted to demonstrate the biological hierarchy of race. Formal-looking charts and graphs showed whites as the most advanced race and blacks as close to the apes. Generally, scientists found that whites, or more accurately those descended from certain regions in Europe such as Germany, were the pinnacle of racial advancement. 120 Below them were others including the Irish, Italians, and Eastern Europeans. Much further down were Mongols, Middle Easterners and Asians, and the indigenous tribes of the Americas. At the bottom of every racial chart was the African, who was portrayed as a step above the common ape. This racial ordering coincidentally mapped exactly onto the socio-economic order created by slavery and European imperialism. A democratic society cannot accept such sharp divisions of fortune without a theory of racial inferiority to rationalize the gap. Evolutionary theory was corrupted to deal with this cognitive dissonance. Americans could now see blacks not as victims of racial oppression, violence, and exploitation, but as a naturally inferior race who were a burden on the nation, just as Europe cast its colonial peoples as the white man's burden. Blacks were popularly portrayed as unevolved primates, or gorillas dressed as humans. The dominant stereotype of blacks was as subhuman or a beast. 121. Columbia University professor Howard Odum concluded that blacks were as destitute of morals as any of the lower animals. 122. Dr. E. C. Ferguson explained to the Medical Association of Georgia that the Negro is monkey-like, has no sympathy for his fellow man, has no regard for the truth, and when the truth would answer his purpose the best, he will lie. He is without gratitude or appreciation of anything done to him, is a natural-born thief, will steal anything, no matter how worthless. He has no morals. 123. Once blacks were relegated to being subhuman, it became justifiable to subjugate them economically. The darkest chapter of white supremacy soon metastasized to envelop not just the South but the entire nation. Notions of race hierarchy seeped northward through fiction and art. Most popular were the novels of Thomas Dixon, who took his racism on tour across the country. Dixon's play The Klansman was revived by D.W. Griffith into the blockbuster movie, Birth of a Nation, which played to sold-out theaters in 1915. Dixon and other revisionists retold the history of Reconstruction not as a subversion of the democratic process through white violence and animosity, but as the unleashed brutality of black men having to be tamed by the Klan. The takeaway, according to Dixon, was that God ordained the Southern white man to teach the lessons of Aryan supremacy. 124. In the movie's climactic scene, the black villain tries to woo a white woman to marry him by promising to make her a queen in his black empire. The Klan fights a black militia, saves the white woman, and restores social order by lynching the black criminal. The movie closes with Jesus and his angels smiling approvingly. The resurgent Klan reached its peak year in 1920, with a membership of 4 million members nationwide. In 1925, 40,000 hooded members of KKK marched in front of the White House. 125. President Woodrow Wilson, an acknowledged racist and a college classmate of Dixon's, aired the film at the White House, the first movie shown there. The audience marveled at the new technology and soaked in the film's racist dogma. Wilson founded his candidacy on both Southern progressivism and white supremacy. According to Wilson, Negro rule under unscrupulous adventurers has been finally put an end to in the South, and the natural, inevitable ascendancy of the whites, the responsible class, has been established. 126. Wilson purged the federal bureaucracy of any blacks who had managed to secure a government job. He prohibited the hiring of any black employees and fired those his predecessor had hired. The South had determined that it would not move forward without total separation of the races, and they wanted the rest of the country to follow suit. One of Wilson's cabinet members explained that the South would never feel secure until the North and West had adopted the whole Southern policy of political proscription and social segregation of the Negro. "There is no room for the Negroes here," wrote a Charleston newspaper. 127. There was also no room for the Negro in Wilson's progressive reforms, all of which were made possible by his Southern cabinet and congressional leaders. The South had not only been embraced back into the national fold, but their legislators now held the key levers of national power. Southern legislators maintained control of the Senate through an unrivaled unity of purpose and organized their own ranks to maintain the racial hierarchy on which their economy was based. The continued exploitation of black labor was a preoccupation of Southern legislators, and they brought it to pass by blocking any reforms that threatened it. Yet these Democratic Southerners were progressives when it came to the government's role in the economy. The South, built on agriculture and an outdated plantation system, resisted free markets and laissez-faire credit reform. They understood that capital was not interested in financing Southern ventures and farms, but rather in Wall Street and the industrial North. So the Southern legislators fought laissez-faire markets and sought to impose trade restrictions, break up banks, ease credit to farmers, and resist the excesses of capitalism. They did so while maintaining their racial caste system, which assured that whites would sit atop the economic hierarchy. Southern interests dominated the Wilson administration, but this mix of progressive credit and traditional racial ordering would be even more formative in shaping the American economy when the two strains converged again in creating the New Deal. Wilson carried forward the populist ideas related to the democratization of banking and credit that had percolated in the South. While he did not go as far as the populists or William Jennings Bryan would have liked, he instituted reforms to help poor whites gain access to easier credit and fought the monopoly power of Northern banks. Wilson's newly established Federal Reserve was a hybrid structure of populist reforms and private interests. "Our system of credit is privately concentrated," said Wilson. "The growth of the nation, therefore, and all our activities are in the hands of a few men." The prospect of fixing credit shortages, especially for rural farmers, was the reason President Wilson was able to convince Congress to create the Federal Reserve. 128 The offices of the Federal Reserve were spread across the country in order to prevent centralization of power and money in the North. After creating the Federal Reserve, President Wilson and the 64th Congress passed the Federal Farm Loan Act of 1916 for the express purpose of increasing credit to rural family farmers. The act established the Federal Farm Loan Board to administer the loans, 12 Federal Farm Loan Banks, and National Farm Loan Associations, established groups of 10 or more mortgage-holding farmers. 129 The bill reduced interest rates on farm loans across the South and made credit much more accessible. This bill was the first federal government loan program, and thanks to Southern senators, it left black farmers out. 130 The legislators created loopholes and provisions to exclude blacks and left the program to be administered in local offices in the South, with significant discretion given to local bureaucrats in lending, which effectively meant that blacks would not be given loans. 131 Wilson was a progressive hero and champion of a mixed economy, with government working with business to advance the interests of the majority of American citizens. Wilson was the first president to use the state apparatus to make the market work for the benefit of all the people. The Federal Trade Commission, Federal Reserve, and loan programs were a combination of private incentives and public projects that continue to be used in one form or another. These progressive acts were a harbinger of the New Deal. Both Wilson and Franklin Roosevelt relied on Southern participation to pass their programs in Congress. The South controlled the Senate, a body which acted, in the words of Robert Caro, as the stronghold of the status quo, the dam against which the waves of social reform dashed themselves in vain. 132 Thus the Senate and the President worked in tandem to democratize credit, check excessive corporate power, and empower the people over the wealthy few. But the people did not include blacks. Because the black community's autonomy and full participation in the market was in direct conflict with the South's economic needs, it was continually subverted at all levels of government. The justification used to enforce this order was not economic. Rather, racial Darwinism convinced Americans that blacks were less evolved humans, and so they could be put to work for the profitable use of white men and their institutions. The black Southern experience at the turn of the century was one of economic exploitation backed by state-sanctioned violence. And so it was that many blacks decided to flee the only home they knew. The rise of black banking. The Great Migration, which lasted roughly from 1910 until 1970, radically transformed the country. 1 During this seismic shift, approximately 6 million blacks left the South. In 1900, 90% of black Americans lived in the rural areas of southern states. By 1970, 80% of black Americans lived in urban areas and nearly half outside the South. Blacks left the South because of racial injustice and the general decline of economic conditions below the Mason-Dixon line. They were pulled to the north by the promise of better jobs, better pay, and more opportunities for advancement. Point 2. Great northern cities swelled with black migrants and put them to work. The poet of the Harlem Renaissance, Langston Hughes, articulated the appeal of the northward migration. The lazy, laughing South with blood on its mouth. The sunny-faced South. And I, who am black, would love her, but she spits in my face. And I, who am black, would give her many rare gifts, but she turns her back upon me. So now I seek the north. The cold-faced north. For she, they say, is a kinder mistress. And in her house my children may escape the spell of the South. Point 3. It was easy to escape the South into the North's booming economy and vibrant city life. Yet it was the kinder mistress that imposed systematic segregation and created the black ghetto. The North welcomed these migrants, but then quickly told them to proceed to Harlem and stay put. It was the kinder mistresses' ghettos that came to be called the cities of destruction. 4. The concept and terminology of a racial ghetto derives from the forced segregation of Jews in Europe, first in enclaves in the 17th century and then with barbed wire during the Nazi regime. Point 5. There was no barbed wire in America's black ghettos, but even more effective modes of containment through racial covenants and government credit and zoning policies that maintain the boundaries of the ghetto. Often referred to as black enclaves, black neighborhoods, or other racially neutral descriptions, the word ghetto is a much more accurate descriptor because it captures the involuntary nature of segregation. The ghetto was created by white racism, which in turn generated a complex web of interrelated social, political, and economic challenges. Blacks were forced into a parallel and inferior economy simply because whites in the North would not accept them as neighbors. This had profound effects on African American economic advancement for the next century. Black racial segregation was so complete and so entrenched, that it is the defining characteristic of racial inequality in the 20th century and the major roadblock to economic progress. Point 6. The first wave of the Great Migration from 1910 to 1930 coincided with the height of discriminatory segregation and the golden era of black banking. These developments were correlated in important ways. The surge of migrants entering cities of the North triggered racial animosity and housing segregation, which in turn created a separate and parallel economy and in time, a thriving black banking sector. From 1900 until 1934, some 130 black banks came into being, 88 of which were formed between 1900 and 1928.7. This did not include approximately 50 savings and loans and credit unions formed by blacks during this time. 8. The resources of these institutions grew steadily, but the most robust expansion of black banking came from 1918 to 1929. The peak year of black banking came in 1926, when total assets held by these institutions reached roughly $13 million. This was still only 0.2% of all U.S. bank assets. 9. Wherever African American populations could be found, black banks flourished to meet both the opportunities and challenges of a segregated economy. 10. Concentrated populations of black wage workers proved to be a bounty for the black banks. But that same concentration also created special vulnerabilities. These banks were created by the same forces that worked against them at every turn. A segregated economy held the seeds of its own destruction. There would be many bank failures in due time, but not before some of these institutions had cemented their place in history as the pioneering giants of black finance. The 1920s roared for black banks too, but these machines were never able to perform the magic of banking, that is the multiplication of capital through fractional reserve lending. As well, the bust following the boom would last much longer for black commercial institutions and their customers. Chicago's Black Belt, the most segregated black ghetto, was also the center of black banking in the North. Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., and Boston were homes to several black-owned banks, but these institutions were far smaller than the banks of Chicago. 11. The titans of black finance in the North were both located in Chicago, the Binga State Bank and the Douglas National Bank. At their peak in 1928, they controlled almost one-third of the combined resources of all black banks in the country. 12 Most observers viewed these two banks as the best managed and strongest of all the black banks and as models for successful commercial banking in the black economy. 13 Jesse Binga was born in Detroit in 1865. His father was a barber and his mother, who was Binga's inspiration throughout his life, created a food shipping business while dabbling in real estate development. Binga was one of 10 children and the family lived on limited means. He briefly practiced law, but would make his mark as a businessman. 14 He moved to Chicago's Black Belt District and opened a real estate business in 1896. The Chicago real estate market was in a state of rapid change as blacks migrated into the city and whites moved out. The industrious Binga found a way to profit from segregation and neighborhood turnover by buying houses at below market rates from whites desperate to sell, fixing them up and selling them to black buyers. Binga ran an advertisement in the Tribune in 1905, "Wanted owners, Southside quick returns, if you desire to sell to reliable colored people submit your property for sale." 15 Binga was viewed by his community as a fair and beloved businessman, setting him apart from the droves of exploitative contract sellers and loan sharks that would dominate the real estate market in Chicago in the next epoch. Binga quickly became Chicago's top black real estate broker because he did the buying and selling as well as the fixing up. "I could do the repair work myself. I could do everything from digging a post hole to topping a chimney." He explained that his greatest asset in business was exploiting the discrimination of white businessmen. "It was partly the disposition of the average white man to underestimate my knowledge of real estate values. They wouldn't believe that a colored man could take almost any old building and whip it into shape." 16 Just as discrimination and white flight led to his real estate success, he turned the white bank's refusal to lend to his real estate clients into another source of profit. When the white-owned McCarthy Bank on 35th and State failed in 1907, Binga purchased the building and chartered Binga State Bank. In 1911, the defender called Binga our only banker and lauded his accomplishments, stating, "He was the pioneer in securing good houses and flats for the race, and the beginning of his remarkable business along that line has been one of the main factors in the wonderful growth of the citizens of color in Chicago." Another black business leader called Binga's Bank one of the leading banks owned and operated by Negroes anywhere. 17 Binga's bank deposits grew from $300,000 to over $1.1 million between 1921 and 1924. During that same time period, Binga bought a prominent home in a white neighborhood near Washington Park. His purchase drew ire and triggered violence. During the race riots of 1919, his house was bombed 7 times. 18 Each time, the bomber left a note demanding that Binga leave the property and sell it to a white buyer. Binga was resolute. "I will not run. The race is at stake and not myself. If they can make me move, they will have accomplished much of their aim, because they can say, 'We made Jesse Binga move, certainly you'll have to move to all the rest.' If they can make the leaders move, what show will the small buyers have?" 19 Binga claimed that it was his right as a proud American to defend his home, life, and liberty. 20 Binga's bank was consistently more capitalized than what was required by the Illinois State Charter, and his bank was held out by black and white contemporaries as a model of sound banking. 21 Binga also bought a membership into the Chicago Clearing House, through which top banks paid into a fund used to rescue the member banks when they needed emergency liquidity during a run or a downturn. 22 Before the Federal Reserve was founded in 1913 to offer similar protection, top bankers joined such funds, paying dues that would be set aside to help them in a liquidity crisis. 23 The Chicago Fund saved many banks from failure, and Binga's bank was the only black bank granted membership. As Binga would later find out, however, fair dealing with this elite group was not reciprocated. In 1926, Binga's bank, located in the center of the Black Belt, was the most expensive property in the district, valued at $120,000. He owned over $500,000 in other real estate as well. On the eve of the Great Depression, Jesse Binga, 64 years old and at the height of his success, began collecting capital to start a second bank. Benghi's unparalleled success made him a storied leader in the black community, and so the funds flowed in. The 1929 stock market crash, however, shattered his plans. By the end of the year, Benghi's bank became the canary in the coal mine for bank failure in Chicago. 24 His bank was the first in Chicago to fail during the Great Depression. 25 Benghi used all means available to him to save his bank and his customers' deposits, including lending the bank his own money. The balance sheets of Benghi's bank from 1929 and 1930 reveal that the bank held $800,000 of home loans in default. 26 He reached out to the Chicago Clearing House for a short-term loan from the fund he had helped build, but the board rejected his request. One member of the Clearing House later explained that during one meeting, the chairman had referred to Benghi's bank as a little nigger bank that does not mean anything. 27 It was the first closure of a member bank of the Chicago Clearing House in 20 years. All the other banks that belonged to this clearing house were given aid and survived the Great Depression. 28 W.E.B. Du Bois noted that the Bankers Association could have saved the bank and saved it easily without loss or prospect of loss. Yet the Benghi Bank was allowed to fail because owners and masters of the credit facilities of the nation did not care to save it. Benghi was not the kind of man they wanted to succeed. 29 On July 31, 1930, Illinois bank auditors closed Benghi's bank, and his depositors lost most of their savings. 30. The bank's failure erased the wealth of many members of Chicago's black elite. Dempsey Travis, who went on to run his own mortgage company and who held Benghi as a personal hero, describes a successful uncle who saved all of his money at Benghi's bank and who became destitute with the turn of the examiner's key in the front door of the bank. He died just a few years later, broke and broken-hearted. 31. No doubt the same fate befell many others in Chicago. Some black residents were angry at Benghi and called him a crook, while others were more forgiving and thought he was a creative businessman who ended up taking too many risks. Still others claimed that he was a victim of circumstances brought down by the white system, and that his mistake had been in overextending the bank by making too many first mortgages to blacks desperate to buy homes. 32. If black bankers' success had been celebrated as a source and symbol of racial pride and progress, their failures were felt as a failure of the entire community, a source of shame and shaken morale. The bank's failure bankrupted Benghi too, but that was the least of his problems. His wife filed for divorce and Benghi was indicted for embezzlement of funds. The charge was that he had deposited the $39,000 that he had raised for his second bank into a personal account. Benghi defended himself against the charge by explaining that state laws did not allow capital funds for a national bank to be held in a state bank. After a jury heard testimony from 80 witnesses, they could not reach a verdict. The state's attorney immediately prepared for a second trial and this time won a conviction in November 1933. Benghi was sent to prison. According to recorded history, this made Benghi the only banker in the entire country who was sent to prison for financial crime during the Great Depression. 33. At his parole hearing 11 months later, the nation's most famous attorney, Clarence Darrow, came to Benghi's defense. Darrow did so because I have known Benghi for 30 years and he is a man of fine character. He lost a fortune trying to keep his bank open. Even Darrow, however, could not secure Benghi's release, and he remained in prison. In 1938, 10,000 Chicago residents, including many who lost their deposits at Benghi's bank, signed a petition in support of his parole and he was finally released. In 1941, Governor Dwight Green issued a pardon. By then, Benghi was sick and broke. He died in 1950. His bank remained closed until 1943 and was reopened as the Phoenix National Bank, no longer a black-owned bank. The Benghi Bank was not without a rival in Chicago. The Black Belt District was so densely populated and so thoroughly segregated that its financial needs supported two of the most successful banks in the country. Anthony Overton founded the Douglas National Bank, named after the first black bank president, Frederick Douglass. The bank capital came from the profits of the successful Overton Hygienic Company. Anthony Overton, much like Madam C.K. Walker, earned his wealth by creating cosmetics and hair products for black women and then built on his success to start the Victory Life Insurance Company, the Chicago Bee newspaper, the Half Century magazine, and the bank. 34 By 1920, Overton's hygienic company was worth over $1 million and sold more than 250 products. 35. Before the Great Depression, his bank had $2 million in assets, which made it the largest of any black-owned bank in the nation. It was also the only black bank that was chartered as a national bank and that became a member of the Federal Reserve after it was formed in 1913. In order to affiliate with the Federal Reserve, the bank had to meet certain capital requirements and undergo additional regulation, but membership came with added prestige and privileges. 36 One white scholar wrote in 1926 that the Douglas Bank surrounded itself with the best possible safeguards which American banking science has been able to evolve, and by so doing, has instilled ambition, courage, and confidence in the hearts of countless Negroes throughout America. 37. The Douglas Bank failed along with Binga's Bank in 1930.38. Remarkably, New York City had no black-owned banks during the entire golden era of black banking. 39 The black population in New York was around 150,000 in 1920, slightly larger than Chicago's 110,000 blacks, and it was the nation's unrivaled capital of finance. 40 If anything, New York's Harlem was a more vibrant center of business activity than Chicago's Black Belt. Why was New York, with its large, segregated, income-earning black population, less hospitable to black-owned banks than Chicago, Washington, or the cities of the South? It was not for lack of trying. In 1916, the New York Age lamented, "One of the urgent business needs of Harlem is a Negro bank." Several attempts have been made at the formation of one, but so far to no avail. In the meantime, the financial affairs of the district are provided for by the Harlem branch of the Chelsea Exchange Bank. 41. In 1920, the Sun and New York Herald reported that the Wage Earners Bank, a rich corporation of Savannah, GA, purchased a large plot of ground at the southwest corner of 135th Street and 7th Avenue, where it will erect a large bank building, but the bank never formed. 42 Then in 1921, Charles H. Anderson attempted to start a bank in Harlem at 135th Street and Lenox Avenue, across the street from the large, white-owned Chelsea Bank. 43 However, Anderson, who was treasurer of the National Negro Business League and owner of the largest fish and oyster business in Jacksonville, was nevertheless unable to open a bank. 44. There were profits to be made in taking deposits from the citizens of Harlem, and several white banks established branches there. 45 It is possible that these white banks were adequately serving the black population and there was thus no market demand for a black bank. This is unlikely, however, as the black press continually trumpeted the need for black-owned banks and lamented the lack of credit in Harlem. In fact, the white-owned banks with branches in Harlem focused on deposit-taking as opposed to lending. 46 The lack of bank credit for blacks in Harlem led many of its residents, especially new Caribbean immigrants, to form informal credit circles to lend to each other to facilitate businesses and home purchases. 47 There was certainly a dire need for bank credit in Harlem. Another possible explanation for the dearth of black banks is that New York's chartering laws were more stringent than those of other states. Prominent black banker Arnett Lindsay posited in 1926 that although would-be black banks made attempts to enter the Harlem market over the years, the rigid bank requirements of New York State were never met by the many promoters who essayed this role. 48 There is, however, much reason to doubt this theory. A review of the bank chartering codes for New York, Illinois, and Massachusetts during the years between 1910 and 1930 reveals that they imposed very similar capital and bonding requirements, but the state left it to the banking superintendent's discretion to approve the banks and their boards. This discretion was more robust in New York and Illinois than in Massachusetts, meaning that the bank superintendent could for any reason deny a banking charter if he was not satisfied with the character of bank managers. 49 On their face, the New York chartering laws were not more rigid, but the discretion held by the banking superintendent could have led to disparate enforcement. The most likely explanation of the paucity of black banks in Harlem is the one put forth by the black press at the time. The white banks already established in the area prevented black banks from getting charters. The New York Age reported in 1923 that the Chelsea Bank had used the discretionary bank chartering laws and its influence on New York's banking regulators to prevent black bankers from obtaining a charter. 50 The bank, fearing a loss of black depositors, allegedly persuaded the New York State Banking Commission to deny Charles Anderson's charter request in 1921. 51 Facing community backlash after these charges appeared in the press, the Chelsea Bank sought to placate depositors by hiring two black tellers. 52. The Chelsea Exchange Bank likely did not want to give up their near monopoly on black depositors in Harlem. The Chelsea Bank had opened its first branch in Harlem at 135th Street and 7th Avenue in 1912, and the community welcomed its services. At the time, the New York Age reported with pride, a number of the leading Negro businessmen of Harlem are customers of this bank, and the ample facilities of the institution are always courteously and freely placed at their disposal by the capable manager. 53. The paper reported that the bank treated African American depositors respectfully and courted both small and large depositors. The branch had many large depositors, businessmen with average monthly deposits of $75,000 to $100,000. Running over the list of Negroes who are customers of this bank is like calling the roll of who's who in the business and professional ranks of our people in Harlem. 54. By 1916, 85% of the bank's depositors were individuals, and 14% were businesses. 55 The Chelsea Exchange Bank of Harlem retained its monopoly on deposits well into the mid-1920s. The nearest financial institution is at least 10 blocks away, at 125th Street, and so the Chelsea Bank has the opportunity to control almost entirely the banking clientele of a community in which one race group alone numbers approximately 170,000 people. 56. In 1924, the New York Age reported that the Chelsea Exchange Bank serves more small depositors and small business establishments than any similar institution in Harlem. 57 Chelsea's deposit base was almost entirely Harlem residents, but they had no black board members, just the two black tellers. 58. Although Chelsea Exchange Bank took all of Harlem's deposits, it did not make loans to Harlem. One white bank manager observed that black customer accounts were based on straight cash deposits. 59. By 1920, there were complaints of prejudice and objections to the bank's refusal to extend credit to black customers. It has also been alleged that businessmen of the race have found it extremely difficult, if not impossible, to secure from the bank's officials any credit consideration. Temporary loans, secured by the endorsement of reputable and financially responsible people, have been refused in many instances, it is reported, under circumstances which pointed strongly toward the color of the would-be borrower and endorsers as the bar to credit at this bank. 60. The Chelsea Bank manager responded that the bank's refusal to extend credit to African Americans was not due to prejudice, but rather to the bank's strictly conservative policies. 61 The bank said they did not advance loans to anyone unless the applicant can show a satisfactory balance and business statement and has a generally good character. Of course, with so much discretion as to an applicant's character, how could racism not be a factor in the loan denials? A white teller of the Chelsea Exchange Bank who went on to write a dissertation on black-owned banks in the 1930s explained that his bank received a tremendous amount of money from black customers. He also observed without apology that, all of this money is transferred downtown to the home office where it is loaned to white customers. 62 He defended this practice as one that was properly followed by most banks because they wanted to ensure their loans were 100% sound. According to him, safe loans could be made much more easily to their white customers because the Negro is entirely untutored in the business world, he is historically not a businessman. 63. This idea that blacks were not ready for business or incapable of it due to lack of training or that, unlike immigrants, blacks were not from an entrepreneurial culture has had a long life despite much evidence to the contrary. 64 George Bernard Shaw revealed the backward logic, the haughty American nation makes the Negro clean its boots, and then proves the moral and physical inferiority of the Negro by the fact that he is a shoe black 65. Not only were blacks unworthy of loans, but the white clerk also blamed fickle depositors for the instability of black banks, lamenting that if only these black depositors would allow their deposits to grow, the banks would not be so burdened. He reasoned that the wage earners would often take out their deposits during the Christmas season, moralizing that this was because they lacked proper perspective and self-control. 66 While his institution was diverting the scant resources of Harlem downtown, he was blaming the unlearned and emotional Negro for his own poverty and lack of resources. This moral indictment of the poor by institutions complicit in their poverty is a recurring theme. In fact, privileged observers often cast the rational behavior of the economically disenfranchised as a sign of moral inferiority that explains their poverty and simultaneously justifies apathy toward them. The Chelsea Bank's most prominent competitor in Harlem was the Dunbar National Bank. 67 Dunbar Bank was established in 1928 by John D. Rockefeller Jr. and was described at its opening by Time magazine as a significant addition to the long list of gifts which its founder has made toward the betterment of Negroes. 68 The Dunbar Bank was organized along the same lines as the Freedmen's Bank. It was basically a large depository created by white philanthropists for the purpose of teaching blacks about thrift. 69 The managing director of the Dunbar National Bank stated in 1932 that the bank provided savings accounts to help the Negro help himself. The bank would not be lending on real estate, but would take deposits and invest them in government securities, a promise which they kept. Rockefeller still expected that it would be a profitable venture. 70 Black banker Arnett Lindsay remarked that, although blacks were the chief beneficiaries of the bank, the promoters of the bank are receiving their due compensation, a fair return on their investments. 71. The community embraced the bank. On the day of its opening, September 17, 1928, the New York Age reported that more than 5,000 persons, including a number of the most prominent Negro businessmen of the country, visited the bank. 72 Other black banks and businesses, including Mechanics and Farmers Bank of Durham, the Victory Life Insurance Company of Chicago, and the Citizens and Southern Bank of Philadelphia, deposited funds into the Dunbar Bank. 73 Dunbar's management explained that they were not organized as a colored or white bank, but to serve all the people of Harlem. 74 By 1932, the New York Age reported, depositors are made up of both races, the employees are both white and colored. 75. With its white management and black staff, the Dunbar National Bank was reported to be the only interracial banking operation in the United States. 76. The crisis noted that the bank employed Negroes as tellers, bookkeepers, and clerks. 77. In other words, not as management. The community protested and asked the bank to consider hiring black managers. Dunbar responded by hiring one black director, Roscoe C. Bruce. 78 The Harlem newspaper Amsterdam News was not impressed, complaining that the desire on the part of prominent and capable Negro businessmen of Harlem to have serving the community a bank with a white and colored board of directors has not been realized. A Dunbar Bank representative countered, condescendingly, "The Dunbar Bank is an experiment and we must move slowly in deciding upon our policies, and until we see the response of the representative Negro businessmen of Harlem to this effort to be of assistance to them, we have to delay consideration of appointing any of them as directors of the institution." The Harlem business community was at first promised a 50% stake in the available stock, but once the bank opened, Rockefeller retained 75% of the stock and refused to sell the remaining 25% to the community until he was sure the bank would succeed. Even when the bank did succeed, Rockefeller never sold stock in the bank to the black community. 79 Harlem felt betrayed by this decision, which sowed a suspicion that would resurface 30 years later when Jackie Robinson tried to convince Harlem to invest in his bank. The community suspected that Robinson's bank was a front for another Rockefeller venture. Having avoided real estate lending, the Dunbar Bank sailed through the Great Depression and became one of the first banks to open after President Roosevelt's 1933 bank holiday. 80 The bank was affiliated with the Rockefeller-financed Dunbar Apartments, which according to the New York City Landmarks Commission was the first large cooperative residence built for blacks. 81 The structure, constructed in 1926, was designed to provide blacks with a path toward property ownership through a cooperative. During the height of the Harlem Renaissance, the apartments housed several famous black luminaries, including W.E.B. and Nina Dubois. In 1936, Rockefeller foreclosed on the cooperatively owned building due to defaults in payments in the wake of the Great Depression. 82 The Dunbar National Bank was liquidated in 1938 when Rockefeller decided, according to the Afro-American newspaper, that it was no longer profitable and convenient for him to continue it. 83. It is notable that Harlem did not have a thriving black bank sector, or at least one similar to that enjoyed by other major cities, not only because Harlem was located just a few miles from the heart of American capitalism on Wall Street, but more significantly because Harlem at the time was the focal point of a new and powerful strand of black nationalism championed by Marcus Garvey. 84 Garvey was not as prominent a national leader as Dubois or Washington, but he was undoubtedly the most influential voice emanating from the northern ghetto, a voice that would echo throughout the 20th century. Unlike Dubois and Washington, Garvey was not interested in the South's problems, nor did he care to speak to the black middle class or whites. His primary concern was for the poor black masses living in northern ghettos. His answer for them was to embrace segregation and to build an independent community. If Dubois had sought to tear down the walls of segregation and Washington had wanted to build a respectable community within the walls and wait for the white community to take them down eventually, Garvey wanted to build the walls even higher and establish guards on top lest the whites try to exert any control within the black center. Blacks, whom Garvey called a mighty race, would never be accepted by white America, so they were better off developing an independent nation. This meant either going back to Africa or building a sovereign nation in America from reparations he demanded as recompense for slavery. Garvey, a Jamaican immigrant, likened the black ghetto to a domestic colony. This framing resonated with blacks living in densely segregated northern ghettos. The proper response to colonialization was to demand self-determination. "Where is the black man's government?" demanded Garvey. "Where is his president, his country, and his ambassadors, his army, his navy, and his men of big affairs? I could not find them, and I declared, I will help make them." 85 He was called the Black Moses, and his movement attracted millions of Garvates out of a nucleus of acolytes in Harlem. The language and insignia of his movement, military apparel, made him the most incendiary of the early leaders. He founded the Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNIA, in 1914 as a step toward establishing a country and absolute government of their own. 86. In August 1920, the UNIA had 4 million members and held an international convention at Madison Square Garden before a crowd of 25,000 people. Ironically, Garvey's commitment to absolute segregation and rejection of any help from whites aligned him with staunch white supremacists. He even met with the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan to oppose integration. 87 The meeting infuriated other black leaders and drew harsh criticism from black labor organizer and fellow Harlemite A. Philip Randolph, who launched a Marcus Must Go campaign. Dubois called Garvey the most dangerous enemy of the Negro race in America. 88 Garvey, in turn, condemned Dubois for acting like an agent for the white elite. Although Garvey irritated prominent black leaders, his economic roadmap bore a striking resemblance to Washington's own rhetoric. Garvey was inspired by Washington's philosophy, and the two had corresponded and intended to meet before Garvey immigrated to America, but Washington died before they could meet. Garvey enthusiastically embraced capitalism and preached a gospel of success that included self-mastery, hard work, and self-sufficiency, all of which he promised would result in black wealth and power. He echoed Andrew Carnegie when he admonished black Harlem, "Be not deceived, wealth is strength, wealth is power, wealth is influence, wealth is justice, is liberty, is real human rights." 89 Blacks needed to own more stores, more banks, and bigger enterprises, said Garvey. So long as blacks had no banks of our own, they could not survive and prosper as a race. 90. Garvey even began his own business empire, including a grocery store chain, restaurants, and laundries in Harlem in 1919. He incorporated the Negro Factories Corporation to manage a variety of subsidiary businesses, all of which relied on de facto segregation. Garvey's Harlem newspaper, The Negro World, published the first voices of the Harlem Renaissance. His most ambitious venture was a shipping company, the Black Star Line, built to enable trade and commerce between the Caribbean, Central and South America, and the United States. The Black Star Line faltered and then failed. Garvey himself was arrested for mail fraud and subsequently deported to Jamaica in 1927. For many in the black community at the time and thereafter, Garvey's movement was anything but a failure. According to one contemporary, it was an economic failure, but a psychological success, and created a spirit that has yet to be paralleled in any other black movement. Earl and Louise Little were loyal Garveyites in Chicago who rejected black integration and the Uncle Tomism of the black middle class. Their son, Malcolm X, would resurrect Garvey's vision years later, as would the Black Panthers, the Nation of Islam, Rastafarianism, and other black radical groups. 91. Black nationalism was a distinctly political philosophy and a direct result of racism and segregation. It was in the heavily concentrated ghettos of the North that such a response was most appealing. The ghetto was predominantly black, and its business establishments were all white-owned. It felt like exploitation akin to colonization. The black nationalist solution was to create a parallel economy with rival black institutions in the ghetto. The end result, however, was not just the black institutions but complete autonomy, not Washington's social separation, but a revolutionary political break from the American polity. This would have required military violence and would certainly have failed, which is likely the reason the nationalists focused on creating economic institutions first. But the premise was that ownership of black institutions meant control of the black ghetto economy. Black bankers were not political nationalists, but they were operating under the same foundational principle that black banks would lead to black economic power and independence. Richard R. Wright Sr., founder of the National Negro Bankers Association, NNBA, articulated the goal of black banking. Wright believed that black banking would provide a tangible start toward real financial emancipation. 92. Most of the Negro's money is not now organized for the Negro, but actually organized against us. Millions of dollars that colored people have put in banks, probably 12 million in the city alone, are used to build up businesses for people who discriminate against Negroes. Do you think it's about time to help organize the finances of our people? 93. Wright was born a slave in Georgia and worked to help the family survive after slavery. He told a story of giving his paycheck to his mother one day and being struck when she responded, "I'm going to take this money and put it in the bank and live off the interest." Her words surprised her son and the message stayed with him. When he walked past the bank, he told the banker, "I'm going to have money in your bank." 94. Wright eventually became a college president, and in 1921, at the age of 67, he founded the Philadelphia Citizens and Southern Bank and Trust Company. He founded the NNBA in 1927 and urged all prominent black leaders to create their own banks. "We must unite all the Negro banks in the country," said Wright, "to restore confidence in our business. No bank can stand alone." 95. The organization, according to its own history, was born in hostile times. 96. The mission of the League was to promote the general welfare, and the usefulness of banks and banking institutions, and to secure uniformity of action, together with the practical benefits to be derived from personal acquaintance and from the discussion of subjects of importance to the banking and commercial interests of the country, and especially in order to secure the proper consideration of questions regarding the financial and commercial usages, and of customs and laws which affect the banking interest of the country. 97. In 1927, the NNBA convened in Durham, and Mechanics' and Farmers' President C.C. Spaulding delivered the keynote address to the group. He pressed a message he would sound many times, urging black bankers to pull together and cooperate in order to survive. Between 1927 and the onset of the Great Depression, the most pressing topics during meetings were cooperation among black banks, eliciting the support of the black community, countering discrimination by whites, and overcoming negative stereotypes. To help address the latter point, the NNBA invited the black press to their 1927 meeting and asked them for assistance in portraying a positive image of the industry to the public. 98. The bankers invited editors from the Pittsburgh Courier, Norfolk Journal and Guide, and the Philadelphia Tribune, and asked for their help convincing an often reluctant black population that black banks were just as trustworthy as white ones. Wright complained about the unequal treatment black banks received from their newspapers. The news of a single failure of a Negro bank goes about like wildfire, he complained. Everyone knows it and everyone talks about it. The announcement of a Negro bank failure forms glaring headlines in red letters across the pages of every Negro newspaper. Wright implored his colleagues to change this by making our bank successes interesting news. 99. If the association's goal was to mobilize black money into black banks, they needed the black community to trust banks. In other words, trust that they would not fail, for what banks were asking their community was no small favor. They were asking blacks to entrust black bankers with their hard-earned savings in the days before deposit insurance, when a bank failure meant that the deposits were gone. Bankers had to convince their customers that they were honest, smart, and prudent, but the pervasive racism of the era worked to demonstrate just the opposite. Many black bankers and industry observers noted that black banks were weakened by perceived racial inferiority even in their own communities. As one white banker observed, as to practically every Negro bank in the country, when it opens its doors for business, only a comparatively small number of people deal with it. 100. Banking was impossible without this confidence. 101. But the bankers knew that if the population trusted them with their savings, they could be of service to their customers by providing them with loans that no other banks were giving them. Trust would beget stability, which would beget sound lending, which would beget more trust. Black bankers wanted to spark this virtuous circle. This is why Wright and the other bankers pleaded with the black press to help to dignify our banking, to organize our banks for bigger and better business and for mutual protection. 102. The press obliged. In 1927, the Norfolk Journal and Guide wrote, if Negro banks, selected with due regard for safety and service, were made the depositories of one half of the black community's money, its circulation through the arteries of Negro trade and commerce would add wonderful strength to our economic structure. 103. The editor of the Washington Bee claimed that the black banking industry meant more to the present and future of the Negro race in America than possibly all of the other agencies concerned, with the progress and welfare of our group combined. Pointing to the banking industry as the ship captain of black economic progress, he called on the entire black population to amass their money and support these institutions. With most of our business enterprises just emerging from their swaddling clothes, to rival and battle against long-established and experienced competition, with the enterprising homeowners and home builders being imperiled by lack of capital, impossibility of securing or renewing loans. With industrial and economic barriers being erected against the Negro every day in all parts of the country, with the facts of his forced isolation from other groups and the realization that he must work out his own problems and overcome and conquer his hazards himself, the Negro needs a strong, trained arm at the will to pilot him safely into the port of his dreams. 104. To help with the public relations challenge, the NNBA kicked off Negro Bankers Week on February 10, 1929, with scheduled mass meetings and education campaigns. The League called on President Coolidge to support thrift among blacks as part of his ongoing Thrift Week celebrations. 105. While Coolidge did not offer any specific support for black banks, he did create the first government agency to support black businesses, the Commerce Department's Division of Negro Affairs, in 1927. James A. Billboard Jackson was its first director. Jackson earned his nickname when he became the first black editor of Billboard magazine in 1920, and in his position at the Commerce Department his duties were to collect and disseminate information about black businesses. Besides Jackson's periodic reports on the state of black businesses, however, the agency did little else. 106. The NNBA was gearing up just as the Great Depression decimated the industry. In fact, the 1928 meeting had been scheduled for Savannah, Georgia, but the two black-owned banks in the city, the Wage Earners Savings Bank and the Savannah Savings Bank, closed before the meeting could take place. The group reconvened in Louisville, Kentucky. The focus of the 1929 meeting was making it through the crisis by cooperation, and a few banks were proving just that principle. When Citizens Trust, the pillar of the Atlanta community, was suffering a liquidity shortage, mechanics and farmers C.C. Spalding gave the bank a loan that enabled its survival. 107 Citizens Trust reopened triumphantly after the bank holiday of March 6, 1933, having paid out every claim. 108 Maggie Walker also arranged a merger that saved her bank along with two others. Most were not so lucky. The Great Depression brought down both the titans of black finance and the budding shoots of smaller black banks. After the Dust Bowl trauma settled, only 8 black-owned banks survived: Citizens and Southern Bank and Trust Company of Philadelphia, Wrights Bank, Citizens Savings Bank and Trust Company of Nashville, Citizens Trust Company of Atlanta, Consolidated Bank and Trust Company of Richmond, Maggie Walker's Bank, Crown Savings Bank of Newport News, Danville, Virginia, Savings Bank and Trust Company, Mechanics and Farmers Bank of Durham, and Charleston, South Carolina, Mutual and Savings Bank. These surviving banks were affiliated with either another commercial entity, a church, or a fraternal organization. 109. Black commercial banks in the North failed due to runs and heavy loan losses. As the saying goes, when Wall Street gets a cold, Harlem gets pneumonia. Black ghetto properties quickly lost value, creating severe loan losses for black banks holding these loans. 110 When the NNBA met in 1930, Maggie Walker was the featured speaker, and she tried to restore confidence in the industry. She reminded the press and the public that bank failures were universal and that 1,000 times more Negro money is lost year after year in other banks than is lost in Negro banks. 111. This was true, but the trauma-inducing insolvency of black banks during the Great Depression could not mask their more fundamental weakness. After having visited practically every large city where a Negro bank is operating, studying their financial statements, and speaking with management, prominent banker Arnett Lindsay concluded in 1929, months before the Great Depression, that there are not more than half a dozen banks owned and operated by Negroes, which are actually making even ordinary bank profits by specializing in commercial loans. He added that although these banks served a useful purpose in promoting thrift and homeownership, this is not commercial banking in the true sense of the word. 112. The truth was that even before the Great Depression, these banks could not have grown wealth for the black community insofar as they operated in a segregated economy. In the parlance of the later battles for school integration, not only was it impossible for black banking to be separate and equal, they could not even be separate and profitable. 3 specific features of the black condition impeded even the strongest black banks in the pre-Depression era from their central aim of wealth accumulation: poverty, housing segregation, and the centripetal pull of the money multiplier to the dominant banking sector. The first source of weakness was the black bank's liabilities. When a customer deposits money into a bank, she creates a loan to the bank, but a loan that the customer can demand back at any time. This is why it is called a demand deposit. For a bank customer or a business, a deposit is an asset, but for a bank, customer deposits are liabilities. Banks, therefore, fund their business through liabilities that can best be described as short-term, unpredictable loans. Commercial banks rely on the probability that not all of their customers will demand their money at one time, and therefore they do not hold these deposits at the bank. They only hold a fraction at any one time. This is called fractional reserve banking, which means banks hold a small amount at the bank called reserves and lend out the rest. Banks make money on the spread between what they pay to their depositors and how much they charge on their loans. Bank profits are made by taking these deposits and turning them into loans called maturity transformation. This process is risky. If bank customers suddenly demand more money than the bank has in reserve, there is trouble for the bank, especially before the creation of federal deposit insurance. Customers knew that the bank could not pay all depositors at once, so they would run the bank, sometimes literally running to the bank to demand their deposits before there was nothing left to claim. Fractional reserve banking meant that there were only enough reserves to pay out a fraction of the depositors the runners needed to make sure they got to the bank first. A run usually meant certain failure unless the bank could find enough liquidity, cash, to satisfy enough depositors so that they would leave their deposits in the bank. Black bank deposits differed from those in white banks. They were smaller and were more frequently withdrawn, which made them more risky. 113 Most black depositors had no stores of wealth to invest in the bank and were just depositing money from their wages, keeping small amounts to live on. They put their sums into black banks for safekeeping, but also looked to those deposits as rainy day funds during frequent stormy weather. Deposits so small and volatile are a costly liability for banks. Banks spend the same amount of money in overhead and servicing costs for a deposit of $1,000 as for one of $1.50, but the larger deposit can yield more profit when it is lent out. In other words, a bank receiving 3 large deposits amounting to $500,000 from 3 big businesses spends less money and makes more profit off those deposits than a bank that receives $500,000 of deposits from 5,000 people. Black banks had much higher operating costs than white banks because they spent more and earned less from their poor customers. 114. A customer base that deposits little and withdraws often creates another less obvious financial bind for banks. 115 Because of the volatility of their deposits, black banks had to keep more cash on hand as reserves or invest in other more liquid assets such as government securities, which were safer than loans. They did so because they needed to make sure they always had enough cash at the bank to pay out to depositors. They also held very high capital ratios to offset this risk. 116 In 1920, the mean capital ratio for white banks was 18%, black banks had an average capital ratio of 32.9%. 117 This meant that the bank owners invested more of their own money and earnings in the bank to keep it secure, but this severely restricted their profitability and lending capacity. In order to minimize the risks presented by their small and fickle deposits, bank managers held more capital, cash reserves, and liquid assets. All of this meant that they could make fewer loans and thus were not able to fully enjoy the benefits of fractional reserve lending. 118 Fewer loans meant less revenue for the banks, less credit for the community, and less wealth creation overall. A profitable bank tries to hold as few reserves as possible, have as low a capital ratio as allowed by law, and make as many loans as possible in order to maximize profits. 119 Black banks were trying to stay safe, but their weak deposit structure put them in a bind. Black banks were lending with one hand tied behind their back. What weakened these banks is the paltry wealth of the communities they served, which was also the reason they were created, to provide financial services to a poor population. Another source of vulnerability for black banks was their assets, or loan portfolios. The fate of black banks was tied up with the fate of black businesses, and the precarious state of the latter meant that black banks lacked the healthy diversity required for sound banking. Most thriving banks prefer to hold a mix of commercial and real estate loans, because a diversified portfolio is safer and more profitable. But black banks made loans almost exclusively on residential real estate because the vast majority of black businesses were pebbles on the seashore, small service operations with no need of bank financing. 120. The black banking market was thus created to meet one key credit demand: home loans. It was widely acknowledged that white banks did not lend to blacks for home buying, and if they did, they charged much higher interest rates. 121 The portfolios of black banks were dominated by home loans, which were the balance sheet equivalent of a ticking time bomb. Home loans were inherently risky, but the key problem for black banks was not the proportion of these loans they held, but their nature. 122 The problem was that the collateral for these assets, properties owned by blacks in locations where blacks could buy, diminished in value as soon as the loan was made. To understand this phenomenon, which reveals the core problem of black wealth creation and bank viability, it is important to understand how thoroughly enforced segregation was in the North and how it affected housing prices. The North maintained strict racial segregation through a series of tools used consecutively and simultaneously, including violence, zoning laws, and racial covenants, much of which was organized by neighborhood associations and realtors. 123 The color line. The place where the black ghetto met the white community was a highly contested space and the scene of much of the race rioting and violence. 124 As the swelling ghetto pushed against the white community pushed back forcefully. 125 The black middle class were usually the early settlers forging into the racial frontier by buying homes in new territory. With a 50% down payment required for a home purchase at the time, the only buyers of black property were the black upper class, only 2% of the black population in the North in the 1920s. 126 These professional class pioneers were often the primary victims of bombings and mob violence. A famous case was that of Dr. Ocean Sweet and his wife Gladys, who bought a home outside Detroit's Black Bottom slums in 1925. The Sweets bought their home for $18,500, which was $6,000 more than its market value. The home was shortly besieged by a white mob that surrounded the home for several days, hoping to pressure the Sweets to abandon their property. When the mob began to break windows, Sweet fought back. He and several friends fired into the crowd and killed a member of the mob. Sweet was charged with murder and was defended by Clarence Darrow and Walter White, president of the NAACP. This case was an outlier, not just because Sweet was acquitted of a murder charge by an all-white jury, but because he fought back in the first place. Most black professionals were not willing to wage a violent defense of their home. 127 The reason white neighbors would threaten a black doctor was not necessarily that they did not want him in their neighborhood, but because it signaled a racial breach. Members of the black middle class moving into a neighborhood were seen as harbingers of a neighborhood being swallowed by the ghetto. 128 These fears turned into self-fulfilling prophecies, because once a neighborhood tipped and was seen as a black neighborhood, whites fled and the neighborhood declined and was swallowed up by the ghetto. In 1930, a realtor turned University of Chicago economist, Homer Hoyt, created an economic model based on extensive real estate data that revealed that real estate in a neighborhood declined as soon as a few blacks purchased property there. The lower market values were a result, he explained, due entirely to racial prejudice, which may have no reasonable basis. 129 This declining property value did not affect the home prices of most immigrant groups, only blacks and Mexicans. This is why whites were so vigilant in keeping blacks out of their neighborhoods. They were motivated not only by outright prejudice, but also by fears of asset depreciation, which was, of course, a correlated result of racism. Otherwise, why go through the trouble of organizing associations, making contracts, and planting bombs? Whites on the edges of the black community were protecting their financial investments by keeping blacks out. This racial cartel not only reinforced white advantage, it created a negative feedback loop for black wealth creation. Because black homes were not increasing in value, black homeowners were excluded from the clearest path to wealth creation available to the middle class. On the flip side, through racial violence, whites retained the racial purity of their neighborhoods, and their home values increased precisely because they were not in black neighborhoods. The ability to retain property value even through violence was a uniquely white privilege. Data also revealed what was already obvious to the black middle class, that the first blacks to own a home in a formerly white neighborhood paid a premium to buy the home to break the color barrier. So values rose slightly, and then, as more blacks entered the neighborhood, home values suffered a drastic decline. 130 In other words, blacks paid much more for properties, which came to be worth much less the second they were purchased by blacks. This sluggish real estate market contrasted sharply with the inflated rental market within the ghetto. In the densely packed black ghetto, the low supply of tenant housing coupled with high demand meant that rents skyrocketed by 50% or more in comparison to rental properties outside the ghetto. 131 Tenants were paying very high prices for increasingly dilapidated housing, and black homeowners paid too much for homes that then lost value. Both sides of the black income scale lost wealth due to segregation. This situation seemingly defies the economic laws of supply and demand, but those laws have never been fully able to account for the intensity of white racism. It is difficult to overestimate the damaging effects of housing segregation on the creation of black wealth or the viability of black banking. For banks, these mortgages created severe balance sheet problems, because loans often went underwater as soon as they were issued. 132 Not only were black banks losing the value of their own investments as their mortgaged properties declined in value, but these loans also created a liquidity bind for black banks because they could not sell them quickly. Black banks had highly illiquid assets, which were essentially stuck on their balance sheets. There was no ready market for black mortgages. 133 When Binga needed liquidity, he selected his best mortgages on choice pieces of real estate and offered them for sale to a few white banks in Chicago. The banks refused to purchase even these loans because they were unable to market mortgages on South Side properties. 134. This was likely due to the twin forces of direct racism and the plummeting house values that racism had indirectly wrought. When the Binga Bank failed, it held $800,000 in mortgages in South Side properties. 135. The raison d'etre of these banks making loans on black property was also a principal cause of their failure. The rigid lines of segregation had created a robust black banking sector, but the same forces of segregation infected their balance sheets, making it impossible for them to lend at a profit. Black banks might have been able to survive the low incomes of their customers and their focus on home loans. After all, credit unions and building and loans were flourishing during this era by pooling the resources of their low-income customers to buy real estate. The crucial difference, one that would perpetually prove insurmountable, was that black banks' assets, loans on black properties, were not appreciating in value. And this was not a problem the credit unions or building and loans had to deal with, for once the building and loan or credit union helped a member buy a home, that property either retained or increased its value. Though minutes from NNBL meetings reveal that the black bankers understood their balance sheets to be more vulnerable and risky than their counterparts, there is no evidence that the bankers suspected that these loans would perpetually diminish in value. Even Arnett Lindsay, who observed firsthand that these banks were not profitable, did not think residential loans were a problem and focused his lament on the lack of business loans. The bankers seemed to believe that these loans, if they could be held long enough, would eventually increase in value for the banks and the homeowners. 136. The hopeful premise on which the entire enterprise was based was that either black communities would eventually acquire enough wealth and buy enough properties to stabilize their prices, or that perhaps whites would stop fleeing black middle-class homeowners. Neither hope has yet to fully materialize. In fact, after the Great Depression, segregation continued to undermine black property values and wealth accumulation. In some ways, it became even harder in the coming decades. Yet to realistically confront and prepare for the obstacles these bankers were facing would have required too bleak a vision that the U.S. economy would sink into a dramatic decline, that segregation would increase in resiliency, and that racism would continue unabated. The most crucial structural problem black banks faced was their inability to multiply money due to segregation. Banks create money and wealth through fractional reserve lending. By lending customer deposits, banks create new money. They multiply existing money in a process called the money multiplier effect. A bank customer, Alice, deposits her money in Bank A. Her bank holds a fraction of that money as reserves at the bank and lends out the majority of it to another customer, Betty. Betty uses that money to buy a home from Celia, who deposits that money into her own bank, Bank C. That is new money created from the loan. Alice's bank deposit slip shows that she still has her money at Bank A, but now Celia also has a deposit at Bank C, money that was not there before. In this process, if Alice's initial deposit was $100 and it was lent out 10 times, with each bank holding 10% for reserves, it would have created $900 of new money. 137 The money supply increases from $100 to $1,000. This is the magic of fractional reserve lending. Every time a loan is made, a deposit is created. To repeat, banks create money, or bank deposits, by making new loans. This money multiplier effect is what makes banks the engines at the center of the economy. The new money is created literally out of thin air. 138 This is what Alexander Hamilton meant when he said that banks allow capital to acquire life and become productive. Banks increase the overall wealth of a community by simply taking deposits and lending them out. The catch is that they can only do so insofar as the creditors and debtors are operating in the same system. Now let's see what happens when a black bank attempts fractional reserve lending. Anton deposits his money at black-owned Bank A. Bank A makes a loan to Bella, who is black. Bella uses that money to buy a home. For the money multiplier to work in a segregated economy, Bella's money must be recycled in the black economy. Theoretically, black banks would circulate and multiply this money and hum along with white banks doing the same thing, both multiplying money in their own segregated economies. However, this was not possible. During this era, practically without exception, the sellers of the real estate were white and the buyers were black, placing them in separate banking systems. The sale proceeds usually landed in a white bank, while the loan was held at the black bank. Because blacks did not own property, their banks would constantly be stuck in an inferior position and their loans would be swallowed into the white system. As soon as the black bank loan was deposited into the seller's bank, it had already escaped the black community and would continue to multiply in the white community. Even assuming that the first seller was black, she would have had to deposit her proceeds from the sale back into the black banking sector. Only if both the buyer and seller were black and each deposited their money at black banks could the money multiplier work. Every seller down the line would have to do that for the black banking system to be able to control the black dollar and multiply money in the black community. In reality, there would eventually be a white seller in the chain and the money would escape the black community. In the days of strict segregation, when white banks did not lend to blacks and white customers did not deposit money into black banks, the resulting new money always went into the white banking sector. 139 Money could not be multiplied in two different segregated banking systems when one did not have much capital to begin with. In other words, the banks themselves could not help the black community hold and multiply capital without changing the structure of property ownership first. White banks had the advantage of circulating and growing money, and black bank loans just fed into that circulatory system. Not only were black banks not multiplying money in the black community, they were multiplying money in the dominant, white, banking system. Put another way, not only were the white banks multiplying white money, they were multiplying black money as well. If the whole point of black banking was to control the black dollar and put it to work in the black community, black banks simply could not do this. Not only could black banks not control the money of the community, they actually acted like a sieve through which money drained into the mainstream white banks and the mainstream, exclusionary economy. Instead of multiplying money, black banking effected a slow trickle-up of wealth into the white banking system. The profits were being schemed off the top by the robust mainstream economy, leaving the ghetto economy with the scraps. Eventually, government credit markets would replace the simple apparatus of the money multiplier by providing new sources of loans. But even then, black money continued to leak out of the black economy. Because the dominant economy was taking place outside of the ghetto, its pull could not be resisted. Once in the banking system, money flows toward more money. Just as the money multiplier circulated white advantage, the ghetto money trap also circulated disadvantage. Because blacks were not home sellers, black banks did not have access to the large deposits received in home sales. This led back to the problem on the liability side, which is that the small deposits in black banks were too costly and had to be offset by fewer loans, which ultimately meant lower profits. The money multiplier was not broken just for small black banks, but also for large banks like Bingas and the Douglas National Bank. 140 This meant that no matter how much money black leaders, bankers, and the press could convince blacks to put into black-owned banks, the power of the black dollar would not push forward the black economy in a significant way. The truth was that segregated communities could not segregate their money. The irony is that black banks, which were created to control the black dollar, were the very mechanism through which black money flowed out of the community. Through deposit taking and lending, black money would always end up in the white banking industry despite the best efforts and highest skills of black bankers. Black banks could not participate in the wealth-producing process around which the entire banking industry is built, precisely because black banks operated on the fringes of a white banking system. This is not to say that a truly segregated black economy like the one Garvey imagined was not possible. If blacks could have accumulated all black resources into an all-black economy with control of large businesses and ownership of property, their money would not have easily escaped the borders. Blacks would need to be completely independent of whites and buy from, lend to, and employ only blacks. Though some whites and some blacks would have welcomed this outcome, such a world was out of reach because the black community did not accumulate enough property to sustain itself. The underlying problem for blacks was that whites started with all the property and blacks with none of it. This basic economic reality created a positive feedback loop for whites and a negative one for blacks, cycles that continue to have profound effects to the present day. Black banks' segregated assets, volatile liabilities, and broken money multiplying apparatus were causing a slow bleed of money and resources in the sector even before the Great Depression dealt the fatal blow. The Depression only ratcheted up the hardships faced by the black community because Jim Crow segregation concentrated and intensified poverty. 141 Starvation and disease were rampant, and infant mortality and premature death were much higher in the black community. 142 In 1935, W.E.B. Du Bois said, "No more critical situation ever faced the Negroes of America than that of today." 143 Gunnar Myrdal called the economic situation of blacks pathological in his momentous 1944 study of the state of the black population, The American Dilemma. He concluded that, except for a small minority enjoying upper or middle class status, the masses of American Negroes, in the rural South and in the segregated slum quarters in southern and northern cities, are destitute. They own little property, even their household goods are mostly inadequate and dilapidated. Their incomes are not only low but irregular. They thus live from day to day and have scant security of the future. Myrdal concluded that America's professed creed of equality and freedom did not match the unjust and immoral treatment of its black citizens. This was the American dilemma. 144. The initial optimism of the Great Migration and the promise of the Kinder Mistress of the North went unfulfilled as the black migrants faced the hardening walls of segregation. Meanwhile, many blacks in the South lost their land, which led to more migrants flooding the northern ghettos. Racial hostility in the South had not abated. Black children were being denied education in the South and black men were still being lynched without even the fiction of legal process. It was clear that Booker T. Washington's hope that whites would come to respect blacks after seeing their industriousness was only a pipe dream. Du Bois quipped, "The colored people of America are coming to face the fact quite calmly that most white Americans do not like them." 145. Having lost hope that whites would eventually yield to black integration, Du Bois doubled down on black business, arguing again that the only path forward for blacks was to build a separate economy. Du Bois warned blacks that to await the salvation of a white god is idiotic. 146. This was no time for black leaders to retreat into a resigned despair over their lack of economic progress. He urged the black community to deploy their political power, their power as consumers, and their brain power to bolster their segregated communities without waiting for white help. He promised that by voluntary and increased segregation and by careful autonomy and planned economic organization, blacks could build a strong community. 147. He sounded a lot like his foe Washington with this advice, but lest one overemphasize the similarities, Du Bois displayed a characteristic distrust of black capitalists and the profit motive. In a 1942 newspaper column, he described black entrepreneurs as a group without ethics or concern for their people. What American Negro businessmen have got to remember is that a new economic morality is facing the world, and the emancipation from unfair private profit is going to be as great a crusade in the future as emancipation from Negro slavery was in the past. 148. While he still championed black business, he urged black businessmen to seek the economic interests of the entire race instead of their own profits. Not only were black bankers stuck in a perpetual money pit, but they were often cast as the villains when things went wrong. That their loans went primarily to the black middle class and were out of reach of the majority of blacks sometimes made black banks the targets of criticism. 149 Abram Harris was one of these critics. Harris was the first nationally renowned black economist and the first to do a comprehensive study of black banks, called The Negro as Capitalist, 1936. Harris headed the Howard Economics Department from 1936 to 1945, when he became the first black economist at the University of Chicago. He was recruited there by Frank Knight, a founder of the famed Chicago School of Economics who fostered the likes of Milton Friedman and George Stigler. Harris had held Marxist sympathies while at Howard, but with his move to Chicago, his economic philosophy became more traditional. Harris was close friends with sociologist E. Franklin Frazier and was one of the handful of black insiders who helped shape Gunnar Myrdal's formative study. Harris claimed that the bankers' success was made possible by the skillful exploitation of the Negro masses. 150. His argument was that because black banks were run on the deposit base of the masses of low-income savers and their loans were real estate loans to black elites, they were enriching the elite and themselves on the backs of the poor. Put another way, the losses of these banks were primarily borne by the small depositors and the gains rarely benefited them, particularly because bank loans did not address the problem of the appalling housing needs of lower-class black citizens. 151 However, Harris's criticism overstated the gains made by middle-class blacks and black banks. The poor certainly lost their hard-earned savings, but the bankers lost their banks as well. Apart from his claims of exploitation, Harris's study was also the first to challenge the notion that a segregated black banking system could work. As a trained economist and without the burden of being a black political leader, Harris was able to confront and challenge one of the central tenets of black self-help, that black banks were a good idea. Harris had understood the trap of segregated banking and had tried to explain the flawed assumptions underlying the enterprise. Carter Woodson rejected Harris's blasphemy. Woodson, a prominent scholar and historian, believed that community self-help in the form of supporting black business and black banking was the only path forward. In The Miseducation of the Negro, Woodson criticized the skeptics of black banking and business, explaining that the highly educated Negroes who have studied economics at Harvard, Yale, Columbia, and Chicago will say that the Negro cannot succeed in business because their professors who have never had a moment's experience in this sphere have written accordingly. 152. According to Woodson, those who argued that blacks could not operate a separate financial system had been misinformed by white hegemony and miseducated to hate themselves. 153 He did not name Harris specifically, but he hardly had to because Harris was alone among the highly educated critics of black banks. Woodson had his own explanation for why black banks had failed. Negro banks, as a rule, have failed because the people, taught that their own pioneers in business cannot function in this sphere, withdrew their deposits. An individual cannot live after you extract the blood from his veins. The strongest bank in the United States will last only so long as the people will have sufficient confidence in it to keep their money there. In fact, confidence of the people is worth more than money. 154. Blacks had avoided black enterprise because they believed whites would serve them better, a complaint lodged by many other black leaders and bankers. 155 He recounted a few stories about blacks frequenting a white restaurant that would only serve them through the back door, when they could have received much better service by several black restaurants in the same area. 156 To Woodson, black businessmen had made mistakes, but the weak link in the chain is that they are not properly supported and do not always grow strong enough to pass through a crisis. Commerce Department official Billboard Jackson also blamed the black community for their lack of support of their banks. After a survey of the black banking and business landscape, Jackson noted with dismay that the average deposit in black banks was only $70, compared with $365 in white banks, and said in the larger cities, especially, much of that larger figure is the money of the Negroes which ought to be made available for their businessmen. 157 He did not consider that perhaps smaller deposits were the norm because the black population had less money to save. Despite the failure of the industry and despite the only thorough economic research showing the fundamental problems with black banking, most prominent black leaders continued to urge the community to support black banks and businesses. As long as Jim Crow dominated the South and segregation the North, what choice did they have? If the whites are to continue for some time in doing drudgery to the exclusion of Negroes, the latter must find another way out. Woodson explained that under the present system of capitalism the Negro has no chance to toil upward in the economic sphere except by building their own economy. 158 Moreover, economic self-sufficiency provided a way to resist the powerlessness of living in a racist society and to maintain a glimmer of hope, or, as Du Bois explained, a hope not hopeless but unhopeful. 159 This is not to say that black leaders were not fighting for civil or political rights. That fight had never ceased. But it had yet to yield meaningful fruit. While equality, integration, and acceptance into white society were not forthcoming, what else was there to do but rely on your own community and hope for a radical change? In fact, just such a change was coming. The New Deal for White America. The New Deal changed America's legal and political landscape in myriad ways, but perhaps nothing changed more radically than the nation's banking and credit markets. Unfortunately, most of the significant New Deal policies were administered in such a way as to maintain the South's racial hierarchy, which meant an almost categorical exclusion of blacks from government subsidies. The bulk of the New Deal reforms can accurately be described as white affirmative action because state resources were used to provide direct financial advantages to white Americans at the expense of other racial groups. 1. And this outcome was no accident. The only way Roosevelt could enact his progressive platform was with the backing of the Senate's Southern Democrats. And this strong, influential, and coherent political wing of the party was adamant that their economic structure and racial hierarchy be protected. Though Southern legislators were a minority, their unified bloc gave them outsized influence in their own party and allowed them to hold most of the senior committee positions in Congress. Nothing could get done without the blessing of the Southern wing. Roosevelt had to make a difficult choice: equal treatment of the races or large-scale historic social reforms. He chose the latter, and the choice had long-lasting effects. 2. Without explicit racial exclusions, the laws were crafted in such a way as to exclude most blacks from the social welfare programs. For example, most blacks in the South were farm workers and domestic workers. In devising legislation that regulated work hours, enabled unions, set minimum wages, and established Social Security, the Southern Bloc excluded both groups, and thus the majority of black Southerners, from the protective legislation. The purpose of these exclusions, as expressed by Southern legislators, was to maintain the inferior status of black laborers in the Southern economy. 3 Speaking in opposition to setting a minimum for farm wages, Florida Representative James Mark Wilcox explained, "Here is another matter of great importance in the South, and that is the problem of our Negro labor. There has always been a difference in the wage scale of white and colored labor. Fixing wages might work on some sections of the United States, but those of us who know the true situation know that it just will not work in the South. You cannot put the Negro and the white man on the same basis and get away with it." For most often, Southern senators did not even have to speak against the legislation. They used their seniority positions on Senate committees to make sure bills were drafted in such a way as to exclude blacks, otherwise, a bill would never reach the floor for a vote. 5 According to the NAACP, the legislation aimed at protecting workers against hostile labor conditions was like a sieve with holes just big enough for the majority of Negroes to fall through. 6. Where blacks could not be left out, the Southern Bloc ensured that the laws would be administered locally, where officials would allocate benefits in accordance with the racial order. One administrator of the Federal Emergency Relief Administration, FERA, said that he had to tailor relief to accommodate the demands of Southern plantation owners for cheap farm labor by curtailing the level of relief payments to agricultural laborers and sharecroppers. 7. This was done across the New Deal programs to exclude the large majority of blacks from relief measures and the newly created social safety net, a result characterized as a form of policy apartheid. 8. One pivotal outcome of these labor-protecting exclusions, and specifically regarding the right to collective action, was that they left black workers powerless to organize and demand better working conditions. The result not only hurt black workers, it gave white workers a leg up as the union movement achieved monumental improvements in workers' rights for their members. Through collective action, white workers gained a voice and a seat at the bargaining table, while black workers were effectively silenced. These exclusions drove a wedge between black and white working classes as black workers became a point of contention between labor and employers. Often, when a union and an employer were in a labor dispute, black workers were recruited to cross the picket line to fill the whites' places. Black workers thus came to represent strike breakers who posed a threat to union negotiations, which resulted in acts of open hostility and violence by union members toward the black workers. As a measure of goodwill to boost labor relations, it was customary for companies to charter trains to ship blacks back south. As more blacks left the boll weevil-infested cotton fields of the South for the promise of work in northern industry, they faced factories infested with racial animosity. Where they could have joined together and drawn more strength from numbers, blacks were scapegoated in industrial labor struggles because they were left out of union membership. 9. Even as the South's grip on Congress ensured that the New Deal would be passed along racial lines, Southern progressivism and populism assured that the New Deal was a rejection of unrestrained capital markets. The New Deal was a radically progressive reordering of American business regulation. Its centrally controlled economic planning, Keynesian stimulus programs, and foundational social welfare infrastructure made it the closest Americans came to democratic socialism. 10. That too was led by the South. The South had long fought the Northern money trusts and advocated more government intervention in breaking up monopolies, loosening credit, and regulating financial markets. The New Deal achieved all of these aims by restructuring financial markets to achieve specific policy goals. 11. This combination of progressive banking reform and a regressive racial hierarchy meant that post-war American prosperity was propelled through a mortgage and consumer credit apparatus that was exclusionary. The modern credit system created by New Deal reform segregated access to loans based on race. The alphabet soup of new credit and banking agencies, the Homeowners Loan Corporation, HOLC, the Federal Home Loan Banks, FHLB, the Federal National Mortgage Association, FNMA or Fannie Mae, the Federal Housing Administration, FHA, and the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, were all geared toward the rapid and effective dissemination of low-cost credit to new homeowners. These agencies, coupled with post-war economic growth, created a robust homeowning, capital-creating, and predominantly white middle class. They also made the black ghetto a permanent feature of the 20th century. This result was not inevitable. There was another route available to the Roosevelt administration, which would not have resulted in such stark inequality. During the era of big government spending programs, Roosevelt could have used public funds to build low-income housing and a much-needed infrastructure for the urban poor. He almost did just that. One of the most robust New Deal programs was the Public Works Administration, PWA, which was run by Secretary of the Interior Harold Ickes, a committed civil rights advocate and former president of the Chicago NAACP. The PWA was the federal government's largest construction effort to date, with a $6 billion budget used to build thousands of bridges and roads that put millions of Americans to work. But the initial plan of the PWA's housing division was to use funds to build homes and infrastructure in poverty-stricken areas, including inner-city ghettos. The motivation was not the housing per se, rather, as with many New Deal programs, the point was to provide a job-creating economic stimulus while offering a benefit to the public. Ickes believed that the financial stimulus should be used to address America's economic and social problems, including urban poverty. He warned that if the slums were not rehabilitated, they would continue to perpetuate poverty and inhibit economic recovery in America's cities. 12 No less than the future financial stability of many of our urban centers depended on the prompt reclamation of their slum areas, said ICIS. By 1933, ICIS had set aside $485 million to build low-cost apartment buildings across the country. This plan was fiercely opposed by critics who said that it was not the responsibility of the federal government to deal with inner-city housing problems. 13 The opposition believed that the goal of the PWA should be to get private investors on board by offering them a share of the profits. Investors were not interested in rebuilding the slums, so the plan was scuttled. 14 However, investors were interested in revamping the single-family mortgage market, so this was the route the reforms followed. Not only did this choice not help the ghetto, it would work directly against it in both predictable and unexpected ways. For example, many PWA grants in major cities like New York and Chicago were used to route roads and bridges over and through the ghetto, a decision that favored suburban car commuters, left public transportation in a state of neglect and disrepair for decades, and bifurcated neighborhoods in long-established communities. 15 On the other side of the color line, government-fueled mortgage markets offered the white middle class an escape from the cities even as it trapped the black poor within them. Consequently, race became the primary determinant of homeownership for the next century. Before banks pumped mortgage credit into America's suburbs, the Homeowners Loan Corporation faithfully mapped out America's racial geography. The HOLC permanently changed mortgage lending in the United States by simplifying and streamlining the home mortgage. Part of the streamlining process was the creation of standardized home appraisals. HOLC appraisers used census data and elaborate questionnaires to predict the likelihood of property appreciation in neighborhoods across the country. The HOLC then used this data to create meticulous maps giving each metropolitan region and neighborhood across the country a value. These maps had 4 color categories based on perceived risk: A, green; B, blue; C, yellow; and D, red, green being the most desirable and red being the least. In making judgments about a home's potential to appreciate, HOLC mapmakers, like individual appraisers before them, used the race of residents as a proxy for desirability. Green neighborhoods were homogeneous and white. At the other end of the scale, the red neighborhoods were predominantly black. In fact, race was a greater factor in a neighborhood's predicted decline than other structural characteristics such as the age of homes, proximity to city centers, creditworthiness of residents, transportation opportunities, public parks, or any other features. 16 Obviously, these designations became a self-fulfilling prophecy. This process of redlining eventually created a dual credit market based on race. W.E.B. Du Bois was vindicated in his 1903 prophecy that the problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line, but perhaps in a way that even the wary Du Bois could not have imagined. 17 The HOLC appraisers did not create the ghetto, and they were no more racist than the broader American public. Nor were they wrong when they labeled black neighborhoods undesirable. Whites simply did not want to live near blacks. But they did institutionalize racial segregation in housing and made it a formal feature of the mortgage credit markets. This not only meant that blacks could not buy homes and build capital in the undesirable inner city, it also meant that they were trapped in neighborhoods in rapid decline, having been defined as such by the self-reinforcing judgments of government bureaucrats. The reason these maps lingered for so long was that private banks used them as models when creating their own residential security maps and deciding where to lend. Even this discriminatory practice might have abated with time had the Federal Housing Administration and the Veterans Administration, VA, not used them for their more consequential mortgage program. The FHA did more to shape American life than any other government agency created during the New Deal. It is also unparalleled in the injustice its policies wrought on the black population. The FHA was created by the National Housing Act of 1934 and was supplemented and expanded through the 1944 Servicemen's Readjustment Act, the GI Bill, administered by the VA. Between 1934 and 1968, The FHA and VA programs operated to open a spigot of mortgage lending that flowed through the banking system. 18 The FHA did not lend money itself, but it created a large insurance fund backed by the U.S. Treasury that would guarantee all approved mortgage loans, which shifted the bulk of the risk of loan default from banks to the government. 19 By creating a buffer to absorb default risks, this new government infrastructure opened the floodgates for an unprecedented amount of private capital to flood mortgage markets. Virtually overnight, mortgage loans became easy, risk-free, and abundant. This transformation was aided by the 1938 creation of the Federal National Mortgage Association, FNMA or Fannie Mae, which created a network in which buyers and sellers could exchange mortgage loans. Private and institutional investors in one part of the country could invest in mortgages in another, ensuring that capital would always find yield. Because capital was so richly rewarded, it increased, as did bank profits. 20 What the government was doing was creating a network and a platform that drew in capital from all corners and multiplied it. The FHA, together with Fannie Mae, were blowing on the embers of the lending market until it became a full flame. The fuel was provided by private capital and the profits would go to those private investors. However, as became clear decades later, catastrophic losses in this credit market would not be borne by the private sector alone. Banks increasingly relied on the protocol and standards provided by the government agencies that were insuring the mortgages and managing their resale. Interest rates and terms converged, as did the types of borrowers. Banks were much less likely to take risks on borrowers who did not fit the gold standard, which was white, middle class, and male. Yet to call those who qualified for these loans the middle class is an evasive and circular description. Many were blue-collar wage workers, but it was precisely through these mortgages that they became the much heralded American middle class. These borrowers would not have been able to buy homes before these reforms. Over half of mortgage borrowers earned less than $2,500 per year, or the equivalent of $40,000 in 2017. 21 After these programs, mortgage loans became far more accessible than they had ever been, as banks significantly reduced down payment requirements, lengthened loan terms, and slashed interest rates. 22 In the transformed mortgage market, borrowers could pay less in mortgage payments than they had been paying in rent. A borrower who moved from renting a small apartment in the city to owning a large home in the suburbs was actually saving money. Typical was the former New York City resident who said of his new home in suburban New Jersey, "We had been paying $50 per month rent, and here we come up and live for $29 a month." If you could save a few $1,000s, you could buy a house, build wealth, and become middle class. 23. Millions of mortgage loans on mass-produced homes created ready-made communities across the country, fundamentally changing American culture. Pop-up suburbs came pre-packaged with parks, restaurants, bowling alleys, and movie theaters to provide the setting that would define middle-class life. The Norman Rockwell vision of America, of community, family, and hard work, was born during this era and mythologized thereafter. Many traditionalists wistfully remember this golden era of American life when things were simple and wholesome and there was optimism, prosperity, and growth as far as the eye could see. Yet this was a manufactured prosperity that left blacks out. It was achieved at their expense. The prosperity fueled by the abundant flow of mortgage credit stopped firmly at the red lines around the black ghettos. The protocols and standards of the FHA pushed whites up and out of the slums into the suburbs, but they held blacks in. The discriminatory policies of the FHA were even more explicit than the HOLC map-making. The bureaucracy was now actually enforcing segregation. The FHA's 1939 underwriting manual explicitly prohibited lending in neighborhoods that were changing in racial composition. 24 In a 1941 memo, the FHA unapologetically explained that the rapidly rising Negro population has produced a problem in the maintenance of real estate values. 25 A good neighborhood, according to the FHA, was one that prevented inharmonious racial groups, which meant that the only groups that did not threaten property values were white families. Once the FHA made its preferences clear, the natural operations of the credit market created racially pure white suburbs. Enforcing racial purity, or a harmonious racial mix, became a vested interest for homeowners, realtors, and banks, all of whom held a financial stake in the mortgages. If a neighborhood is to retain stability, said the FHA manual, it is necessary that properties shall continue to be occupied by the same social and racial classes. The FHA even offered suggestions for the best way of achieving this result, which they said was through race-based subdivision regulations and suitable restrictive covenants. 26 So neighborhood groups vigilantly enforced racial covenants. Racial covenants were promises made by homeowners that they would never sell, rent, or lease their homes to non-whites, guaranteeing that a neighborhood association could sue any white homeowner who stepped out of line by selling to blacks. The FHA only stopped recommending racial covenants in February 1950, 2 years after the Supreme Court found such covenants unenforceable in the landmark 1948 case Shelley v. Kramer. 21. The FHA policies resulted in some outrageous acts of segregation. Kenneth Jackson describes how, when a white neighborhood in Detroit came too close to the borders of the black neighborhood, the homes were denied mortgage approvals. The solution? A white developer built a concrete wall between the two neighborhoods. It worked, and the white mortgages were approved. 28 Such strong enforcement of the color line unsurprisingly led to an uptick of violence against black homeowners. 29 But in the end, the policies achieved their desired outcome. Between 1934 and 1968, 98% of FHA loans went to white Americans. 30 In some cases, whole cities were ineligible for FHA funds. 31 Levittown, New York, the emblematic suburb, was typical of the racial divide. As late as 1960, not a single one of the Long Island Levittown's 82,000 residents was black. 32 Even if whites preferred to buy homes in racially mixed neighborhoods, the FHA prevented them from doing so. The federal government was now enforcing credit discrimination with the full force of its monetary powers. The FHA was not creating these preferences, but reflecting the reality that white Americans preferred to live in segregated communities. If the market punished home prices in mixed-race neighborhoods, the FHA manual was simply reflecting that market reality and protecting the agency's investments. But the only market that mattered to the FHA was the white majority, and the FHA was unwilling to use the strength of the government and its leverage in the credit market to challenge this racism. In his 1955 book Forbidden Neighbors, urban planner Charles Abrams said that the FHA adopted a racial policy that could well have been culled from the Nuremberg laws. From its inception, FHA set itself up as the protector of all white neighborhoods. 33. What resulted was a Jim Crow credit market. The problem with suburbs full of homeowners and urban ghettos comprised of tenants was not just that it caused generational wealth inequality, it also affected the avenues of opportunity available to residents of these disparate communities. The disparity in community resources had to do, in part, with the operation of the American tax system, which gives local municipalities control of the bulk of their own tax dollars instead of distributing taxes nationwide or statewide. The creation of the white suburb meant that white communities had more tax revenues with which to build better schools, parks, and infrastructure, and the ghettos did not. Government credit led to a housing boom, a home-owning American middle class, and communities where future generation could be nurtured through well-funded public and private accommodations. Meanwhile, the cycle worked the other way. In the ghetto, poverty led to institutional breakdown, which led to even more poverty. As black neighborhoods became overpopulated, blight and crime rose. The largest wave of the Great Migration, spanning from 1940 to 1970, involved an exodus of several million blacks out of the South, which further concentrated the population of the ghetto. 34 Harlem, which had been in full bloom in the 1920s, had by the 1950s become dilapidated and rat-infested. So bad was the rat problem that specific coalitions were formed to address the problem, and it was a repeated topic of conversation in Congress. 35 Asthma, disease, drug addiction, and tuberculosis were rampant. By 1952, nearly 15 times as many African Americans in Harlem were dying of tuberculosis than among the all-white residents of Flushing, Queens. 36. Such a stark disparity between the races led some observers to conclude that the black community was suffering as a result of some cultural failings such as family breakdown or lack of education. 37 It seemed incomprehensible to some Americans living amid post-war prosperity to believe that there were any economic or systemic barriers that might have been responsible for the divergent fates of the communities. A black businessman in Chicago lamented that the banks refused to lend to qualified black borrowers on the one hand, and then turned around and blamed the black community's credit problems on poor education or inferior culture. 38 The government credit programs had so fundamentally tilted the scale against poor blacks and toward the white middle class that using culture to explain away the difference was absurd and insulting. Yet these theories would only gain momentum over time. As harmful as the government-produced segregation was, it is only half the story. Into the void created by the FHA's red lines came high-cost lenders and contract sellers. Deprivation is often linked with exploitation. Because blacks were deprived of the mortgage bounty created by government guarantees, they were ripe for exploitation by the sharks. Contract sellers took what little equity remained in the ghetto through an abusive innovation that looked a lot like a home mortgage. By the 1950s, 85% of the homes sold to blacks in Chicago were sold on contract with exploitative terms. 39 Speculators bought properties for a few $1,000s with private capital and then sold the home to a black buyer through contract for 3 to 4 times the price they had paid. 40 But the sale was a ruse. 41 These were contractual arrangements and not mortgages, which made a world of difference. Practically speaking, the buyer was just a tenant with an option to own the home at some point in the future. Blacks were paying much more than anyone else in the country on a mortgage, and they were not even getting an actual mortgage. 42 As soon as they missed a payment, they lost everything: house, down payment, and all the work they had put into the property. The same bankers who refused to lend to black buyers directly were profiting circuitously from such sham sales. Banks gave loans to the speculators who purchased the homes and then used them as bait to lure in black buyers. 43 The bankers and brokers defended their actions as a natural consequence of market pricing. In a free economy, a house is worth what anyone will pay for it, said one contract seller. 44 Of course, mortgage lending at the time was not exactly a free market because interest rates and prices were being artificially lowered due to unprecedented government interventions in credit markets. It was exactly the lack of government mortgage guarantees in the ghetto that made black mortgages so costly. Zooming in solely on the ghetto, the laws of supply and demand market pricing seemed to justify these high prices. There was simply too much risk, and investors had to be adequately compensated for taking on the risk of default. But zooming back out to consider the entire nation, it became clear that the government was absorbing all mortgage market risk except for mortgages in the ghetto. So capitalism and the natural rules of the market were indeed responsible for the high price of the properties of the ghetto. It's just that those rules only applied to the ghetto. Everywhere else, there was an artificial buoy undergirding the natural markets. As Du Bois had said, to be a poor man is hard, but to be a poor race in a land of dollars is the very bottom of hardships. 45 The ghetto housing market was poor in the land of credit. Even blacks who managed to leave the ghetto were caught in the Jim Crow credit market. In a few racially mixed or black suburbs in Atlanta, Memphis, New Orleans, Long Island, and Philadelphia, the black middle class was able to buy homes and find a good living, according to the Chicago Defender. Though these families could obtain mortgages, they were paying much more for them than their white neighbors even when they were buying the same amount of home. In fact, the data on these loans is clear: being black was directly correlated with paying high interest, more clearly than any other factor. 46 The FHA cared more about the race of the borrowers than their creditworthiness, so the black middle class was left to find mortgage loans in the private market. There were few institutional investors willing to provide capital for black mortgages, and black institutions did not have enough capital to provide for all such loans. 47 After the original exclusion from the low-cost FHA loans, the debt cycle became self-reinforcing. While the small black middle class may have been earning income similar to the white middle class, their upward mobility carried much higher interest. Over 70% of suburban black families had to borrow just so they could purchase cars, appliances, furniture, and other life necessities. Because the black middle class had more debt, they were charged higher interest on each new loan. More debt begets higher interest and vice versa. The added debt burden and high interest was a direct result of the lack of wealth, and, looping around once again, the debt made it even harder to accumulate more wealth. The debt-wealth cycle fed on itself. Black middle-class families making the same income as the white middle class had much less wealth, a disparity that both created their need for debt and was caused by their costly debt. White families had 20 times more wealth than black families. 48 Even the lowest income whites had average wealth greater than the highest earning black families. 49 This amount of spending on debt drew the ire of anti-capitalists and black intellectuals like E. Franklin Frazier, who assailed the black middle class, or the black bourgeois, for living on debt just to maintain their social status. 50 Others like Edwin Berry of the Young Urban League also chastised the group's indebtedness as irresponsible and showy. 51 Research reveals, however, that black families were not buying more than whites, they were just paying much more for the same amount of household goods. 52 Whites too were financing middle-class life through mortgage and consumer debt, but the black middle class was paying more for the same life. It was not just mortgage credit that diverged along racial lines, the New Deal also transformed the consumer credit market. Consumer lending before the Great Depression was usually in the form of installment loans, a loan that is paid off in small amounts over a short period of time. The loan was provided by the same store that sold the merchandise, an arrangement that was risky for the lender and expensive for the borrower. The interest rates on these loans were usually high, and retailers often charged even more than what was allowed by law by simply marking up the price of the goods. Black families in the ghetto, with low wages and wealth, relied almost exclusively on installment loans to buy appliances and furniture. 53 The FHA transformed the consumer credit market by lowering its risks and enabling banks, finance companies, and credit card companies to make profits on consumer loans for the first time. Once the FHA guarantees fueled the creation of the robust consumer credit market, the guarantees were no longer needed, and the market tumbled forward on its own with capital from private finance companies and banks. The same mechanism of government guarantees and secondary market networks was used to propel the consumer credit industry, attract capital, reduce risk, and increase profits. Interest rates were also lower because the risk was being shared across the market instead of by an individual seller. If suburban life was created by FHA home loans, it was enhanced by consumer loans that bought life-enhancing luxuries like cars, appliances, and apparel. The consumer credit market shifted from the rigid and expensive installment lending model to the flexible and less expensive revolving credit enabled by the credit card. Credit card companies allowed borrowers to revolve their debt, or roll over their balances. Credit cards also gave borrowers flexibility and significantly expanded purchasing power because they could be used at any retailer. 54 Most of these consumer loans went toward making purchases that made life easier and more enjoyable, but credit also provided a buffer to protect wealth and livelihood against the predictable tumults of life. Small loans gave families flexibility in dealing with unexpected costs or tragedies. For example, if wages fell short one month, a car broke down, or the breadwinner lost a job, a family could shift some expenses onto a revolving credit line and protect themselves from hardship or bankruptcy. There were two groups that did not rely on consumer credit in post-war America, the very wealthy and the poor black population. The wealthy because they did not need it, and blacks who desperately did need it but were excluded from the credit card market. Credit card and finance companies avoided the ghetto due to both racism and its risk-prone economy. Blacks had to keep relying on expensive and extractive installment credit that assured instability and continued poverty. 55 This was another instance in which the New Deal credit reforms created an abundant and low-cost credit market for whites and an extractive and inescapable debt trap for blacks. 56 The black community was neither ignorant of the effects of the exclusionary Jim Crow credit market nor passive in the face of it. However, the obvious solution, providing their own mortgage loans, proved extremely difficult, as revealed by the struggles of black bankers and mortgage lenders. Black banks were created to offer mortgages to the black community and to fill the void created by government credit policy, but their exclusion from the federally subsidized mortgage markets made their mission much more difficult than that of any other bank operating at the time. Their stories highlight this dilemma as well as the complicated relationship between the bankers and the growing resistance movement. Some saw their role as an integral part of the budding civil rights movement, and others were caught in a conflict between black banking success and the black struggle for equality. In 1950s Chicago, Dempsey J. Travis tried to provide mortgages to the segregated Black Belt as Binga had done before him. In his book An Autobiography of Black Chicago, Travis explained that there was a lot of demand for mortgage loans by black families, but banks would not lend to them. He refused to get involved in contract selling, which he said had a slave ship stench. Exploiting an economically and culturally disadvantaged people in their efforts to seek basic shelter is vile. Instead, he starved for months in the business rather than becoming a bird dog for the speculators as they plundered the black community. 57. Travis lamented that the majority of black savings were in white institutions and protested the injustice. They can't just take Negro savings and not offer loan services in return. 58. He would testify to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights in 1959 that out of 234 savings and loans institutions in Cook County, Chicago, only 21 were willing to make loans to blacks at all, and only one bank was willing to grant mortgages to black families buying in white neighborhoods. Commercial banks and life insurance companies were even worse. 59. Travis told a Wall Street Journal reporter that commercial banks, union pension funds and life insurance companies are scouting all over the country looking for sources of higher investment earnings, but they're almost completely overlooking a market that is screaming to be discovered: mortgage loans on Negro housing. 60. Knowing he could not rely on any help from the government and lily white mortgage companies, Travis was determined to create his own mortgage bank, and so formed the Sivart Mortgage Corporation, Travis spelled backward, in 1953. His ambitious aim was to raise the cotton curtain between the black community and the FHA and counteract the mortgage bottleneck. 61. Travis explained that the magnitude of the discrimination and the oppressive effect of the land contract on the black community convinced him that the only way a black man could survive in real estate and serve his people was by creating a source within the black community to use some of the community's own wealth. He hoped to harness the 85% of black savings held in white institutions. 62. Before he could make FHA-approved loans in Chicago, he had to be accredited by the FHA. His application was denied 7 times before finally being approved in 1961. This was not uncommon. Edward Irons, founding dean of Howard University's business school, suggested that part of the reason that so few black banks formed during this era was that regulators systematically discouraged black banks from seeking charters. 63. Travis's next setback was immediately apparent. Even with the FHA approval, banks would not provide him with capital for his business. He was humiliated when a bank executive at Exchange National offered him $15,000 after he had requested a $500,000 line of credit. Travis noted that these banks offered very generous loans to the white realtors in the area. But the bank must have felt that their small loan was an act of benevolence, writing to Travis, "May I also say that it is a pleasure to do business with people like yourself." 64. He rejected the loan and kept his self-respect. When he asked the Drexel National Bank, the bank that his family had used since 1900, he was refused once again. But he said that the rejection hurt less than the condescending tone of the chairman's voice when he made the credit offer. He recounted that it offended me so deeply that I stormed out of the bank empty-handed, never to return except to close all my accounts. These refusals were inexcusable to Travis because the loans would have been guaranteed through the FHA, which made them effectively risk-free. "The cost of maintaining black pride and personal dignity," wrote Travis, "can be extremely high." Finally, through the intervention of a personal friend, Travis secured a $200,000 line of credit from a local immigrant Polish bank so he could start his mortgage business. 65. Travis, like many other black businessmen, saw his role as both a businessman and a civil rights leader. To this day, I cannot differentiate between economic problems and civil rights problems. They are irrevocably saddled with each other, more so in this country than anywhere else on planet Earth. He believed that social and political rights would be achieved through business success, explaining, black-controlled businesses could bring more and more blacks into mainstream America. Travis observed the rise and fall of Jesse Binga, Anthony Overton, and cosmetics magnate Charles Murray, and considered these men personal heroes. My attitude toward material success would always be bound up with my feelings about the situation of blacks in America. 66. Though Travis's outlook on business success was the modern embodiment of Booker T. Washington's vision, his source of inspiration was Marcus Garvey. He explained that his desire for success came from hearing his family members talking about Garvey's Black Power movement. He wanted to build a business that countered the white exploitation of the black community. The solution was to harness black capital and put it to use to build the community from within. He therefore opposed efforts to integrate the black community fully into the white one. He lamented that the desire to integrate and to bury the black identity was very strong in the 1950s. He complained that the National Negro Business League considered deleting the word Negro from its title in 1954, and that the Chicago Negro Chamber of Commerce changed its name to the Cosmopolitan Chamber of Commerce. 67. Travis was able to sustain his mortgage business, but he became convinced that without government help, blacks would never achieve equality. At the tail end of the Civil Rights era, Dempsey Travis proposed a plan he called the 1970 Homestead Act, a new credit guarantee program targeted at black homeownership. When white Americans had been given land through the various Homestead Acts, blacks were left out, he reasoned. Nor had blacks been able to own land in America without fear of being dispossessed by angry white individuals or mobs. He was speaking from personal experience as a realtor and longtime resident of Chicago. 68. The proposal went nowhere. In Harlem, too, there was a movement to harness black money to build the community. The most prominent black-owned banks formed during this period, and the first in Harlem was the Carver Federal Savings Bank, founded in 1948. A group of 14 community leaders and businessmen formed the bank in order to help servicemen returning from the war, as well as black working people who were effectively barred elsewhere from home loan financing. 69. The bank raised $225,000 in investment capital from hundreds of Harlem residents. The bank obtained a federal bank charter after the state denied it one. Carver Bank soon became the largest black-owned financial institution in the country, having amassed more than $24.4 million in assets by 1963. The Reverend Milton Moran Weston II, the bank's president, was born in Tarboro, North Carolina, in 1910, the son and grandson of Episcopal priests. He left the South for New York, stating, "I knew I'd never live to be a man in North Carolina, so I left." 71. In 1928, he enrolled in Columbia University and graduated as one of only 5 black graduates. Moran led one of Harlem's most prominent churches, St. Philip's Episcopal Church, which was created in 1818 when blacks were told they could not attend Trinity Church on Wall Street. Weston believed that his experience as an Episcopal priest prepared him for banking. He told Ebony magazine in 1969 that being in banking is consistent with the involvement of my parish in the life of my community. A banker priest is really no more strange than an educator priest or a social worker priest. 72. Before becoming pastor, Moran had worked as a real estate broker. He noticed that white banks refused to lend to blacks even when they held substantial deposits at that bank, and he came to believe that these white bank officers hadn't understood that we were persons. Instead, they were relying on racist stereotypes in making lending decisions. They had no understanding of the sense of responsibility of the hard-working black family that struggles to build itself, and grows up to acquire a piece of property. 73. The Carver Bank was created to correct this injustice and help hard-working black families get mortgages. It was a bold move. The New York Times noted that before Carver opened as a storefront, only one black person was working above the rank of janitor in a New York bank. 74. Moran, like many other black leaders, held many different leadership roles and moved seamlessly from one to another. He was a preacher, a civil rights advocate, a labor organizer, and a banker. He was active in civil rights demonstrations against lynching in the South and whites-only clubs in New York. He organized large civil rights rallies in Madison Square Garden and wrote a column called Labor Forum in the Black Amsterdam News, in which he advocated for labor rights and collective action. His activism was done mostly out of the limelight. He was a quiet intellectual and told the New York Times in a 1986 interview, "I cause things to happen. If I have a gift, it is to encourage people that they can do the impossible." 75. Moran was as significant a figure in the Harlem community as the more visible and outspoken Adam Clayton Powell Jr., who was pastor of the Abyssinian Baptist Church in Harlem before becoming a congressman. When Powell called for a boycott by school children to protest segregation, Moran publicly opposed him, arguing that they should prove their point by keeping children in the schools. Yet Powell and Moran worked together to promote Carver Bank. In 1955, Powell called for a boycott of the white Harlem savings banks that practice Jim Crowism and economic lynching and urged his Abyssinian Baptist Church's 15,000 congregants to withdraw their funds and place them either in the Carver Bank or in the black-owned Tri-State Bank in Memphis. 76. Moran served the bank for nearly 50 years, finally retiring in 1997. 77 And when he did retire, Moran and the other founders tried to choose community leaders instead of business people or bankers as their replacements. These non-bankers were extremely risk-averse. In 1979 its president stated, "We are conservative. We are not flamboyant or spectacular." 78 But this meant that the bank was not providing loans. In fact, the Times reported that they made almost no loans, except to churches. Instead, like many other minority-owned banks, they simply accepted deposits and invested them in money market funds and mortgage securities. 79 As a federally chartered savings and loan association, Carver was statutorily required to invest a certain percentage of its loans in family dwellings, but it did so very cautiously. In Birmingham, Alabama, A.G. Gaston opened the Citizens Federal Savings and Loan Association, CFS Bank shares, in 1957, the second black bank in Birmingham after the Penny Savings Bank had failed. 80 Gaston's sizable fortune had been built on a vertically integrated empire consisting of insurance, a funeral home, a hotel, and a black business college. He observed that black families were being denied residential mortgages, and he opened his bank so that he could fill that market need. He explained that it was very difficult to gain the trust of the black community as they were still reeling from the failure of the Penny Savings Bank in 1915, but he was able to use his reputation and support from the town clergy to boost the bank's status. 81. Martin Luther King deposited money in the bank and served on its advisory council. King was the most iconic, but certainly not the only black preacher who was also a civil rights leader and black bank booster. Supporting black enterprise had been one of King's consistent messages, repeated in over a decade of leadership. Coretta Scott King had worked as a teller at Atlanta's black-owned Citizens Trust Bank, and King had formed a relationship with the bank early on. After the breakthrough success of the 1956 Montgomery bus boycott, King was launched onto the national stage. He immediately wrote a formative article outlining his goals and a road map for the movement called "We Are Still Walking." King expressed his ambitious agenda, which he said extended far beyond the desegregation of the buses, but was a long-range constructive program. He listed 6 of the group's top goals for the future, and the top 2 were to organize banks. 1. To establish the first bank in Montgomery to be owned and operated by Negroes. We have found that in the present situation many Negroes who are active in the protest have been unable to secure loans from the existing banks. 2. To organize a credit union. As a result of the protest, there is a strong desire among the Negroes to pool their money for great cooperative economic programs. We are anxious to demonstrate that cooperation rather than competition is the way to meet problems. 82. His third goal had to do with voting. In 1958, in a monthly advice column in Ebony, King said that every black community should have black-owned credit unions, savings and loan associations, and finance companies, and he urged blacks to pool their economic resources. Doing so would lift the economic level of the Negro, which would in turn give him greater purchasing power. 83. Though the civil rights leader was an unhesitant supporter of black banks, the black bankers did not always see their interests as being aligned with the movement. When Birmingham became the site of the civil rights movement's most monumental battles, Gaston the banker was at cross purposes with King the activist. Gaston, with Booker T. Washington's picture hanging in a frame in his office, was called the accommodator. Many called him an Uncle Tom, for opposing what he saw as the King coalition's inflammatory tactics. He urged cooperation with the white leaders, as he had always done, and negotiations to achieve their aims. He spoke out harshly against the use of school children in the nonviolent campaign, which some believe led to the movement's most significant public victory. In his letter from Birmingham jail, King was likely addressing Gaston when he answered his critics urging negotiations instead of sit-ins. 84. He responded that this was exactly the aim of the civil rights movement. According to his biographer, Gaston was committed to civil rights, but believed that the movement should focus on economic issues and poverty alleviation instead of pushing for rights. 85. Gaston himself had been following Booker T. Washington's cast down your bucket philosophy and had built his empire in Birmingham instead of moving north. He and his wife were actively involved in the Tuskegee Institute. Gaston's own autobiography, which was inspired by Up From Slavery, was called Green Power, and in it he advocated hard work and wealth building as the only means toward equal rights. Had the promise that green power would lead to equality come to pass for Gaston? Andrew Young recounted watching the millionaire getting lunch at a Birmingham establishment and having to get it at the back door like all the other black customers. 86. Though Gaston was uncomfortable with King's methods, he also provided financial aid to King's coalition and offered a suite of his motel as the headquarters for King and the SCLC. The A.G. Gaston Motel was bombed in retaliation. Gaston also bailed Dr. King and Ralph Abernathy out of jail when the county set the bail at the unreasonable rate of $2,500 each. King did not want anyone to pay for his bail because he believed that remaining in jail would be better for the movement's long-term aims. President Kennedy sought a de-escalation of the conflict and dispatched Robert Kennedy to persuade Gaston to pay for bail against the civil rights leader's wishes. Gaston did so, perhaps because he too was eager to avoid provoking the white community. King's coalition brought the race conflict to a peak in Birmingham, and it threatened Gaston's business success, which relied on the blessing of the town's white leadership. As a businessman who had built an enterprise on Washington's philosophy and an uncritical embrace of the segregated economy, his relationship to the civil rights movement was ambivalent. When Gaston's Birmingham home was bombed in 1963 and the perpetrator was not found, Gaston was torn between casting the blame on the Klan or on the Black Power movement. 87. The conflict between the objectives of black bankers and civil rights leaders led socialist black intellectual E. Franklin Frazier to paint black businessmen as the villains in the cause of black progress. Frazier, a Baltimore native, was awarded Howard University's top scholarship and received his Ph.D. in sociology from the University of Chicago in 1931. Frazier taught at Fisk University from 1929 to 1934, and then at Howard from 1934 until his death in 1962. 88. In his 1957 book, Black Bourgeoisie, Frazier took aim at the striving black elites, whom he believed to have a deep-seated inferiority complex because they felt superior to the black masses while suffering from the contempt of the white world. Frazier denounced Booker T. Washington for deluding the black community with the theory that business success would lead to acceptance and respectability, which he called a world of make-believe. 89. Black leaders and the black press were creating a misplaced faith in black businesses and exaggerating their success and influence, which he said was actually irrelevant to the American economy. 90 He also believed that since the propaganda campaign of the Freedmen's Bank, the black bourgeoisie had become obsessed with black banking as a symbol of business success, and that it was mainly in the field of banking that the new spirit of business enterprise manifested itself. 91. Fraser condemned whites who, on the one hand, promoted black business while, on the other hand, they refused to admit black businessmen into the corridors of power. 92 Yet his harshest judgment was reserved for the black bankers and businessmen, who he believed were exploiting the Negro masses as ruthlessly as have whites. 93 Fraser compared black business leaders and the black bourgeoisie to the house slaves who he claimed benefited from the exploitation of the field slaves. This class division between the house slaves, the Uncle Toms, and the black bourgeois versus the field slaves, the black masses, and the exploited became a common theme picked up by Malcolm X and the Black Panthers. After World War II, there emerged a tense divide between the black elite who enjoyed a modicum of upward mobility and the masses who had been left to languish in the ghetto, but the divergence was not as clear-cut as Fraser portrayed. Black bankers were not making exorbitant profits off the backs of the black masses. In fact, they were hardly making profits at all, as they were all suffering from the same Jim Crow credit market. Critics of black businesses often tended to inflate their success. According to the U.S. Department of Commerce, there were a total of 14 black banks in 1951, most of which were survivors from the previous era. 94 Given the obstacles to making mortgage loans, which is the mainstay of banking, it is unsurprising that only a handful of black banks were formed between 1940 and 1965. 95 What is jarring, however, is the paucity of the black banking sector in the context of the broader banking landscape. This was the unparalleled heyday of American banking. Never have banks been so numerous, nor the banking sector in America so profitable and safe. For example, between 1934 and 1980, there were 23,564 new charters for credit unions. 96 Total commercial bank branches grew from around 3,000 in 1935 to 40,000 in 1980. There were 11,000 SNLs created in the 1930s, and many more were added over the years. 97 This makes the anemic scale of black banking a glaring anomaly. The black banking industry essentially lay dormant for the decades spanning from the New Deal reforms and post-war era prosperity until the Civil Rights era. This was a direct consequence of the exclusionary federal mortgage bounty. The golden era of American banking, especially the surge in credit union and SNL charters, was also a direct result of New Deal credit and banking reforms. Though the SNL and credit union movements were rooted in progressive and populist ideals of cooperative ownership, self-help, and grassroots community building, it was only after they were plugged into the robust government-backed credit markets that these small marginal institutions became growth industries. These banks boomed because of and only because of FHA loans. Without them, these community-based enterprises would have withered on the vine, which is where they were headed before the New Deal. 98 It was so easy to run a profitable bank, thrift, or a credit union during this era that the adage was that bankers followed a 3-6-3 rule: 3% interest on deposits, 6% interest on loans, and be on the golf course at 3 p.m. 99. So monumental were the New Deal reforms that banking history can be divided into the before New Deal and after New Deal eras. Before, banking law was primarily governed state by state, and each state determined which banks would be granted charters. The New Deal banking reforms imposed federal governance, including new restrictions, rules, and chartering requirements. In return, banks got access to federal networks of deposit insurance, loan guarantees, and other buffers and protections. Most significant was federal deposit insurance, which effectively ended runs on bank deposits. FHA insurance on loans created a torrent of investor capital. Deposit insurance had the same effect on customer deposits. Confident savers entrusted their money to the banking system to be deployed in the great lending markets. Once the federal deposit insurance scheme was established, it was impossible for a bank to operate without it. In order for a bank to be viable, it had to be sanctioned by the FDIC and had to follow a standard set of federal rules and norms. It had to hold a minimum amount of capital, avoid certain activities, and submit to routine examination by regulators. Certainly, under the state-by-state chartering regime, black banks had been denied charters as a result of discrimination, but under the new regime black banks rarely had enough capital to obtain charters. Black banks were almost categorically too weak to be granted FDIC insurance. There were other shifts, more substantial but harder to notice, that would affect black banking. Specifically, the New Deal reforms tilted the scales toward small, community banking as opposed to large, nationwide bank conglomerates. The debate in the banking industry between large and small banks mirrored the North-South divide as it put industrial interests and agricultural interests on opposite sides. The North, home to J.P. Morgan, Chase National Bank, and Wall Street, wanted more permissive banking laws that allowed larger banks to operate across several regions. Bankers in the South and West feared that large and powerful conglomerates would attract capital from across the country, increase their market share, and drive them out of business. This was a legitimate fear and would soon become a reality, but Roosevelt sided with the South and protected small banking through anti-competitive banking laws. 100 The South pushed for FDIC insurance, which made small banking possible. They also demanded provisions in the Glass-Steagall Act of 1933 and the Banking Act of 1935 that prohibited bank conglomeration, mergers, or even bank branching across state lines. 101. These laws went against natural market forces and favored the small and the weak against the banking market's natural winners, the large and the well-capitalized. The rationale of community banking is that capital stays put within a region. The peril of this arrangement before the New Deal was that the fate of a community's banks was linked to the community's prosperity or decline. Small community banks were inherently more vulnerable to runs and less stable than larger conglomerates, which could diversify their risks and count on liquidity and capital from robust financial markets. Federal deposit insurance fixed this problem by providing a federal subsidy that enabled these weaker community banks to compete. This is why the small bankers fought for it. With deposit insurance, they could make profit from their control over a community's resources while being protected from the constant failure and runs that had besieged their industry up until that point. The New Deal banking reforms favored these small community banks not only because they protected the banks from runs, but also because they shielded the banks from competition from banking conglomerates. They had a monopoly on a region's deposits and loans, but thanks to a nationwide insurance fund, they were protected from the downside risk of the community banking model. So regional banks, especially in the South and West, thrived after the New Deal to an extent that they had not been able to previously. The FHA guaranteed their loans, FDIC insurance prevented runs, and Federal Reserve liquidity protection saved them from a regional credit crunch. Community banking worked because of federal government support. The decision to favor small community banks over larger bank networks was not racially motivated, but it did negatively affect the prospects for black banking. The unanticipated effect was that the black community, with little stored wealth and little access to credit, could not thrive in a system that tied all its deposits and loans only to those within its community borders. Black communities, now thoroughly segregated and relegated to living outside the systems of credit, were paralyzed by this structure. They did not have the federal government mortgage support and yet had to rely on their own community's meager resources to operate. Before the New Deal reforms had taken shape, Abram Harris had suggested that the best hope for black banks going forward was for them to become a branch of a large national bank, or in other words, to cease being standalone black banks. The arrangement would benefit white banks, which could profit from black customers without having to integrate their bank branches. As a subsidiary of a large holding company, black banks could dock into the mainstream banking network and benefit from the large capital base they could not access on their own. The bank holding company ownership structure would at least enable credit to flow down occasionally instead of always up and out. Though Harris, like the New Deal progressives, was wary of the unslackening growth in the size and power of white financial and industrial organizations. He recognized that this was the only way black banks could overcome their impoverished and segregated communities. 102 It was better to join forces with a powerful bank, even a Wall Street money trust powerhouse, than to go it alone. He knew that black banks would lose their autonomy and independence, but Harris was skeptical that they could ever operate successfully as standalone entities. But riding on the wave of backlash against big banking, the New Deal reforms cut off this potential structure in its prohibition against conglomerates. 103. The frustrating dilemma of black banks is highlighted when contrasted with banks created by Italian, Jewish, German, and Irish immigrants that they are often compared to. Though these immigrants were never segregated to the extent that the black community was before the Great Depression, they were discriminated against by the white banking sector and had been forced to create their own banks. 104 No Italians and no Irish signs were prevalent during the era when racial dogma deemed these groups inferior and unworthy races. The plight of these other marginalized immigrant groups parted ways significantly from blacks only after the New Deal reforms and the end of the World Wars. These immigrants would eventually leave their overcrowded ghettos and settle in white suburbs where blacks were still barred entry. Their banks reflected these immigrants' own integration. For example, the Bank of Italy was formed in San Francisco to serve Italian immigrants who could not get loans from white banks. The bank was founded in 1904 by Italian immigrant Amadeo Giannini for the same purpose that black banks were created to serve a population that was being discriminated against by the mainstream banks. 105. Giannini's bank would have a drastically different trajectory than Binga's, and the divergence would mirror the disparities between the assimilation of America's immigrants and its native blacks. Eventually, the Bank of Italy grew and merged into the mainstream U.S. banking system just as Italian immigrants assimilated into American society. What was formerly the Bank of Italy is now the Bank of America, the largest and one of the most profitable banks in the country. 106. The Bank of Italy's transformation into the Bank of America was directly financed by the FHA. Bank of America was able to expand its consumer lending market to take advantage of the FHA consumer credit guarantees. FHA loan guarantees allowed Bank of America to increase profits by 40% from 1935 to 1936 and establish branches across the state of California. In May of 1937, Giannini told the Los Angeles Times that these new loans had trebled and quadrupled activity in our branches. 107. Before the New Deal, Bank of Italy was a bank for Italians, and after the New Deal it became a bank of Americans because Italians too became American. Italian, Irish, Polish, and other European immigrants who had each been deemed inferior races decades earlier came to be accepted as white Americans. Italians for the most part could not attend college before the war, but most gained entry afterward through the GI Bill. 108 Black GIs were not given similar access. Education was still highly segregated, and there were not enough black-only colleges to accommodate them. 109 Education led to economic mobility, which led to more social and political power and control. 110 The immigrant groups were able to move up and out of the ghetto with the help of federal government programs. Certainly, discrimination remained, but legal segregation of the immigrant groups was erased by the end of World War II, and their full integration was a direct result of FHA and VA credit policies for them. There is a pervasive myth that immigrant success was based purely on individual work ethic. 111 Certainly there was a lot of hard work and perseverance, but left out of this popular narrative was the significance of the FHA-GI Bill combination, the government subsidy that bolstered the work and turned it into capital-producing assets. Hollywood legend Frank Capra's family, for example, immigrated to America in 1903 and landed in the sleazy Sicilian ghetto of Los Angeles. 112 Capra enlisted in the army, was naturalized, and, with a boost from the GI Bill and the FHA, moved out of the slums and into the American middle class. He went on to make films that defined America, and in his 1946 It's a Wonderful Life, Capra immortalized the myth of self-help community banking through George Bailey's fictional Building and Loan. The fiction that poor communities can pool their resources and bank themselves into prosperity like the upstanding and tireless George Bailey was thereafter cemented in American culture and policy. In reality, most immigrants' bootstraps had been provided by the government. Indeed, blacks were working hard too, but their wages were going to exploitative contract sellers, landlords, or much more expensive mortgages, instead of helping them build wealth. The black population was left out of the Capitol building and prosperous decades of the 1940s to the 1960s. 113. However, change was coming. Seeds of the national civil rights movement were beginning to take root as the black community began pursuing various strands of protest during this era. There was no coordinated national struggle yet, but each fight paved the way for future coalitions as well as future divisions. The movement that most resembled King's Own occurred in 1941 when A. Philip Randolph organized what was to be the first large-scale act of civil disobedience aimed at getting the attention of the federal government. He proposed a march on Washington to protest discrimination in government defense contracts. The prospect of the expected 100,000 demonstrators alarmed the White House enough that it led to a preemptive executive order. Roosevelt signed Executive Order 8802, which forbade government military contractors to discriminate because of race, creed, color, or origin. 114 black leaders were elated and described it as the gateway to the millennium for millions of blacks. 115 Randolph compared the order to the Emancipation Proclamation, and the black-owned Amsterdam News declared it epical to say the least. If President Lincoln's proclamation was designed to end physical slavery, it would seem that the recent order of President Roosevelt is designed to end, or at least, curb, economic slavery. 116 Although the order was never sufficiently enforced by the administration, it was fateful, for it became the legal framework on which civil rights laws were founded. Randolph was instrumental in organizing the 1963 March on Washington, during which he spoke next to Dr. King 20 years later. This strand of the movement, which would be the successful one, was focused on coordinated and peaceful protests meant to result in federal legislation focused on equal rights and non-discrimination. Meanwhile, in another precursor to what was coming, the first urban riot led by blacks against white businesses occurred in Harlem in 1935. The spark was lit when a teenage shoplifter was beaten by a store owner. Over several nights of violence, rioters destroyed white business establishments in Harlem while sparing black-owned businesses. 117 Though resorting to violence was still rare in this era, collective action was beginning to coalesce around specific economic demands in northern ghettos. These protesters were not demanding national legislation, but were objecting to their perceived exploitation by white shop owners operating at high markups in the ghetto. The Harlem protests were focused on economic justice at the local level. 118. One side of the protests focused on encouraging more black businesses and called for bigger and better Negro business. 119. This movement was being waged by local black organizations that spanned the political spectrum from radical black nationalists to the conservative National Business League. There was a widespread perception that white businesses were extracting profits from the ghetto and a frustration that, after a century of effort, black businesses were still hardly in a position to compete. The latter was certainly true. When the first study of black business was conducted in 1898, it found that the average capital investment in the average black business was $4,600.120 by 1944, that capital investment had actually decreased to $3,260. The vast majority of these businesses, 90%, were divided equally between small retail stores and small service establishments. 121 Many ghetto businesses were small mom-and-pop shops that were barely profitable, still pebbles on the seashore. 122. Another strand of collective action was aimed not at rejecting the white business establishments, but demanding that if they were going to make money in the ghetto, they should at least share the wealth with the black community by hiring black employees. Black communities began using organized boycotts. The Harlem Labor Union, made up of former Garveyites, picketed white stores that refused to hire blacks in the 1932 "Don't Buy Where You Can't Work" movement. Soon black leaders across the country began talking about leveraging the purchasing power of the black dollar to fight discrimination. 123 Adam Clayton Powell emerged as the most vocal leader of the boycott movement, and several years later he formed the Greater New York Coordinating Committee for Employment, which aimed at securing jobs through nonviolent protest. 124. In 1935, several white merchants challenged a black boycott of their Baltimore businesses in the Maryland Court of Appeals. 125 The court ruled in favor of the black boycotters, stating that so long as violence, intimidation, and threats were not used, blacks had an unquestionable right to present their cause in a peaceable way. 126. The judge even seemed to be encouraging black groups to boycott in order to persuade white employers to engage colored employees, and to protest discrimination by organization, public meetings, propaganda, and by personal solicitation. However, the court seemed to put the onus on the black community to achieve their demands, stating, whether they succeed or fail will depend on the cooperation of their people. The unstated subtext was that it was the responsibility of the black population to work to end racism. The ruling set the stage for the civil rights movement's early strategy of leveraging black market power and using organized boycotts against Jim Crow buses in Montgomery, Alabama. As another harbinger of what was to come, movements demanding more black control of the ghetto came to be embraced by whites who championed a segregated economy for the benefit of blacks, of course. An illustrative example was an editorial written by a white supporter of the black community who urged Harlem to follow Chicago's lead and establish segregated black banks and businesses. The cleverly named article, "If Negro Quarters for Negroes, Negro Dollars for Negroes," too, was published in the New York Daily Mirror in 1935 and urged Harlem's black population to do as blacks in Chicago had done and work toward a conscious and a kind of prideful segregation, a segregation which was won, not imposed. Indeed, the author believed that Chicago's Black Belt was an achievement rather than imposition, which had given blacks the power to control their own dollars. 127. The writer said that Harlem was being bled white and urged the black community to drive out the white exploiters and fight for a black economy. It is for the black dollar that Harlem fights now, because it has to. In other words, the fight was to maintain a segregated Harlem, for Harlem was being overtaken by white exploiters after blacks had first claimed the land. Block by block, store by store, house by house, white profit seekers here infiltrated back into the district which became black by common consent in the decade after the war. The story being told was that blacks had chosen segregation and now these infiltrators were ruining the mutually beneficial arrangement. Once the white infiltrators were eradicated, Harlem could win back its total segregation. Not only had Harlem not wanted its segregation, there was also an anti-Semitic subtext to the tale because the infiltrators of the black ghetto were understood to be Jewish shop owners. The tension between Jewish shop owners and black residents had led to some incidents of violence even as black leaders rejected the scapegoating of Jewish merchants. Abram Harris and Adam Clayton Powell pushed back against anti-Semitism when these claims arose among black protesters. They warned that anti-Semitism was the same as the racism they were fighting and cautioned blacks not to do Hitler's work here at home. 128. Indeed, the end of the war heralded a monumental shift in race relations. Despite integration of the U.S. Armed Forces in 1948, a segregated home front, continued racial hostility, and limited economic opportunity greeted black war veterans upon their return. Just as black Union soldiers had returned to the South after the Civil War to demand equality, so too did black veterans of World War II agitate for better treatment from the country they had risked their lives for. James Baldwin recounted that the treatment accorded the Negro during the Second World War marked a turning point in the Negro's relation to America. A certain hope died. 129 Hitler's outrageous acts of racial cleansing disgusted Americans and highlighted the racial hypocrisy at home. How was it that the good guys abroad maintained their own brand of racial violence at home? During the 1948 Democratic National Convention, Senator Hubert Humphrey forcefully denounced Congress's intransigence on civil rights. "There's no room for double standards in American politics," he said. Our demands for democratic practices in other lands will be no more effective than the guarantee of those practices in our own country. He demurred. To those who say that we are rushing this issue of civil rights, I say to them we are 172 years late. To those who say that civil rights is an infringement on states' rights, I say this: the time has arrived in America for the Democratic Party to get out of the shadow of states' rights and to walk forthrightly into the bright sunshine of human rights. 130. Congress began to see more anti-lynching laws, though ultimately none made it past the Southern Bloc. However, the federal government finally recognized and formally ended the cruel practice of convict leasing in Southern prisons after the war. As explained by Douglas Blackman, it was a strange irony that after 74 years of hollow emancipation, the final delivery of African Americans from overt slavery and from the quiet complicity of the federal government in their servitude was precipitated only in response to the horrors perpetrated by an enemy country against its own despised minorities. 131. In 1946, Truman created the Commission on Higher Education, with the aim of repealing segregation. He also created a Committee on Civil Rights, which called for the elimination of segregation, based on race, color, creed, or national origin, from American life. Truman eventually lost the votes of 4 Southern states because he enacted laws outlawing poll taxes, lynching, segregation in interstate transportation, and discrimination in federal employment and the armed services. 132. Though these gains were modest, there was forward momentum. As the world wars shifted to the Cold War, communist regimes abroad began to highlight stories of U.S. racism in their propaganda. Black soldiers being lynched in their military uniforms, clan violence, rampant black poverty, and the everyday injustices of Jim Crow segregation were being advertised by enemies of the state. A 1952 brief written by the Democratic Attorney General exhorted the federal government to enact anti-discrimination laws as a matter of foreign policy. It is in the context of the present world struggle between freedom and tyranny that the problem of racial discrimination must be viewed. Racial discrimination furnishes grist for the communist propaganda mills, and it raises doubt even among friendly nations as to the intensity of our devotion to the democratic faith. Other peoples cannot understand how such a practice of school segregation can exist in a country which professes to be a staunch supporter of freedom, justice, and democracy. 133. After the Supreme Court in Brown v. Board of Education ruled against segregation in schools, Voice of America broadcast the praiseworthy decision to the world in 35 different languages. To defeat communism, America needed to tell the world a story of American racial progress. It was decided to focus on telling the story of the black elite. As part of a public relations blitz on race, the U.S. Information Service, USIS, released a promotional pamphlet called The Negro in American Life in 1950. The story the pamphlet portrayed was one of redemption. America had made a tragic mistake by sanctioning slavery, but since then, American democracy had been a long march toward racial progress. In reality, the injustice was ongoing. From the New Deal and through the Cold War era, unparalleled U.S. prosperity bypassed blacks through purposeful exclusion. The grand-scale economic and political injustices operating in this era were created and sustained by an invisible Jim Crow credit market. The pushback had already begun, and the economic frustration of the impoverished black community in the segregated ghettos would erupt soon enough. However, in communicating progress on race to the communist nations, the State Department chose to measure racial progress through the success of the black middle class. Some Negroes are large landholders, some are wealthy businessmen. Negroes work in banks, public utilities, insurance companies, and retail stores. They are physicists, chemists, psychologists, doctors, metallurgists. Although the report conceded that much remains to be done, this measurement of racial progress became ubiquitous. 134. In need of more inspirational stories of black rights to broadcast, the State Department called on the Division of Negro Affairs in 1951. Voice of America wanted to broadcast biographical information of successful black entrepreneurs across the world to be used as an ideological weapon. The story of black capitalists was a strong counterpoint to communist charges that American capitalism relied on racial exploitation. As the State Department noted in a letter to Archie A. Alexander, a successful black contractor, they wanted to share his story in order to improve its prestige with the darker races of people in the Asiatic countries. 135. Besides compiling reports, this was the most notable action the Division of Negro Affairs had accomplished thus far, and it would not survive much longer. In 1953, President Eisenhower terminated the office in order to cut waste, though it is likely racial discrimination also played a part in the decision. Roy Wilkins famously quipped that if Eisenhower had fought World War II the way he fought for civil rights, we would all be speaking German now. 136. However, the idea of using black business as a political tool did take root in President Eisenhower's vice president, Richard Nixon. Nixon would build his own division of black capitalism in the Commerce Department, but with a much wider scope. He too would use black entrepreneurship as a weapon in a war, but not a foreign one. Civil rights dreams, economic nightmares. There was a brief window between 1963 and 1965 when it seemed inevitable that the arc of the moral universe would actually bend toward justice quickly and without detour. At the centennial commemoration of the Emancipation Proclamation in September 1962, President Kennedy stood on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial and acknowledged that blacks were not yet freed from bonds of injustice. He promised to complete the work begun by Abraham Lincoln, to eradicate the vestiges of discrimination and segregation. A year later at that same memorial, Dr. Martin Luther King led the March on Washington and asked the country to honor its founding principles of equality. When the King Coalition's disciplined nonviolence was met with the South's unruly backlash against federal law, cameras captured the clash and made the case for the petitioners. "We will soon wear you down by our capacity to suffer," said Dr. King. For a brief moment, King's powerful message of peace and optimism united the complex and varied voices of the black community. The American public embraced the message that it was time to turn the page from racism toward progress. For the first time since Reconstruction, there was harmony among all three branches of government this time: the Supreme Court, the executive branch, and Congress all pushed toward racial equality. The court, the same institution that had sanctioned Jim Crow segregation in the South during the first Reconstruction, began to tear it down in case after case with masterful assistance from the NAACP's Thurgood Marshall. 1. President Kennedy urged Congress to pass a sweeping civil rights bill in 1963, not merely for reasons of economic efficiency, world diplomacy and domestic tranquility, but above all because it is right. Kennedy also envisioned broader reforms aimed at addressing the conditions of poverty. There is little value in a Negro's obtaining the right to be admitted to hotels and restaurants if he has no cash in his pocket and no job. He remained committed to the bill until his life was cut short in November 1963. It took a master of the Senate to finally break the South's stranglehold on Congress and pass the Civil Rights Act. 2. President Lyndon Johnson knew how to breach the Southern legislative gamesmanship that had successfully blocked every attempt at civil rights legislation since the New Deal because he had practiced the hold-up game himself. First as junior Texas senator and then during his 6 years as majority leader, he practically controlled the Southern bloc, and by extension the entire Senate. But now he pushed vigorously for reform. After all, he quipped, "What the hell's presidency for?" Upon his sudden inauguration, Johnson met with the leaders of the Civil Rights Coalition, King of the Southern Christian Leadership Council, SCLC, Roy Wilkins of the NAACP, Whitney Young of the National Urban League, James Farmer of the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, and A. Philip Randolph of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. 3. Young told reporters after the meeting that a Magnolia accent doesn't always mean bigotry, for when Andrew Johnson had taken office after President Lincoln's assassination in 1865, he halted Reconstruction reforms and set the black community back for generations. With this second accidental President Johnson, things went very differently. Lyndon Johnson made the civil rights cause his own. Together, LBJ and Milk were at the helm of the most monumental forward movement in race relations in American history. Their partnership was neither natural nor comfortable, but the timing was right and a large part of the public was with them at least for a little while. Johnson pushed Kennedy's original civil rights bill in Congress and made clear that he wanted nothing less than the full assimilation of more than 20 million Negroes into American life. The Civil Rights Act was passed in July of 1964, banning racial discrimination in employment and in all public accommodations. 5 Jim Crow was dead. In August of 1965, Congress passed the Voting Rights Act, which guaranteed blacks the vote. These acts were not empty gestures. Both laws were immediately enforced by the administration and the Supreme Court. Blacks achieved more rights in a few short years than they had in the previous 200. While the reforms of 1965 were in fact the beginning of historic changes that continue today, they were also the high water mark of the civil rights movement. Soon there would be backlash, divisions, and retrenchment. Even President Johnson wavered. Johnson has been described as the last president to offer committed leadership that challenged racial injustice, but even he stepped back from the civil rights struggle as the United States became mired in Vietnam. Civil rights historian Taylor Branch explains that it was Kennedy's assassination that fully launched the civil rights era, and it would be Martin Luther King's assassination 5 years later that would bring it to a halt. 6. Yet even before the civil rights momentum ground to a halt with the war in Vietnam and King's coalition broken, the movement's scope had been too limited to address the full problem of racial inequality. The assumption of too many Americans was that once discrimination was purged from the law, the effects of discrimination would disappear. American racism was mistakenly seen as an issue of bigoted white-hooded Klansmen, but that was just the ugliest symptom of a broader problem, the visible tumor of a cancer that went far deeper. Blacks living in the urban North were not being told to sit at the back of the bus because most did not have access to public buses in the first place. The financial isolation of the urban black population was a result of years of racism, but there were no ready villains, no Bull Connor or whites-only water fountains. The segregated practices in the South are kind of public butchery, noted Saul Alinsky. It's visible. There's bleeding all over the place. Up here in the North we use a stiletto, it's internal bleeding, it's not visible, but it's just as deadly. 7. The violence of Northern segregation had been sown years before and was continually bearing another sort of strange fruit: economic exploitation. Black Northerners applauded the gains of the civil rights movement, but they demanded change for their communities. Intractable poverty and inequality were just as oppressive as the South's brute hostility, but a far more complex problem to address. And as a stunned North would soon find out, the unrest was far closer to home than Selma, Alabama. Yet when the black movement shifted to address the problem of black poverty, it became constrained by its own rhetorical demands. The movement's song, most masterfully harmonized by King, Marshall, Kennedy, and Johnson, was legal equality. The tune had a familiar ring because its force came from America's founding documents: all men are created equal and equal protection under the law. Though Dr. King's message was much broader than is commonly portrayed, what captivated and chastened many was how closely his message hewed to these common American ideals. King recited the Constitution's promise and summoned the nation to bring its deeds in line with its democratic aspirations. The home that all too many Americans left was solidly structured idealistically. Its pillars were soundly grounded in the insights of our Judeo-Christian heritage. All men are created equal. What a marvelous foundation for any home. King was calling Americans home. And home was the classic liberal notion of equality. According to liberal principles, individuals must be free to pursue their own aims using their own talents. No group trait, like race or ancestry, should be used to exclude someone from free participation in markets and society. A country built on liberalism could not tolerate discrimination because it punished a person based on a group attribute instead of the content of their character. The civil rights movement was founded on aligning America's liberal democratic ideal with its hypocritical racial hierarchy, on reconciling the American dilemma. The 1964 Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 aimed to fix the bug in the system by erasing the dissonance between word and deed. But what was to be done about the centuries that America had been explicitly violating its own foundational myths? As soon as the acts were passed, it was apparent that the victory had been a hollow one. Blacks were still unemployed at twice the rate of whites, they occupied low-wage jobs, had little wealth, and these momentous laws provided no conceivable path out of poverty. 8 Abolishing racist laws was not the same thing as achieving equality. Ending segregation was not the same thing as integration. Ending job discrimination was not the same thing as having jobs. Ending credit discrimination was not the same thing as providing credit. A legal right to equality was meaningless to the destitute and marginalized unless it could open a path to actual equality. The movement shifted toward achieving the fact of equality, as Bayard Rustin wrote in 1965, rather than merely removing the barriers to full opportunity. If it was true, according to Rustin, that freedom must be conceived in economic categories, the civil rights movement turned its focus to achieving justice as an economic matter. 9 But economic demands faced a major roadblock: equality. The sweet-sounding tune of equality soon became a noose around the movement as leaders began to seek the fact of equality and not just its scent. In the beginning of the civil rights era, equal rights had meant giving blacks the rights they had always been entitled to, the same rights whites enjoyed. The only people who objected to this were those who believed blacks to be unworthy of these rights, the incorrigible Southern racists, who were a shrinking minority. But intractable economic problems required stronger weapons than just equality before the law. It meant that whites had to allow blacks to move into their neighborhoods and that centuries of exclusion needed redress. It meant providing public funds or specific privileges to blacks to even the playing field. In 1963, Dr. King said, just as we granted a GI Bill of Rights to war veterans, we should launch a broad-based and gigantic Bill of Rights for the disadvantaged. For it is obvious, stated King, that if a man is entering the starting line in a race 300 years after another man, the first would have to perform some impossible feat in order to catch up with his fellow runner. Whitney Young, executive director of the Urban League, stated, "Many of these white people are now middle class, their rise made possible by a host of federal programs: the GI Bill, home loan insurance, road building, and economic and employment policies. 10 Maybe it was time to provide the same boost to blacks." The mood suddenly turned. By the end of the decade, whites were lambasting the government for depriving whites of their rights to equality. 11 Once the message of equality and non-discrimination was heeded, it was clung to. "The way to stop discrimination on the basis of race," said Chief Justice John Roberts in 2007, "is to stop discriminating on the basis of race." This sentiment was already beginning to form at the tail end of the civil rights movement and would only grow over time. This late-term egalitarianism could not erase, overnight, the wealth gap caused by centuries of racism, yet many proclaimed that it already had. The other edge of the sword of equality was used to cut down any claims for special privileges. If blacks demanded that they not be judged based on their race, using the same logic, whites demanded that blacks not be given any special favors based on their race. A U.S. senator who wished to remain anonymous explained that his white voters were angry. "I'm getting mail from white people saying, wait a minute, we've got some rights too." 12 whites felt threatened, believing that black gains were coming at the expense of whites. By 1966, a poll found that 85% of whites believed that the pace of civil rights progress was too fast. 13. The more the Johnson administration pushed for programs that would benefit blacks, the more whites began to demand equality. The irony, of course, was that Congress needed to enforce colorblind civil rights legislation because the nation had never actually been colorblind. Almost before the decade was over, a rewriting of the history and the purpose of the civil rights movement had already begun. Dr. Martin Luther King's modern legacy has been boiled down to his historic "I Have a Dream" speech. More accurately, his dream was reduced to just a few sentences of that pivotal 1963 speech: I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin but by the content of their character. In its distilled form, King's dream was interpreted as a color-blind utopia, the liberal ideal of individual equality. This is unfortunate because in the same speech, there was a forceful indignation in the face of past injustice. He was asking the nation for redress of past wrongs, specifically in economic terms. In a sense, we've come to our nation's capital to cash a check. When the architects of our republic wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, they were signing a promissory note to which every American was to fall heir. This note was a promise that all men, yes, black men as well as white men, would be guaranteed the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is obvious today that America has defaulted on this promissory note, insofar as her citizens of color are concerned. Instead of honoring this sacred obligation, America has given the Negro people a bad check, a check which has come back marked insufficient funds. But we refuse to believe that the Bank of Justice is bankrupt. We refuse to believe that there are insufficient funds in the great vaults of opportunity of this nation. And so, we've come to cash this check, a check that will give us upon demand the riches of freedom and the security of justice. 14. King, who chose his words carefully, was asking for a financial reckoning. Inspired by Mahatma Gandhi, King was genuinely and passionately committed to nonviolent protest, but like Gandhi, he was aware of systemic economic exploitation. He was as committed to changing structures and systems as he was to changing hearts and minds. Segregation was not wrong because it judged people by the color of their skin, but because it was exploitative. King believed that the underlying purpose of segregation was to oppress and exploit the segregated, not simply to keep them apart. The basic purpose of segregation was to perpetuate injustice and inequality. 15. King knew that talk of love and unity would only go so far without cold economic realism. When all is finally entered into the annals of sociology, when philosophers, politicians, and preachers have all had their say, we must return to the fact that a person participates in this society primarily as an economic entity. At rock bottom we are neither poets, athletes, nor artists. Our existence is centered in the fact that we are consumers, because we first must eat and have shelter to live. 16. He understood that blacks had been excluded from full economic participation, and he maintained that any strides towards civil rights had to be linked with anti-poverty programs to be effective because the inseparable twin of racial justice was economic justice. 17. Yet King acknowledged that the latter was a more difficult battle because it would require radical change. 18. Just 1 year after the historic Civil Rights Act and 2 years after the March on Washington, King was frustrated by the lack of progress and by political retrenchment. In a 1965 sermon called The American Dream, he offered a more realistic sequel to the famous dream speech. He revisited his dream metaphor at Ebenezer Baptist Church, but this time with much less publicity and fanfare. And the dream had changed. About 2 years ago now, I tried to tell the nation about a dream I had. I must confess to you this morning that since that sweltering August afternoon in 1963, my dream has often turned into a nightmare. I've seen it shattered. I continue to see it shattered as I walk through the Harlems of our nation and see sometimes 10 and 15 Negroes trying to live in 1 or 2 rooms. I've been down to the Delta of Mississippi since then, and I've seen my dream shattered as I met hundreds of people who didn't earn more than $600 or $700 a week. I've seen my dream shattered as I've walked the streets of Chicago and seen Negroes, young men and women, with a sense of utter hopelessness because they can't find any jobs. And they see life as a long and desolate corridor with no exit signs. 19. By the 1960s, black poverty was deeply entrenched, but more importantly, it was marked by its stark contrast to the white middle class's prosperity. 20. Not only had the majority of blacks not ridden the post-war economic boom, conditions in the ghetto had actually worsened. 21 Almost half of black children lived in poverty, in contrast with only 9% of white children. 22 Black families had less than one-fifth the wealth of white families. 23 A Federal Reserve study concluded that the source of the wealth gap was historic inequalities in income and opportunities, a legacy of past economic deprivation, which would not be fixed even if the income gap were eliminated. The study held that it could only be closed by a reversal of past privileges. 24 The wealth and opportunity gap would continue unabated without direct government action, in other words, something more than just stopping racial discrimination. Laws set in motion a century earlier had created a black ghetto economy that was uniquely ruinous. Black poverty, having been created by economic exclusion and segregation, was distinct from white poverty. The urban ghettos were zones with fewer public resources such as quality schools, roads, hospitals, universities, and infrastructure. In fact, even the urban renewal programs that upgraded and revived America's cities in the 1960s did so at the expense of the black population. James Baldwin referred to urban renewal programs as Negro removal, for the effect was that highways and roads built through ghettos pushed and packed black residents into increasingly overcrowded and under-resourced neighborhoods. 25 The segregated ghetto contained too little capital, and its main export, labor, was struggling to find work as industries abandoned America's cities for the less costly suburbs before eventually moving offshore. 26 These trends were self-reinforcing. Urban decline pushed businesses out of the ghetto, which led to further urban decline. As businesses moved to the suburbs where land was cheaper and business costs lower, the ghetto suffered from both high prices and general deterioration. In the economic trap of the ghetto, small retailers sold inferior products at higher prices because they had lower sales volumes, lower profits, and higher costs. Because suburban retailers had an economically diverse set of customers and higher sales volume, their costs were lower. The economy of the black inner city was a unique vortex of negative forces that further compounded poverty. In 1965, Kenneth Clark described the dark ghettos as social, political, educational, and above all economic colonies. 27 The situation was explosive. 28 16 days after the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was passed, Harlem erupted in violence. 5 days after the Voting Rights Act was signed into law, the Watts district in Los Angeles exploded in a deadly riot that killed and injured many and destroyed millions of dollars worth of property. 1 in 3 people in Watts was unemployed, all but a single industrial plant had abandoned the Los Angeles district, and Watts had been thoroughly segregated over the preceding decades, making poverty concentrated and extreme. 29 Watts was a tinderbox. Against this backdrop, a mundane incident of police aggression lit a fuse that exploded into days of violent rioting and looting. About 30,000 people participated in the riots. White property was a common target as rioters turned their anger toward their perceived exploiters: white absentee property owners, pawn shops, and grocery stores. In Chicago's West Side, rioters claimed that they wanted to drive white exploiters out of the ghetto. 30 Black communities were demanding attention to their economic plight in ways that the white public could no longer avoid. This new phase of the black movement was not calling America to honor its founding message of equality, they were venting pent-up rage at their economic state and demanding more opportunity. With no unifying leader or clear agenda, the rage that exploded in the streets fractured the civil rights coalition, creating a confounding national crisis on the heels of radical reforms. Dr. King noted that these rioters were so fed up with powerlessness that they would rather be dead than ignored. 31 King urged the nation to focus on the causes of rioting and the daily violence that society imposed on blacks due to unemployment, poverty, and segregation. 32 He also tried to persuade the rioters that violence was not effective, that it would lead to a white backlash, and crucially that they stood no chance against a well-armed majority. 33 But King was not their leader. He and the other heads of the civil rights movement were powerless against this new form of resistance. When Bayard Rustin tried to quell a crowd in Harlem, they shouted him down as an Uncle Tom. 34 Having led hundreds of thousands of people in the March on Washington, Rustin could no longer command a few hundred people. To many, it felt like a domestic war, especially when the National Guard was sent in with military equipment to deal with the insurgency. 35 Doug McAdams' study of the civil rights movement after 1965 explained, it would not seem an overstatement to argue that the level of open defiance of the established economic and political order was as great during this period as during any other in the country's history, save the Civil War. 36A. CBS TV broadcast announced, "This was not a riot. It was an insurrection against all authority." 37. One official report on the violence was titled "Violence in the City: An End or a Beginning?" The answer was, unfortunately and unequivocally, just a beginning. Though rioting and looting in some places looked like random destruction of imprecise orientation, many observers noted that there were usually specific targets. Black rioters destroyed white business establishments, but even more specifically, according to press accounts and government research, the pent-up anger was directed at the ghetto lenders. 38 The Washington Post reported that the stores that sold on credit were the most popular victims of the riots. 39. A congressional hearing determined that rioters engaged in selective burning and looting of the stores they felt had treated them unfairly, and that these rioters went to the lenders not to loot, but to destroy the credit records of the stores they burned. This was their final solution to oppressive debt. 40. During a riot in Chicago, an elderly black man watched as a grocery store burned and chanted, "Burn, burn, burn. White man ain't milking me no more." 41. Looters destroyed the leather-bound books on which their debts were recorded before they destroyed anything else. Onlookers reportedly yelled, "Burn the damn records." A mother told looters at a grocery store, "Don't grab the groceries, grab the book." 42 Just as King's Coalition had protested Jim Crow buses in Birmingham, in Harlem, and Chicago and other black ghettos across the country, residents were protesting Jim Crow credit markets. As credit became a ubiquitous feature of American life, neither credit cards nor mortgage credit had crossed the color line. Almost every large purchase was paid for with high-cost installment credit, and even some small ones like groceries, doctor visits, and encyclopedias. 43 Black families across all income levels had more installment debt than whites. 44 Installment credit added high debt loads to those living on the economic margins, and thus it was debt that turned the ghetto into a pressure cooker.